Blue Prison, a legendary journey. Chapter 1 Goal established, Blue Prison. Hey! Exhaled a long breath, the handsome young man straightened his posture, held his breath and concentrated. I really almost lost, thanks to Shania. By the way, where is your rank, Shania? You are too awesome. Looking at Shania, who looked at ease, he put the medal he just won into the cupboard. The teenagers who were traveling together couldn't help shouting after all. Yeah, kendo, go, volleyball. I remember there were people blocking the door of the classroom before, begging you to go for a run. This time, you won the competition after learning for a few months, tisk tisk. Maybe this is genius. Facing the praises of the crowd, the young man known as Shania just shook his head calmly. Fortunately, the high school students who jumped out quickly changed the topic. A group of people excitedly reminisced about the taste of victory. Social media: wearing glasses. If you grow long, you will move toward Shania. Although I really want you to stay, but according to the usual practice, you may feel tired of it. The president adjusted his glasses. Have you thought about what you want to try next? Well, I've already thought about it. Guangxian Shania was silent for a long time before putting down his phone. Somehow, even when he led the team to win the championship, Tegu's eyes were shining with excitement at this moment. Oh? It seems that you have finally found something interesting, the all-round wizard. Looking at the boy's unusual appearance, the president still couldn't hold it back and wanted to know what could make this guy lose interest in everything. The genius who could easily outperform ordinary people after years of hard training showed such an expression once he got started. Yes. I finally found it. The boy ignored the president's teasing and the hint of resentment hidden in his words. He quickly changed his clothes and smiled and waved to the president. I'm leaving. Remember, don't forget to help me get my withdrawal application approved. What? Hey! The president, who was confused by the boy's sudden words, didn't even have time to lift his hand. The boy's figure disappeared around the corner, and he could only vaguely see the news headlines on his mobile phone. Noah was voted the #1 forward in the world with a high vote. Finally found it. After returning home and lying on the bed, Shen subconsciously clenched his fists and cheered. The last time he was so excited was when he obtained the system after traveling through time. Yes, Guangxian Shania is a time traveler who came from the womb of the Celestial Empire. His identity and cause of death during his lifetime are not worth mentioning. It is not information that must be recorded in the story. After time traveling, it is very ordinary. Both parents are dead and you start with a car and a house. Then, at the age of 5, he noticed the system hidden in the body and actively awakened it. Since then, he has been active in various sports events as an almighty prodigy, and has accumulated a lot of wealth by taking advantage of his foresight. But it went so smoothly that he felt a little empty for no reason. He had to do something after finally traveling through time, but there was really no goal. His system was clearly a sports type, but when he searched online, he saw familiar characters. But those that are still active are basically empty. For this reason, Shania has been very distressed, and now he finally found some clues. Football, forward, Noah, it's all a blue prison no matter how you look at it. No wonder I turned over. I visited many clubs and schools but couldn't find a familiar name, because this is not a traditional club-based sports program at all. It's interesting. Although I have no interest in becoming the first striker, it can at least give me some fun. Let me give everyone in the blue prison a little wall-mounted shock. Then the next step is to get the ticket to the blue prison. I remember when Noah was arguing with that person, he seemed to say that his first forward was voted last year, which means that next year's national competition will be the beginning of the plot. Shania was writing and drawing on paper while recalling the plot, so currently there are two ways. The first is to join the football club and perform well in the game and then get an invitation, or directly spend money to bring in investment. Join the group? I remember their funding is quite tight. Or can the two paths be carried out together? After U20, we have entered the live broadcast mode and now the money invested will be doubled. Well, then the rest is the problem of the football department, right? God had a flash of inspiration, picked up the phone and dialed, "I'm sure I'm going to the high school. I want to play football, yes, check the schedule, national competition as long as the quota is allocated to the same school as the Yujun High School, that's good." After the explanation, Shen Yi put down his mobile phone and looked at the sky in the distance with excited eyes. "Young and innocent Ji Shen, please provide me with some entertainment before the plot begins." With this thought in mind, God raised his hand and waved it in the air, and a screen of light that only he could see appeared in front of him. Character, Guangxian Chenai. Gender, male. Age 15. Height 181 cm. Strength, 91. Speed, 97. Height, 86. Flexible, 97, 87 plus 10. Spirit, 84. Intelligence, 93, 88 plus 5. Possessing characteristics. Mamba body, purple. The most outstanding one of all the abilities of an old friend is acquired by you. Your waist and abdomen ability, coordination ability, etc. will be greatly improved, flexibility plus 10. Genius, gold. Being named a genius, all your attributes are far above the average, and your learning and comprehension abilities will be far superior to ordinary people. Robot, purple. Your stability and calmness amaze the world. Your limb stability and the lower limit of state fluctuations will be improved. Those who benefit from both sides, purple. Your left and right brains are abnormally coordinated, which makes your left and right bodies exactly the same, and there is no longer a distinction between your dominant hand and foot. Almighty, purple. You dominate many youth sports at the same time. Your almightiness will shock the world. Your physical fitness will be improved in a more balanced way. At the same time, you can convert the additional attribute bonuses of other skills into in terms of other attributes. Due to the need to adapt to the drastic changes in the body, this conversion ability requires an interval of 6 months between each use. Chess player, blue. Your victory in chess events has recognized your thinking ability, and your overall view of the game is impressive. Your layout ability and vision ability are improved. And you can control the situation more easily, intelligence plus 5. Skills held, the main line has not yet been opened, this function is locked. Yes, this is Shenai's golden finger, which is called the legendary athlete system. In the previous life, Kamiichi watched the TV series. The Battle Power series called Fate was set as follows, that is, those great achievements were left as legends after death, and they had become objects of belief and became heroic spirits. When he was summoned, his legends and achievements will be solidified as abilities and noble phantoms. And his system is somewhat similar to this. He can freely set a period of time from 1 day to 3 years. During this period, all his actions and achievements that arouse the admiration and recognition of others will be transformed into various characteristics or ability, and then he can settle this period of time and choose one from it to solidify. For example, last year he played chess and won a competition. Therefore, his achievements were condensed into the characteristics of a chess player, blue, but at the same time, because of his excellence, others recognized him and he was awarded the title of genius, white. Characteristic. Then when the past year is settled, 2 characteristics will appear at the same time, but he can only get one from them at one settlement, so he chose a higher level chess player, blue. As soon as the god has been measured, if the time is too short, it will be difficult for the upper limit of the entry to exceed the blue, but it is also difficult to directly reach the gold through brainless extension, and you will only be able to get a purple entry if you waste several years. Therefore, he believes that it is more reasonable to settle accounts once a year based on his current exposure. Shenai guessed that it was probably because the exposure and gold content of the high school league were the same. If he won not the high school competition but the world championship, there was a high probability that he would get the golden entry directly even if the game was settled directly. It is worth mentioning that the entry levels are white, blue, purple, gold, and red. Shinai's genius, gold, entry was only blue at first, but through the 3-in-1 mechanism of entries of the same level, he chose the genius entry for many years in a row, and finally upgraded this entry to a gold attribute. My attribute panel is okay for the time being, but the subsequent attributes of the blue prison have been greatly expanded. I don't know if this attribute is consistent with the attribute map value in the blue lock, and the second level ability of the battle between gods is also something I don't know. Lacking. Shen Yi turned his attention to the locked option. It was okay to fry fish, but it would not be fun if he was fried by fish, and the key to his true invincibility should be here. Don't let me down. There are a bunch of bad-mouthed people in blue lock. I don't even have to run over them with my strength to talk back to them. Chapter 2 Crush, Boring Treasure? The football hit the net and caused a wonderful white wave. The big score of 4:1 on the screen was refreshed to 5:1. Goal. Player Shinai scored again. This is already his 4th score in this game. The commentator on the sidelines couldn't help but stood up and shouted crazily, even if the opponent sends out the entire defense line, it still can't stop the Shinai player. It's hard to imagine that he only started playing football in his freshman year of high school. What's your name? Kira. When waiting for the opponent's kickoff, Kamichi walked up to the cream-colored hair in his impression. It looked like he was marking him, but in fact he was talking trash. Are you the treasure of Japanese football? That kick of yours is really good. It was a pretty good game, what about a point? Kira Ryusuke gritted his teeth and ignored Kamichi's words, staring at the direction of the football, and then suddenly accelerated and sprinted at a certain opportunity. Here! Kira raised his hand and shouted at the same time as the football came. He stepped forward to stop the ball. At this time, he was only about 20 meters away from the goal. The guy didn't catch up. Was he slacking off because of the score advantage? Then win at this point is 4:2. Not long after the second half started, there is still a chance if the difference is 2 points. Is that what you think? The sudden voice in his ears aroused goosebumps in Kira's body. He turned his head in disbelief, but only saw the jet black hair flying up due to the speed. Kamichi hooked the football away when Kira stopped the ball and raised his foot, then turned slightly sideways to avoid Kira's counterattack, then swung his feet left and right to make a fake move, and changed direction when Kira's center of gravity moved, almost without any movement. Passed by Kira with difficulty. You're already thinking about the next goal before the football stops. Kamichi looked back disdainfully and glanced at Kira, who was completely passed by him. You can't even focus on the current shot. Are you really a striker? Shut up. I can't stop here. Kira gritted his teeth and roared, charging forward again. Kamichi simply stopped and waited for Kira to stand in front of him. Just talking can't solve the problem. I want to. If you want to win, show me your determination. Player Shinai stopped and it's time for 1v1. 2 star players are facing off against each other. As the commentator roared, Shinai took the initiative and took the lead in touching the ball and charging to the left. I already know from the previous games that this guy is faster than me, so I have to confront him in advance and never give this guy a chance to start fast. Kira's brain was running rapidly, staring at Shinai's movements while stepping forward to block it. The direct route has been blocked, so the next step is to change direction. Watch carefully, which foot? Which foot will he touch the ball with next? Left? Right? Right. The moment he confirmed his judgment, Kira immediately took a kick. However, although Kamichi's right foot kicked out, it did not touch the ball, but just passed the football and made a false circle. Sure enough, it's riding a bicycle. If it is an ordinary player, it is enough to change direction quickly, but at our level, a single action will not be very threatening if it is not in a sports battle. And he deliberately waited for me to do a one-on-one. In this situation where there is no sprint distance, the more confusing passing action will be your first choice. He started with a fake move with his right foot, and now his center of gravity is on the left side. According to the cycling action, you will land with your right foot and then use your left foot to perform the second round of fake move or simply change direction. That is to say, you have lost control of the football before your right foot touches the ground. As long as you can see through the action you are going to use an attack at this most critical moment, you can steal it. Kira quickly deduced Kamichi's next action. Staring at Shinai's body to judge the change of center of gravity, this is it. We succeeded. But... hey! Didn't touch the ball? How could it be? The center of gravity has obviously been. Could it be said that he changed the laws of physics? No, it's impossible. How is that? I saw that Kamiaki's right foot did not land at all when he was making a fake move. When Kira thought that his center of gravity had changed and stepped forward, he used his right foot to push back the ball. As he turned around, the heel of his other foot lightly tapped the ball. In the second change, the football was like a flying butterfly flying and dancing between Shinai's legs, following Shinai's steps. You're lying, are you riding a bicycle and then connecting with the Marseille slalom? And the connection is too fast, but... Kira, who was completely passed by, gritted his teeth and yelled, "Guarantee him! I'm not the only one here. My teammates are already approaching. As long as I can block his pace, I can double team behind him and wait for an opportunity to grab the ball. Football is more than 1 versus 1. With everyone's help, I am here. Although I lost, my team still has a chance. Are you just going to place your hopes on these mortal bones? If this is your decision, that's too. It's boring now. Hey!" Kira's eyes widened as he chased after him, but Shinai had already started his performance. Kamiaki's player cleverly passed Kira. But the opponent has already surrounded him. Are he going to be surrounded? No. Kamichi's player continuously changed directions to create space. Kira wanted to steal the ball from behind, but Kamichi's player firmly controlling the ball at his feet, Kamichi pulled back and took advantage of the opponent's defense. He used the opponent's players as a human wall to block Kira's pursuit. Shinai player started to speed up. He is still sprinting. Others are trying their best to catch up, but it's useless. It's too fast, too fast. Shinai player has surpassed everyone. This time, no other skills are needed. Absolutely, his speed is his strongest weapon. Shinai player is currently going straight in. It depends on the goalkeeper. In this position, is Shinai player going to take a kick? Change direction. Change direction again. The goalkeeper has been completely deceived. No one can stop him this time. Shoot. Goal. The desperate attack of Matsukaze Kuro High School is also a double-edged sword. This resulted in most of their players being unable to return to defense during the sudden transition of offense and defense when Kira's shooting opportunity was destroyed. At 6:1, the game can be said to be over. Kamiichi was also replaced. Even the treasure of Japanese football bowed to the absolute talent of the all-around genius. The footsteps of the genius Kamiichi heading to the whole country. I lost. I didn't even make it to the national level. That goal. Ryusuke Kira knelt down on the green field in despair. The expectations of his teammates and his own mistakes and exaggerated points differences all impacted his nerves and made him breathless. Have you given up now? As a forward, you are desperate when faced with such a point difference? Shouldn't you score more goals to turn the team into a victory? Kamichi said as he passed by Kira after the game, I thought you were here. What can excite me is really boring, and the so-called treasure only goes so far. Kira raised his head feebly and met the eyes looking down at him. The sharp but true words kept piercing his heart. I am a striker. Just after you came off the field, that guy scored 3 points in a row. It was so scary. We obviously stopped attacking and retreated to our own half of the court. But you really just went back at that time. Are you really not afraid of being overturned? The football minister was beside Shania talking about the aftermath of the last game. Hearing this, Shania put down his mobile phone. Have you evolved under pressure? But no matter what, if you can be overturned, that's okay. It's time to go to the national competition. Wouldn't our team be useless without me? Ah, this is true. Ignoring the somewhat embarrassed minister, the schedule started at 1 o'clock. The opponent in the next round of the competition was surprisingly Yunnan High School, which is the school where the protagonist Ji Shiai of Blue Prison is located. The controller of the court, Ji Shiai. In the later period, there was almost only one person who could not keep up with the rhythm of the field. He could not even participate in the game, and even if he worked hard to train his attributes this year, he had almost no attributes. Changes: the system only has one settlement opportunity before entering the blue prison. In other words, the next game is the last chance to improve myself before the plot begins. I must completely control the so-called space control ability through this game, and it is best to evolve it into Beyond the Horizon. Otherwise, the attribute advantages I have through early awakening the system will be gradually erased by the abnormal abilities in the later stage. If my performance is mediocre, I will not be able to obtain good characteristics through settlement. In the end, I will fall behind step by step. I can't fully count on the functions that have not yet been unlocked. Var. So, Ji Shiai, let me take a good look at the talent hidden under this rough stone of yours. Then, let me swallow them all. Chapter 3 Desperate Dead Chess. National: as long as you win this game, you can go to National. Stepping onto the green field, Ji Shiai's breathing became tense. Although Kirarigi, the pre-match favorite, was unexpectedly eliminated, it does not mean that our opponents have become weaker. On the contrary, they are undoubtedly strong opponents after defeating Matsukaze Kuro High School with a big score. Uncle Nian clapped his hands to signal the team members to assemble and lectured loudly. But the opponent's offense relies entirely on forward Mitsuken Shinichi, and in the last game, Shinichi left the field early after leading by a big score, and then Ryusuke Kira scored 3 points in a row. It can be said that this is a great success regardless of offense or defense. A one-man team. G. Do you still remember the purpose of football? The sudden question startled Ji Shi, who was in a daze, but he quickly reacted and replied loudly, "Ah, yes. Football is one for all for one. That's right. Everyone is for one, and I am for everyone. Football is a sport for 11 people. The team members help each other to make you stronger. This unity is our advantage." Jianji has come to his senses. The coach he didn't want to reprimand the players before the game, but continued to lecture, "Always remember this, and then fight without regrets." Oh. Your name is Ji Shiai, right? The competition has not yet started, and when Ji was preparing to do some preparatory activities to warm up, a young man came from the preparation table opposite. "I have read your information, and you have his strength was beyond his peers, but there was no news when he reached high school." Hey? Well, With such straightforward words, Ji Shiai couldn't tell for a moment whether he was stating the facts or talking rubbish, but the other party didn't care about Ji's embarrassment and kept talking. Said, "So I went to look at your high school game videos again, and I don't think that you were ignored by everyone because of your lack of talent. Your talent has not disappeared, it has just been sealed by something else. In the next competition, I hope you can keep this in mind." Almost everything that should be said was said, and Shiniai did not wait for Ji to reply. Then he turned around and left. "Remember, discard the unimportant things. I'm looking forward to your performance." Hey! Ji tilted his head in confusion. "What? That guy came over and said a lot of things and then left. It's really unclear. No. Maybe he just wants this effect? We can't be influenced by him. Ji suddenly awoke and quickly slapped her face with her hands to wake herself up. Don't think so much. There is only one goal for the next step, which is to win this game and then enter the national competition. Beep. The whistle blew and the game started, with Yunnan High School kicking off. Ji also rushed out instantly. Is it because there is that guy on the right? Most of the people on the opposite side are gathered on the left side. What should I do? Should I go straight to the ace facing me? Or should I avoid the opponent's strongest single target? After receiving the pass from his teammate, Ji Shi subconsciously observed the situation on the field. No, the left side is too crowded, there is no room to break through. The opponent is completely plotting to let us attack the right side. In this case, Senior, charge forward. Ji loudly instructed his teammates to move. Yes, he didn't know the strength of the opponent's ace, so it would be the worst idea to rush forward and engage in a hard power collision, but it was impossible for one person to hold such a large space, as long as his teammates could support him. Hey! Ji suddenly stopped. How come? There is no passing route at all. He is just standing in front of me, but no matter whether he changes direction to break through or passes the ball, as long as he is close to the opponent, the option is blocked. The distance is also very good. What? Aren't you going to attack? Shania asked, looking at Ji's troubled expression. If you can't come over, then I will. What do you mean? Are you going to press? Pressing when the defense behind him is so empty? Isn't he afraid of making mistakes at all? It was obvious that the game had just begun, but sweat couldn't stop falling from his forehead. Ji could only use the remaining words. Guang kept scanning the field, hoping to find a route that could defeat Shania. No one on the court will give you so much time to think, you scumbag. Ji hesitated for a moment and stepped forward to press further. You really came forward. Then as long as word spreads, it's not a lie, right? Seeing that Shen Yi ignored the ground and pressed forward, Ji subconsciously pushed the ball across. You are only one person anyway. Even if the defensive range is large enough, as long as you pass the ball back and forth for a few rounds, you will eventually lose sight of one thing. Ji thought so, but the ball just passed, he shouted in disbelief as soon as word spread. Looking back, Shania stopped abruptly almost as soon as the football was passed out, and then his whole body bounced off the ground like a spring that was compressed to the extreme. The speed of the football was almost the same as that of the football being passed across the ball. No, the football is still faster, but this is not enough in advance. As soon as the ball is stopped, the defender will be in place? No. At his level, it is difficult to even stop the ball. He does not have any time to make moves. He alone relies on him, it will definitely be intercepted directly. Anticipating what would happen next, Ji immediately cancelled his plan to distance himself and pass the ball back and forth, and instead followed Shania to prepare to meet his teammates. But what Ji Shi didn't expect was that he thought he had thought the worst, but in fact he still overestimated his teammates. Facing Shania, who was rushing towards him with great momentum, the strong sense of pressure and the possibility of losing the ball caused the unknown passerby to make a mistake even at the very beginning of stopping the ball. After the ball came into contact with his instep, the flight path rose upward slowly. And marching firmly. Well, strictly speaking, this may not be a mistake in a high school level game, but it just failed to completely stop the football. In fact, the movement of the football has been greatly slowed down, and it only flew less than half a meter away from the players. The distance stopped. If this kind of stop was placed on the players of the mysterious power in the East, it would probably be praised to a certain extent. But his opponent is Shania. Even in such a short distance, it only takes one step to bring the football back under control. But for Shania, who has already started to speed up, the time of this step is enough. I saw Shania rushing over and reaching out to block the opponent's body. With 91 points of strength, the opponent was completely at a disadvantage in the fight for the ball. Shania couldn't even touch the football and was stuck behind him. At this point, football has officially fallen into Shania's control. Isn't it too fast to throw the ball away? Although she complained silently in her heart, Ji did not stop her movements, standing in front of the turning Shania and forming a double team with her teammates who were stuck behind Shania. However, Kamiichi turned slightly sideways and used his shoulder to block the passerby on the right side. He first moved the ball back with his left foot to avoid Ji's steal, and then lifted the ball over Ji's barely raised right foot, and then passed the ball from the left. He rushed out and passed the ball easily. Ji, on the other hand, rashly stretched out her foot to steal, and then realized that Shania's purpose was too high to barely raise her foot to block. Finally, Ji fell to the ground in a half-split position and was unable to catch up. And without Ji Shii, who was the only one who could limit Shen Yi, the remaining miscellaneous fish could not resist Shen Yi's footsteps no matter how many they had. They couldn't even stop Shen Yi through active fouls, they could only watch him. Constantly changing directions and feinting, he coolly toyed with the entire defense and scored easily. The opponent doesn't even need anyone else's help. We can't defend the opponent just by relying on our trump card. In terms of defense, I also let my ace take charge of one side of the field. The score is still behind, which means I have to break through Shania's defense and get the score back to have any chance of victory. Thinking of this, Ji became more and more irritable, but what should I do? My dribbling was obviously not enough, and the pass just now was already the limit. Shania's distance control during defense almost blocked the 90-degree passing space directly in front of me. If I wanted to avoid his defense, I could only pass crosswise, but the crosswise pass was not strong enough to get rid of his entanglement. Ji Shii couldn't help but look at the young man who was still calm despite being surrounded by his teammates to celebrate. In a trance, the tall figure kept enlarging, blocking the sky and the sun in front of the goal and blocking the road to the national competition. The game had just begun, and despair was already welling up in my heart like a tide. This is a dead game. Chapter 4:3:0, Turning Point? Shen Yi looked at the somewhat absent-minded Ji and couldn't help but frown. According to the theory of Huixin Shiba, when the goal is too high, anxiety and boredom cannot be balanced, and it is difficult for people to reach the optimal state, which is the so-called flow. Is the pressure too much? No, you can't think so. Shen Yi quickly rejected his idea. He had tried his best to restrain himself. If he let go again, it would certainly allow Ji Shiyi to enter the flow state, but the talent displayed in the face of a goal of that level is not worthy of spending so much effort to devour it. Shania must admit that he took it for granted. Today's Ji is really weak and has no understanding of his own weapons. Even if Ji Shii evolves once in the plot and can correctly use the spatial perception ability, it will have no value to him who has the characteristics of a chess player. According to my own estimation, my current ability to control the court should be second only to Transcendence, and maybe even today's Rin cannot satisfy me. After all, today's Rin's ability to control the court is different from that of Ji Du who has just awakened himself. No matter how hard it is, you can only win by luck in the end. Shen Yi shook his head. You made a mistake, then don't waste time and end this as soon as possible. After the long-awaited Shen Yi failed to realize his expectations, he unreasonably prepared to vent his anger on Ji Shiyi. Then it depends on your resilience. Don't let me destroy you like this, Ji Shiyi. The gap in individual combat power is too obvious, and the tactical strategy of placing a bus has completely locked up our possibilities. And it doesn't mean that we can defeat Shania's defense and we will have no worries. Ji Shi gritted his teeth and his brain was working rapidly. Pieces of puzzle pieces were flying toward him in a daze, but as soon as he got closer, they would continue to break in mid-air. The half-court is only so big in total. Although the defensive players are mostly concentrated on one side, it is so big. The accumulation of too many personnel will eventually encounter players who come back from defense. There is absolutely no possibility of breaking through. In the final analysis, even if the top teams face the lower tier teams that have set up a bus, it is not so easy to break through the gate. Gee! What are you thinking? The sudden roar pulled Ji Shii out of his thoughts. Unexpectedly, the football was passed to him. Ji subconsciously caught it, but at the same time, Shania had already moved closer. Damn it! You shouldn't lose your mind at this time. No, we can't get over this distance. We have to pass. Increase the intensity this time. Ji Shii made a strong kick and passed the ball, but Shania, who was about to rush to steal the ball, suddenly stopped his forward momentum the moment Ji Shii took off his foot, and immediately ran and jumped up, blocking Ji's passing route with ease. Steals? It's like this again. As long as I pass the ball, it's not right. It's different from the previous goal. That goal was when the opponent saw me passing the ball and used the same physical fitness as cheating to stop and change direction to chase the ball. In the end, they arrived at the same time as my teammates received the ball. But this time he started to move when I passed the ball. So he was able to directly intercept my pass. But I obviously passed the ball on impulse. It was the opponent's forward movement and the impression left by the opponent's strong personal strength that scared me. I judged that I would definitely be intercepted when I dribbled the ball, so I subconsciously the ball was passed. Ji had a flash of light. God's actions will cause the opponent to react, and by predicting the opponent's reaction, you can 100% predict the opponent's actions and take action. Shania predicted our actions and completely controlled the entire court. Ji looked in disbelief at Shania, who trotted back to the half after scoring another goal. The face of Gujing Mubo seemed to be a little playful in a trance, and illusory puppet strings fell from the sky and connected to the limbs and even heads of everyone on the field. However, each puppet thread continued to emit fragments that combined to piece together a scene of victory. Ji's eyes widened and he kept observing Shania's movements. Shania is not omnipotent. He is indeed one step behind in passing before he can predict. Although after the prediction is successful, not only the offensive line near him, but also the passing is locked, but on the other hand, as long as he predicts if it fails, his action of intercepting the pass will also become a mistake. In other words, as long as we can break free from the control of the puppet line, Shania, who controls us through the puppet line, will not be able to remedy it immediately. Shen Yi wanted to end it quickly, so he stopped using all his firepower. However, Shen Yi, who was more powerful than the previous ball, did not overwhelm Ji Shii. On the contrary, he wanted to follow the puppet line falling from the sky. Climb up step by step, to the sky. So the first thing to do is to get rid of Shania's prediction, but how to do it? Or what does Shania rely on as the basis for prediction? Habit? But before this game, I mostly controlled the ball to break through by myself. Definitely is there something I didn't notice, what is it? Thinking of this, Ji simply took the initiative to catch the ball, and then made an unexpected long pass. The teammate who caught the ball was even guarded by defensive players at this time, and it took a lot of effort to prevent the ball from being lost. Didn't move at all? Didn't even consistently press forward to press the ball holder? Even if I made such an outrageous move? That means it was an instant judgment. But do people trust their own instant judgment so much? There was not even a little hesitation. Change your actions? But we have already taken a step forward. Now that we know that God makes instant judgment, we can change our immediate actions and it will work. But I don't know exactly how Shania makes the judgment. The movements of his legs? The sight of the ball holder? The orientation of his body? How can he be deceived by changing it? But no matter which one it is, there is no way to prove it without trying. Here. Thinking of Gigi shouting for the ball and running back to the center line to stop the ball steadily, sure enough, even Shania can't defend the center line, and based on the timing when he would rush forward before, the center line is 10 meters, as long as it passes this distance, Shinai will step forward to press. Then as long as you stay close to this distance, you can continue to explore and understand the mystery of God's prediction. Then G dribbled the ball forward and suddenly raised his foot to shoot, but stopped immediately when he touched the football. No reaction. What about this time? G made another move to pass the ball horizontally. This time his movements were even more exaggerated, and his entire center of gravity shifted significantly, but Shinai remained unmoved. As if he saw what Shi wanted to do, he said helplessly, "You seem to have seen my defensive area and want to do some testing, but you are not far from the center line, and the position of your teammates is not good, then long shots and passes with no chance are no threat at all. What reaction do you want me to have? Did you make me laugh by complimenting you on your clown performance?" G was a little embarrassed. He was too focused on his own conclusion. Come to think of it, the previous 2 times were their attempts to break through with multiple people. In that way, whether they continued to dribble in or pass the ball, they would be very threatening, so Shinai would active defense. So we can only test it out through more risky sprints. There is no other way. The score is overwhelmingly unfavorable, so we can only go up. G gritted his teeth and took the ball forward. Sure enough, as long as he passed this range, Shinai would be there. Come forward, then now. G lightly licked the football with the instep of her left foot and changed direction to the right, but her right foot immediately controlled the football that was about to escape. G controlled the football between her legs while changing the direction as much as possible. Damn it! In this case, you have to react no matter what. As long as I see through the mystery of your prediction, I can. To Ji Shiai's expectation, Shinai did not hesitate at all. No matter how Ji Shiai changed his dribbling method, the position of touching the ball, the change of center of gravity, or the movement of his waist, Shinai could accurately judge Ji Shiai's true attitude, intentions, and responding accordingly block his path. The distance between the two sides is getting closer. 5 meters. 3 meters. 2 meters. No more, let's make another oxtail. Ji Shiai, you are really unexpectedly single-threaded. Did you ignore the first goal because of the brilliance of the second goal? God raised his foot and destroyed Ji Shiai's lame move. Letting the football escape Ji's control, Shinai deftly bypassed Ji Shiai. Ji Shiai didn't even finish turning around, and Shinai had already dribbled the ball across the center line. Damn it, I didn't test it out at all. How did this guy make his judgment? Also, I thought I was relatively flexible, but when facing this guy, my turn was as clumsy as the U-turn of an aircraft carrier. Beep. 2:03:0. Oh no, he's just a monster. It's so unlucky to be grouped with a guy like this. You are. Yeah, there's nothing we can do about it. It's been pretty good for us so far. What are you talking about? Yes, after all, he was an opponent who even defeated Ryusuke Kira, so it's normal for him to lose. You guys, do you want to escape? The game has just begun? Wait, escape. Ji Shi subconsciously held his chin in thought. The pieces of the puzzle came together, his eyes were empty and focused. If God saw it, he would probably subconsciously complain, classic blue thread eyeliner. Yes. But as long as it is instant judgment, it cannot be separated from the reactions of the 5 senses, and the most important one is vision. Although I don't understand how Shinai makes the judgment, in fact, I don't need to deceive him. Just escape so that his vision cannot observe it. At this moment, Ji Shi smelled the smell of a goal for the first time in this game. Chapter 5 Epilogue. Hey? Did you avoid me on purpose? Shen Yi glanced around and saw Ji Shi on the other side, who had mixed in with the crowd. Hiss, is it because of me that Ji Shi has awakened to the eye now? Use it. Interesting, if so, maybe this game is not completely meaningless. Then let me see what you can do, Ji Shi. Shen Yi scanned the opponent's formation with great interest. Except for Ji Shiyi's initiative to change positions, there were almost no changes, and Shen Yi did not deliberately look for it. Still guarding one side as before. There are many ways to use the eye. As long as I can learn a little bit about it, it won't be a waste for me to spend so much effort. Shenai kept scanning the passers-by who were hesitating and not daring to attack, while secretly observing with his peripheral vision. Are you deliberately using other people's bodies as a shield? You will basically disappear behind others after a while, but what's the point? Relying on others as a human wall will also limit your teammates' passing routes. No. Where are the people? In Shenai's sight, Ji Shi's figure passed each player, but at a certain position, his figure was blocked by others and then disappeared inexplicably from Shenai's sight. With almost no hesitation, Shen Yi decided to go directly to attack the backup player holding the ball. He did not think this was the most reasonable, but on the contrary, he planned to take the initiative to expose the flaw and give Ji Shiyi a chance to act. Then what will you do next? The assassin hiding in the shadows has one and only one chance to make a difference. Where will you use this blow? Shen Yi quickly approached the backup player holding the ball, his mind racing at the same time. Operation. Aren't you coming out yet? You're about to steal it already, Are you really coming out? In the peripheral vision, Ji Shi's figure flashed towards the goal. He turned his head subconsciously, and that was the flaw in this moment. The little player who was about 3 meters away suddenly shot towards the other side of Ji Shi. Even though Shenai still made a scorpion tail swing with inhuman reaction to try to intercept, it only slightly changed the flight of the football. Trajectory. The football was eventually caught by another high school player from Ichino High School who started sprinting at the same time as Kishi's figure flashed to attract Kamichi's attention. Ichino High School dribbled the ball behind Shenai for the first time. Instead of avoiding me yourself, you are using avoiding me as a bait. Is the ultimate goal to avoid my teammates' actions? That's great. Not only did you understand the use of blind spots, but you also used your own presence to guide other people's sights. I really have you, Ji Shi. After breaking through Shenai's defense, their team's defense became a bit chaotic. The defender subconsciously wanted to set up defense, and the originally airtight and crowded defense line quietly opened a tiny gap. But for Ji Shi, this was enough. He instantly ran out of the blind spot behind the defensive defender. The forward of Yunnan High School remembered Ji's instructions, and when the opponent's defender switched to cover, passed it to Ji. It's really amazing, Ji, everything was as you expected. I saw Ji receiving the ball in an extremely dangerous position and quickly changing direction to deceive the only defender who could stop him. He faced the goalkeeper and shot straight into the blind corner. Even though the goalkeeper reacted, he still missed by an inch. Originally they were just unwilling to give in. Under Ji's command, they only wanted to fight for the last time. The pupils of the group, which were somewhat dimmed by Shenai's overwhelming strength, once again flashed with the light of hope. Nice score, so if so, this game is not without. You won't stand a chance. A dull voice sounded in the stadium, and Ji Shi's eyes suddenly widened. He saw a figure rushing into the goal like a god descending from the earth, and with an overhead kick, he kicked the football that had already passed the goalkeeper's fingertips. Bang! The trajectory of the football suddenly rose upwards under the force of the force, and Shenai's body also fell heavily to the ground. Then he quickly got up and revealed a bright but terrifying smile in Ji Shi's eyes. So I said, how could you forget the first goal? Shen rushed forward to seize the landing spot of the football, and even had time to talk trash to Ji. The so-called prediction is not worth mentioning at all. What I really rely on is my speed and reaction ability, so what if I'm a step slower? As if to prove his words, Shenai jumped up, squeezed away his opponent, grabbed the football, and rushed straight towards Ji. This time, he didn't even make any fake moves at all. He just changed direction and accelerated and ran over Ji Shi's defense, you can't catch me even if I run for 3 seconds, turtle. That's right, after all, the chess player trait is just a blue grade, so how can it be compared with his powerful body that has been trained for a long time and has multiple entries? What's more, his ability to control the situation now only applies within the scope of his defense and offense, or within the scope of his chessboard. As a chess player, he can move according to his movements, that is, actions. Calculate the other party's actions to achieve the purpose of trading. There was nothing he could do about it. After all, in his previous life, he just watched games for fun. The only time he really understood how to practice football was when he entered high school. He was able to reach the current level thanks to genius entry for his golden qualities. Now he is just like Nagi. He is talented and at the same time lacks a lot of in-depth understanding of football compared to those who started playing football since childhood. This is also where Kamichi plans to improve in the Blue Prison. Although Shinai has said that it is difficult to improve Rin's control ability now, it seems that his ability to control the court is already very strong, but in fact, Rin himself in the early stage of Blue Prison was just imitating his brother. It's just a fake of the tactic. In other words, Rin's current level can only control players of this level, and in U20 games, Rin's control ability is basically ineffective against U20 defenders. After all, Rin's football is essentially a style of play that destroys everything. The fact that he can reach this level by forcefully doing something he is not good at is already a reflection of his talent. As for the court, it goes without saying that Shinai got the ball, and God came back with another goal. For Yunnan High School, this goal was like the last straw that broke the camel's back. Beep. When the whistle sounded, Ji Shiai pointed at himself in disbelief. Substitute me. Are you kidding me? Without my dribbling, how could they? I have found Shinai's defensive loophole. Although this time it failed, but as long as we do a better job, as long as the passes are connected faster, and we can let people delay Shinai's return to defense. Then how long do you have to try to become proficient, and how many goals will the opponent score before you can do it? The middle-aged coach scolded seriously. Ji wanted to open his mouth to retort, but the corners of his mouth squirmed, and his vocal cords seemed to be blocked. Hibiki couldn't make any sound. Seeing Ji like this, the coach couldn't bear it. He asked Ji to sit down and sighed, Ji, you have done very well. I can see that you have never given up and are constantly looking for ways. But there's no chance for this game, you can do it again next year. But your seniors are already in their senior year of high school. For most of them, this may be their last chance to play in a regular game in their lives. Although I'm sorry for your hard work, those seniors who gave you the opportunity to win the main selection for the victory, now that the result has been decided, let them finally experience the game. Ji didn't respond. He lowered his head and his absent-minded eyes no longer looked at everything on the court. He just stared at his sneakers. If I can play that ball better, the angle is a little trickier, if that goal could have been scored, would everything have been different? The teammates, the coach, would it still be there? Do you have any expectations for victory? Damn! I'm so unwilling. Ji squeezed his shorts tightly, his body kept shaking, and big tears kept dripping from Ji Shiai's blue eyes. Forward Ji Shiai's last game before entering the Blue Prison ended on the bench. Chapter 6 Legend? Ambition. Ji Shen dropped the little pearl. Looking at Ji Shiai with his head lowered on the bench, Shen Yi speculated maliciously, but recalling what just happened, he couldn't help but clenched his fists. No wonder so many people want to kill him. It's really uncomfortable to feel like you're one step ahead. After taking a long breath, Shinai shook the messy thoughts out of his mind and began to summarize Ji Shiai's actions. Use of eyes, blind spots, attracting attention. Shen Yi, who was muttering to himself, even started practicing directly on the court. First of all, the entire team's formation broke away from the bus, and Shen Yi no longer took the initiative. Holding the ball, but acting as a wingman to draw firepower for teammates. Unfortunately, I don't know whether his use of eyes is too immature or his sense of presence is too strong. He is always unable to use other people's bodies as a cover to gain a blind spot in his field of vision, because all the other players are staring at him. Even as long as he after halftime, someone will come over to keep tabs on you. Of course, this also resulted in the effect of using the sense of presence to attract the attention of teammates to be too good. In the remaining time, Shaniai's teammates actually took the opportunity to score 2 goals. It's really no reference value at all. Shaniai shook his head helplessly and asked to be replaced. At the moment he came off the field, a voice he had not heard since he woke up the system when he was 5 years old rang in his ears again. Ding! The game is over, the plot has officially started, the skills option has been unlocked, you have unread messages *3. Unsettled sessions detected and settled automatically for you. Current settlement time, 1 year, you receive the following rewards. You can select 2 features, and duplicate features will be automatically merged. Shen Yi's eyes widened. It wasn't the system that had been dormant for several years that reappeared. He knew early on that it was a bug that caused the system to wake up early. He also roughly guessed that it would reappear as long as certain conditions were met. Return to normal operations. What surprised him most was that not only did the system automatically settle the settlement for him, but he could actually choose 2 settlement rewards. He thinks that although he was excellent this year, he did not do anything outstanding. He only won a low-level archery competition and now plays football and has just passed the county competition to qualify for the national competition. He has also done more amazing things before. Yes, but without exception, you can only choose 1 characteristic reward. Is it because in the world of Blue Prison, football is the main business, so the settlement rewards for football are better? Or is it that the plot has begun and the system has unlocked more functions? While thinking, Shaniai opened the list of rewards. He was very pragmatic and wanted to get the benefits first and then study the others later. Optional features. 1 Marksman, blue. Whether it is a bow or a football, your shooting accuracy is staggering. Being named a marksman, you will have improved accuracy in all sports that require aiming. 2 Learning ability, blue. From scratch, you have risen rapidly from scratch twice. Your progress has amazed the world. Your learning ability has been improved. When you learn a certain project from scratch, your increased entry speed. 3 Reflex nerves, purple. Your terrifying performance left a deep impression on the heart of the Son of Destiny, Ji Shai. Your reflex nerves are recognized by him, and your reaction speed will be improved, Spirit +8. Selectable skills. 1 Zone, gold. After entering the best state for a short period of time during the game, you find the key to this legendary field that is considered a rip-off even in the second sports series. You will be able to actively enter the zone state, but the zone state remains. The time is determined by your current physical strength, ability value, concentration, and willpower, and the zone state will consume a lot of physical strength. Insufficient physical strength may increase the risk of injury, although the original setting is not invincible, but you can card based on your ability, bugs, and the work is pretty good. This is the last novice benefit for you at that time. Seeing this, Shen Yi even felt his heart beat a beat slower. What did it mean? This system had always been running mechanically. He thought the system was completely unconscious. But that's right, forget it if it's just an ordinary golden finger. The system looks like it's man-made. If in the fantasy world, he's so desperate that he vows to get rid of the system and the shackles of the mastermind behind the scenes, my fate is up to me. It's a pity that this is just a sports show and he doesn't have any special abilities. Even if someone controls him, what can he do? He can just go to sleep. Anyway, he would earn an extra day in his new life. He even told his previous life that if he had this opportunity, he would probably kneel down on the spot and recognize him as his adoptive father. What's more, now that the River Crab Master monitors all realms, he is not afraid of his private life being spied on. Shen Yi quickly felt relieved that the reward was over. Naturally, he chose the zone skill without hesitation, but when selecting the characteristics, he found two icons. There is a lock-shaped icon and a circle composed of two arrows. Shenai, who has played Gentang, can instantly understand the functions of these two options without looking at the system introduction. Isn't this just refreshing and locking? However, after taking a closer look at these two options, there is a number, refresh is 2, and lock is 10. There is no way, you still have to read the announcement honestly. So that's it. Although I can only choose one from all the characteristics at the time of settlement, the characteristics that have not been solidified and do not appear in the options will be converted into points and stored in the system. And my points are 114,514 points? What a stinky point! You saved the points for me even if you didn't open it. You are more considerate than my mother. My mother helped me save the red envelope and didn't know where it ended up. Shen subconsciously complained, and after a brief hesitation, he chose the reflex nerve, purple, and then locked the marksman, blue. As for the learning ability, blue, it somewhat overlaps with the genius characteristics. And its role is more limited. A year ago, he would have hesitated, but now he is basically sure that he will keep playing football at least until the end of the plot, instead of trying everything like before. This feature, it's really a bit tasteless. What's more, he doesn't have a clear idea of the difficulty of obtaining points, so he naturally doesn't intend to waste them. After selecting the reward, Shenai opened the system message. First of all, after the system returned to normal operation, he would not be able to choose the settlement time independently. Instead, the system would automatically settle according to the plot. Shenai estimates that it will be synchronized with the elimination process of each stage in the blue prison, and each stage will be settled once. The second is the opening of the points system. Unfortunately, the standard mall of the system only has some injury recovery potions and auxiliary training props. Not only is it not like the general system mall that has sky-high but unbelievable props, attributes cannot be used for points. There is no improvement, not even physical strength recovery potions, which clearly will not provide any assistance to Shenai during the game. However, it is also in line with the tendency of this system to act on its own if it wants to become stronger. Although Shenai will not deny that he cheated, you must know that the characteristics at the beginning were all that he started from a blank slate without any bonuses, and used his own performance recognized by the system. Even if he is a reborn person, getting recognized by the system is far from easy as imagined. After all, even if his attributes are stacked up now, and his performance on the court is so good, only one purple characteristic appears during settlement. Even if he scored countless goals this year, the marksman characteristics he showed were only blue level. How difficult it was for him to obtain blue level genius characteristics without bonuses. But having said that, Shenai still felt that it was a pity, otherwise he would have spent all the points he had saved for 10 years to buy attributes, and tomorrow he would have dared to go to Noel Noah for a duel. Of course, accordingly, the system has opened a training camp system, which can be used by paying points. The training camp can only be entered after entering deep sleep, and it costs 1 point every 8 hours. It might not seem like much at first glance. Isn't it just that there are 8 more hours of training time every day? Although the blue prison is drawn for a long time, in fact the time span is not large, from the time you enter to the end, there are only a few days in total. But the most important thing is actually the last sentence. Only abilities that are used and recognized in the training camp will be solidified into skills, and after being solidified into skills, they will have additional effects. This shows that the training camp system will be the only way for him to obtain skills other than system settlement in the future. Not to mention that the system provides points. There are other functions that can be used in the training camp, but this will not be known until he experiences it tonight. The last piece of news is the system's classification of attributes. According to the system's classification, without considering skill characteristics, the average attribute of 70 to 80 is considered a mixed level of second and third rate, 80 to 90 is barely considered first rate, and 90 to 95 is the true third rate. In the first echelon, 95 to 100 is the pinnacle of mankind. Generally speaking, this is the limit. Many times, the undisputed number 1 in a certain sport in an era may not have an attribute that reaches 100. But there are always monsters with inhuman talents who can break the rules, and these people are no longer limited to being the first in an era, but have enlarged their horizons to the entire river of time. Not only did they suppress such deeds without any controversy, a generation wants to be the number 1 in the entire history, to instill awe in the hearts of those who come after, to make people think it is impossible to surpass, and to eventually become a true legend. For example, Bolt's burst speed is an appalling 106 points. You must know that according to the system's division, every 10 points of regular attributes after 100 points can be improved by 1 point. In other words, even if Shen Yi later trains his speed to 100, Bolt in terms of special attributes, it is equivalent to 6 more purple characteristics than him, and it may even be more. After all, the purple characteristic obtained by Shen Yi this time only adds 8 points of attributes. The Mamba body with plus 10 attributes may be considered the best in the purple grade. You can imagine how terrifying the realm above 100 is. Shen Yi fell back and lay on the bed, raised his long and slender palms to block the light from the chandelier, and then clenched his fist hard. Legendary? Really? I'm obviously just here to have fun. It doesn't matter if I just kick around. Anyway, I've made enough money. I have to enjoy it when I travel through time. I also want to experience the happiness of capitalism. I obviously thought so. Shanai's raised hand suddenly dropped, blocking his eyes. You've made me so angry. Don't you think I'll also want to try to get my hands on the legendary throne above all living beings? Between the fingers, what flashed in Shen Yi's dark eyes was some kind of flame called ambition that he himself had never noticed. Chapter 7 Huixin Shiba's attention. Mr. Hui Xin, please eat some normal meals occasionally, eh? Are you watching the player's game highlights? In the dim room, Dijin Zingli held a stack of documents aside and saw that Hui Xin was very serious. He asked subconsciously while staring at the screen intently. Ah, yes, I didn't expect that in this football desert country, there is such a relic that has not been discovered. Xin Shiba picked up the noodles and swallowed them. Anri, what if you come to see it? Woolen cloth. Anri Dijin was startled. Jinpachi rarely asked her for her opinion, so she quickly leaned over and watched the video carefully. Ah, so handsome. Ah, no. I mean, it's so fast. What? So fast? Hey. What is this? Anri concealed her slip of the tongue with some guilt, but the scene that followed made her unable to remain calm anymore, and she shouted exaggeratedly. Mr. Xin. Look at this turning speed and foot movements. And isn't the opponent the treasure of Japanese football who is very popular recently? He passed it so easily. And this shot. One person challenged the entire line defense. That's right, what Ishin Jihachi showed Anri was the video of the previous game in which Kamiichi stepped on a bicycle and took a spin to pass Kira Ryasuke. That agile figure deeply attracted Anli's attention. Mr. Xin, this player is so good. Even Itoji's younger brother, Itoji Rin, can't compare to him. Such a player has always been unknown before, like those guys from the Football Association. Thinking of this, Anri gritted her teeth. They obviously wanted to save the country, but a group of moths kept holding them back. Xin Jihachi adjusted his glasses indifferently, and after all the game videos were played, he clapped his hands and interrupted Anri's gritted teeth. Okay, Anri, first tell me what you think of him. As for me, I think his skills are very good, and his dribbling skills are very good, by the way. His defense is also very good. He can guard half of the court by himself. Of course, as a forward, his shooting is also very good. Very threatening, most shooting angles are great. Henri tapped her chin with her finger. After thinking for a while, she expressed her feelings. The more she spoke, the more excited she became. She couldn't help clenching her fists. Sure enough, what we did is not meaningless. As long as we give them a good, the environment can definitely produce the best forward in the world. So that's it, is this what a layman thinks? Eshinjiba didn't have Henri's sentimentality at all, and fell straight back, leaning on the backrest casually. Well, from a mediocre point of view that's probably true. Goo, layman, mediocrity. Eshinjiba ignored Henri's resentful eyes and pulled the progress bar. In my opinion, he is like a child, immature, innocent, and has simple ideas. Hey, I obviously think he is very powerful. Henri muttered noncommittally, and then looked at Eshinjiba cautiously. Don't Mr. Huixin think highly of him? Not optimistic? How is it possible? Could it be that what I just said is so ambiguous in the eyes of mortals? Eshinjiba stopped the mouse and the screen scrolled again. This time, what was shown was that Shen Yi was attracted by Ji Shiyi. At that moment, Jinpachi would drag the mouse again after playing, and play again and again and again. Well, I was ridiculed again. And the expressions of sarcasm were different these times. Henri pouted unhappily, but she couldn't help but observe Jinpachi carefully when she noticed Jinpachi's weird behavior. Well, is there anything special here? After looking at it for a long time, Xingli, who really didn't see the clue, could only raise her hands in surrender and asked. Eshinjihachi didn't expect Henri to see anything. He raised his finger and pointed at the screen. Look, this guy is the opponent's strongest attacker, and when the opponent avoids direct combat and starts running, Shinai's attention was mobilized very casually. Especially when the opponent uses the defensive player's body to cover itself, and looking at the current position of the ball holder, it can be easily concluded that the opponent's ace is in a situation where he cannot get the ball through a pass no matter what. But he still subconsciously prioritizes blocking this non-threatening direction, and does not focus on the ball holder, which gives the ball holder space to pass the ball, which leads to subsequent loss of position. The defensive position also relies on my better physical fitness. I want to expand my defensive area, so I concluded that this kind of defense that wants everything, but is full of loopholes in the eyes of experts, also looks like it when bullying these mediocre people. Just enough. The light reflected from the lenses obscured Jinpachi's eyes, making it difficult to see his expression clearly, but the clenched fists subconsciously still showed his excitement. However, it is precisely because of these shortcomings that his talents are highlighted even more. It can even be said that in terms of football, he is a complete amateur and a third-rate player. But his physical fitness has completely exceeded this level. Even against the top players, he is only slightly disadvantaged, and some of his abilities are even worse. Beyond. Eshinjiba is actually very respectable. Although she possesses the gold-level genius characteristics, Shinai can match the hard training of ordinary people for more than 10 years with a little practice, but in Eshinjiba's view, even ordinary people can. Even if you practice for 100 years, it will still be the same garbage. You must know that even the 300 people selected into the Blue Prison are full of geniuses, and many of them have been playing football since childhood. In his opinion, they are just a bunch of uncivilized trash who cannot awaken and will be cleaned up. Not to mention that Shinai just focused on practicing some dribbling skills this year. After all, entering the Blue Prison requires reshaping his own football concepts. So Shinai simply doesn't learn these things, and saves himself. If you tear down and rebuild, you can easily be led astray by a mediocre coach like Ji Shii at the beginning. That's it, it means he is very talented. Daijin Xingli flipped through the files with great interest. Well, I found it, Guangxian Shinai. Hey! Isn't this our biggest sponsor? Looking at that face, Henri had no impression, because Shen Yi just sent an agent to negotiate the contract, and Henri had never met him. But he turned out to be a rich man worth 2 billion in a flash. Even though Henri had been running around for this blue prison recently and read countless contracts, she still thought of it immediately, but this made her frown a little. Mr. Exon. But I feel like he is not the type who cares about football very much. Henri recalled the wishes conveyed by the other party's agent during the negotiation. I'm very interested in your ideas, and I plan to come in and play around with it. That's what the other party said. By the way, Henri complained over and over again and continued to look at the information, but then she screamed urgently, he just kicked. Can you play football like this after just 1 year? Mr. Huixin, this is definitely a genius. Exon Jiba sat on a chair and plugged his ears with his hands. After Henri calmed down, he said feebly, of course I know, but don't worry, he won't lose interest casually. Exon Shiba stared at the screen, which was Shinai rehearsing the use of blind spots in the remaining games. This type of guy is like a beast. Although they may not even realize it, as long as you will never stop when you feel hungry. In other words, this kind of guy will tirelessly attack as long as there is a target in front of him, unless he gets bored of winning. It's the so-called beast, a monster with ever-expanding ambitions. Hey, what if you keep winning? Wouldn't you lose interest? Henri. I really didn't expect that your brain could be so slow. Even Huixin Shiba was a little speechless. He tapped his temple. If he keeps winning, that doesn't mean he has become the world's #1 striker? For us, our wish has come true. After saying that, without waiting for Henri to refute, he arranged for her to go down to work. However, when Henri saw what Exon Shiba wanted, she still asked responsibly out of professionalism, who is the person in charge of the German club Basta Munich? Phone number? Is there something Mr. Hui Xin failed to communicate well. No, it's just that after seeing him, I feel that some of my previous plans were a bit conservative. I plan to make some small changes. Huixin Shiba pushed up his glasses and showed a weird smile. In order to provide our beasts with the greatest degree of hunger, I want the true world's #1 to provide our rough stones with a course that will last a lifetime. Back to our protagonist, Shinai naturally didn't know that his game was being paid close attention to by Exon Shiba, and even changed his original plan for him. Even if he knows, he doesn't care, because now, he is facing greater trouble. He was summoned by the boss. Chapter 8 Legendary Training Camp. That night, after Shen fell asleep, his consciousness continued to sink. He didn't know how long it had passed before he suddenly opened his eyes, and what he saw was a white space with no visible boundaries. You have entered the Legendary Training Camp. You can customize the training camp and add training facilities and venues at will. All training in the Legendary Training Camp will not give any physical attribute feedback, but will change the body's muscle memory. Please choose exercise items carefully. It took Shinai a while to adapt before confirming that he was not traveling through time again but entering a new function of the system. He raised his hand to call up the system. After some operations, the white space changed rapidly. The astringent smell of earth and grass penetrated the nose, and the monotonous white background compressed and deformed like a real thing, turning into white clouds hanging in the air. In just a moment, the originally empty space turned into a standard football field. Shen Yi looked around and found nothing missing, and nodded with satisfaction. I can't believe I'm actually sleeping now. This perception is too real. He even pinched his thigh hard, and the pain nerves faithfully transmitted the feeling to the brain, but Shinai still had no feeling of leaving the space. As expected of a paid project, it seems that there is no need to worry about suddenly waking up while training here then next. Shinai waved his hand, and complex but symmetrical lines appeared from the void. After a moment, they formed a magnificent and gorgeous magic circle. This is another paid item of the Legendary Training Camp, and it can even be said to be the real highlight. In fact, if you think about it, you can't increase your physical fitness even if you train in this training camp. If the training camp can only judge Shinai's ability and upgrade it to a skill, it will be impossible to charge for it. There's no need to create a customizable room. In fact, the real function of the legendary training camp is to summon those who have become legends and let them give special training to Shinai. At the same time, during the special training, Shinai has a chance to understand the skills and even characteristics of these legends. As for the summoning mechanism, it is very similar to Fate. If you use the Holy Relic as an assistant, you can summon it accurately. Without the Holy Relic, it can only be completely random. Of course, the Holy Relic here is naturally a characteristic. After all, characteristics are the manifestation of achievements in life, so it will naturally be easier to attract legendary figures who have achieved similar achievements. Therefore, when summoning using characteristics as a medium, there is a high probability of summoning characters with corresponding characteristics. Of course, in order to prevent the host from lacking characteristics worthy of being used as a medium, the system has also set up a lottery item very intimately. By paying points, you can obtain the temporary feature of can only be used as a summoning medium. 100 points are drawn 10 times, but you can only choose one of them as a medium to summon heroic spirits. The summoned heroic spirit is an unlocked character and can be summoned unlimited times as a sparring partner, but at the same time the temporary characteristics used during summoning will be consumed. However, if the characteristics of Shinai itself are used as a medium, it will not be consumed. The prices are surprisingly low. It seems that the value of points may be much higher than I thought. Fortunately, there is a bug. Judging from this, my points are completely enough. Looking at his balance, Shen Yi felt full of security and made a wave of 10 consecutive backhands. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining the following temporary features. Looking closely at the pupil, purple. Dexterous finger, gold. Actor, white. Ear-moving magic skill, blue. Genius, white. Sprint, blue. Strong-willed, white. Drink water to gain weight, blue. God's tongue, red gold. Body fragrance, blue. The god looked at the extracted characteristics with a strange expression. Not to mention that the characteristics were not explained, many characteristics had no meaning at all just by looking at their names. And why is the ear-moving magic skill a blue level? Didn't you deliberately put garbage to pollute the card pool? Take a long breath and think on the bright side, it's good that this lottery system doesn't include thank you for your patronage. After comforting himself, Shinai picked up his energy and directly ignored those weird characteristics and white level characteristics, focusing on one purple, one gold, and the red gold characteristics that Shinai had never seen before. You must know that when you upgraded your genius entry before, even if it was only one level short of blue, the genius entry could be promoted to gold and the entry would not turn into purple gold. From this point, Shinai could probably think of the legendary red grade is so rare. But you can't be blinded by the level. Although the level is high, God's tongue can tell at a glance what kind of heroic spirit is summoned. It can be said that it is not helpful at all. Shinai first reluctantly eliminated the highest level characteristics he had seen so far, and focused on the remaining 2 characteristics. Although the dexterous finger may not seem to be helpful for playing football at first glance, compared to the God's tongue, it can at least confirm that the summoned character's ability is based on physical talent, and it may also help me. But as expected, it's safer to keep a close eye on the pupil, especially since it involves the use of eyes. Well, I can't bear to let it go. God knows how much perseverance it took Shinai to give up those 2 characteristics. It was really because he had actually experienced the process of a talent from blue to purple, and finally upgraded to gold. So he knew better how big the improvement would be brought about by each level upgrade, but he still pressed his hand forcefully, selected the eye of the eye, purple, and directly used this feature to summon. But what if the dexterous fingers can summon which legendary goalkeeper? Then you can also get a lot of football-related teachings. What if Ronaldo is actually a cooking genius with the tongue of God? What if? After choosing Shinai, he was a little worried about the gains and losses, but the system would not wait for him. A crystal clear purple crystal slowly rose into the sky and merged into the summoning circle. The summoning circle lit up with a dazzling light. When the light dissipated, a bald man in a purple and gold jersey stared at him expressionlessly while holding a basketball. WTF? Kobo. God's eyes widened. And he was actually summoned by the boss? By the way, although Kobo does fit this characteristic, is his staring eyes only purple? Your genius characteristics have several levels, and of course other characteristics also have different levels. And you just got lucky and summoned me who also has this characteristic but at a higher level. Kobo seemed to have already entered the game mode as soon as he came up. He spat trash talk at Shinai with a stinking look on his face, giving him no chance to talk back. I can't read minds, it's just that stupid face of yours that tells you what's in your mind. It's all exposed, come on, don't waste my time, let me see your level. Well, I play football. Nonsense. I should have understood when I was summoned. Since you are playing football, use your feet to intercept me. Didn't you choose the focusing eye? It means you want this feature, so I will attack you guard. Keep staring at me. If you can guard against one of my goals, you will be able to keep an eye on me. Kobo acted swiftly and resolutely, and when he got the ball he was going to hit it with his back. As a result, as soon as he dribbled the ball, the basketball fell on the lawn. The soft grass could not provide enough rebound, so the basketball did not return to Kobo's hands, but rolled out leisurely. Far. Kamiichi quickly covered his mouth to barely stop laughing. Is that funny? Kobo's already dark face became more and more gloomy, and Kobo yelled at God, "Why don't you change this damn football stadium quickly?" After a while, the lawn was replaced by the floor, and everything was ready. Kobo stared at Shinai, holding the ball in both hands to perform a triple threat. Shinai watched Kobo put the ball very low, and subconsciously stepped to steal it. As a result, Kobo quickly collected the ball. Squeeze sideways and pull the lever for a layup. Damn, how stupid are you? You can fall for such an obvious test? You can't interrupt the opponent's rhythm, you can't hinder the offensive line, and you can't get the ball even if you touch it. What's the point of such a defense? Significance. Your defense is like that of a girl on the side of the road. You pretend to push her away, but in fact you have no intention of rejecting her at all. Do you really like being f'd by your opponent so much? Your vocabulary is really lacking. No wonder you haven't used a few classic trash words after playing football for so many years. High school dropouts are uneducated. The curse words hit Shenyi like a barrage. Even if the opponent is the boss, Shenyi can't unable to hold back his temper. He violently confronted Kobo Bryant and started to fight back for the first time through gritted teeth. Mingmingshan talked back to him at first, but Kobo became less arrogant at the beginning. You are starting to look like a man now. But what Shinai didn't expect was that while Kobo was talking to attract attention, his movements didn't stop at all. He turned around and put his elbow on Shinai's chest. The elbow was so powerful that Shinai almost couldn't breathe. Kobo went straight to the basket and dunked hard, then turned back and pointed at Shinai, but it's not enough. I was 100 times tougher than you when I was 6 years old, kid. Of course, if you think this is a foul, then I can cancel these actions as a preferential treatment for babies. After all, this is a level of confrontation between real men. Minors must be accompanied by their parents to watch. Damn it, you're such a mouthful, do it again. Shenyi slammed the floor hard, rubbed his burning chest and stood up. Even if I don't use my hands and feet, I can guard against this ball with Bigu, but you can be knocked down by me. If you like falling to the ground so much, why don't you learn hip-hop instead? There are a lot of ground moves in it. As a defensive player, the first thing you have to do is to hinder what the opponent wants to do, understand? Only by doing this can you be qualified to think about what you want to do, steal, and counterattack. You don't deserve to think about these things now. The only thing you have to think about is, why don't you let me score? Throughout the night, Shinai was tortured to death by Kobo. It was outrageous to defend the basketball with his feet, let alone Kobo who was holding the ball. And so far, this is the first time that Shinai has faced off against an opponent whose physical fitness is not weaker than his own or even stronger, but Kobo's use of his body is far better than his. Not to mention that Kobo also had countless little tricks and trash talk, which disturbed his mind. However, Shinai is not without gains, at least his wish at the end of the first chapter came true. Now, no one can talk to him in the blue prison. It wasn't because his strength improved overnight to the point where he could defeat everyone in the blue prison. It's just that after a night of trash talk with Kobo, there should be no guy in the entire blue prison with a worse mouth than him. Chapter 9 Blue Lock Start. By the way Shii, there is your letter. It seems to be from the Football Association. Shii, who returned home in a daze after playing the game, numbly stuffed food into his mouth, but still had to force a smile to prevent his parents from worrying. But the letter made his dead eyes shine again. Why? I was selected, an unknown player on a weak team that didn't even get national qualifications, and who didn't even get a chance to play in the end. But, this means, I still have a chance, this time, Leopard Horse, this is sent to you, but you haven't played football for a long time. The mother looked at Kyunki Leopard Horse with some worry. The child's injury made her feel particularly distressed, and she wished she could order him to never do such dangerous activities again. Sports, but she couldn't ignore the loneliness in the child's eyes. The father stuffed the letter into Kyunki's hands very freely. It's okay, don't worry about it so much. All the choices are in your hands. We will not force you to make a decision. Just tell me, do you want to go? After receiving the letter from his parents, Kyunki Baoma, who wanted to reject it gracefully, suddenly held his right leg tightly, and his trembling vocal cords made a sound that was completely opposite to the instructions in his brain. I want to go. At the same time, the young monk in the temple jumped up and down with excitement when he saw the letter. Some people started cleaning without saying a word after seeing the letter, and put dust covers on the furniture. There were also 2 teenagers who took the letter and walked together. After meeting at school, they bumped fists and made a promise. It was not just Shinai who was suffering alone in his dream. On this night, countless talented young people were also full of excitement and dreams, tossing and turning with a letter in their hands. And in the end, they will all rush to the same battlefield together without exception. Blue Prison. Hey! Here we come! Leaning at the door of the conference room, Shinai raised his hands to signal the 2 figures who had just arrived, but I didn't expect you 2 to actually get together. Kyoshiki, Ryasuk Kira. Guangxian Shinai, you are here as expected. It's better to say that a guy like you was not invited. Looking at the nightmare figure, Shii could not help but clenched his fists. I will not admit defeat. Even if I'm not as good as you now, but I should say this, Kamiichi, I am very grateful for your last reminder, but Ryasuk Kira was not to be outdone and rushed to shout to Kamiichi. Ah, you're quite spirited, all you gems of talent. A burst of noise interrupted the 2 people's declaration of war, and a slender man who looked frail was seen wearing Crocs and holding a pot. Hijab walked onto the stage and scanned the people in the audience with a pair of dead fish eyes. As you can see, all of you here are 300 forwards under the age of 18 selected by my own arbitrary judgment and bias. The lights in the conference room suddenly turned off, and only a spotlight shone on X and Shiba. The messy lobby instantly became quiet. The elites gathered from all over the country all turned their attention to this guy who was looking around. Ah, by the way, let me introduce myself first. I am Huixin Shiba. I was hired by the Football Association to help the national team win the World Cup. I am a guy who is not worth mentioning. As Huixin Shiva's words fell, the lobby became noisy again. The shocking target and too much information overwhelmed the group of young people who couldn't react for a while, and lowered their heads to whisper to each other. Huixin Shiba paused slightly, leaving time for the children to react. When the sound almost disappeared, he spoke again, "Is it difficult to understand? Then I will explain it carefully." A ray of red light hit his body, bathing him in the red light and making him look like a demon who walked out of the hell of the sea of blood and corpse mountains and was born only for revenge. His crazy appearance was particularly terrifying. "I want to conduct an experiment and cultivate the world's number one forward from 300 of you, and this is the facility prepared for the experiment. Blue Lock. From today on, you will live together here and participate in the special top-level training I designed. Not only will you not be able to go home, but you will also have to say goodbye to your past football life. But I can assert that as long as you win this survival game and eliminate all the other 299 people, you will be the one who survives to the end. Can become the best striker in the world. End of explanation. Please give me more advice." The light returned to the lobby, and everyone realized that what had been used as the projection screen was actually a huge and white door. "I can't accept it." After everyone whispered, someone finally took the lead in refuting Exin Shipake's words. "But this time it's no longer Kira Ryasuk. After all, he no longer has the opportunity to participate in the national conference. With so much free time and there happens to be a training camp organized by the country, he will definitely not be so resistant anymore." The culprit who eliminated Kira Ryasuk, Koken Janika, was unburdened and joked in his heart, "And the first timer didn't stop, I finally made it to the national conference. As the ace of our team, how could I be because of that? If you are so unclear, then give up on my teammates. Yes, I also have to attend the national conference. How can I have time to participate in this? Shouldn't your government coordinate the time for training activities?" "That's right. You, the person in charge, are like this. Let's replace him with someone more responsible. How can you convince us like this? It's too strange to suddenly have a closed training camp." Classmate Guangxian, are you okay? Aren't you going to attend the national conference too?" Ji Shi thought of something and whispered to Shen Yi. "Just call me Shenai." Shenai shrugged indifferently, "I don't care, because I knew about the Blue Prison plan early on, so I warned them in advance when I joined the ministry. Not to mention that it would be satisfying for them to make it to the national level." Ji Shi asked himself that he was autistic. For him, the ticket to the national conference was out of reach, but in Shen Yi's view, it was just something he could give up casually and was not worth mentioning. "That's right. It seems that you are all hopeless. If you think winning the championship in this low-level competition of a weak football country is more important than becoming the world's number one striker, then get out." And just when Ji Shi was autistic, Huixin Shiba suddenly spoke and calmed everyone instantly. "When I think of people like you shouldering the future of the national team, I despair. Football is ultimately a sport about scoring more goals than the opponent. Scoring goals is everything. The one who can score goals is the greatest. So if you still want to go back to high school and play house, don't waste your time and get out." Huixin Shiba waved his hands at everyone in disgust as if he were driving away something dirty. "Football is a sport for egoists. It doesn't matter what the team is, as long as I perform well, I would rather choose to get a hat trick than win. How about it?" These are the words spoken by the world's top players. It's too bad, isn't it? But only this kind of bad egoist can rule the court. Exin Shiba leaned back greatly and made a JoJo stand, but her words became more and more inflammatory, and gradually began to confuse people. Imagine that when the score is deadlocked, you control the ball at the end of stoppage time and face the goalkeeper alone. On the other side, there is a teammate who has run out of space. You can win the game by just passing the ball. Under the circumstances of shouldering everyone's expectations, facing the final choice related to victory and honor, You didn't even look, you took the shot without any thought or hesitation. Only this kind of lunatic, this level of egoist is what I want. Abandon all common sense, you will always be the only protagonist on the court, and you will only think and fight for your own goals. There is only one goal in playing football, and that is to score goals. Only regard own goals as the supreme joy, and live only to score goals. This is the forward, right? The door behind Huixin Shiba opened. He straightened his glasses, covering his crazy eyes, and opened his hands. His thin body looked extremely tall to the teenagers at the moment. The backlit figure could not see his expression clearly. Like a guide who leads the confused lamb into heaven. But Ji Shi knew that road was by no means as great as it appeared. It was a door leading to absolute error, madness, and absurdity, with no idea of the way forward. And the Huixin Shiba who tempted them to step into it was complete devil, madman. Ta, ta. Footsteps sounded, and Ji Shi realized that Shanai had already walked to the front of the team at some point. Well, this guy is just a lunatic. You just need to listen to some things. If you become number one in the world, everything you say is right. Even if you say that goals are worthless and defense can win championships, some people will believe it. After all, history is written by the winners. But putting all that aside, it's interesting, isn't it? This project? How exciting it is to beat everyone and become the first. As he spoke, Shanai took the lead on the stage and patted Xin Jiba on the shoulder. I've worked very hard to help you advertise. Hui Xin Shiba slapped Shen Yi's hand away with disdain, but she couldn't stop the raised corners of her mouth. History is written by the victors. Sure enough, I read it right. You are the craziest egoist. I don't know whether it was because Shanai set an example or because his words inspired the young people's competitive spirit. Everyone no longer hesitated and rushed into the gate one after another. Kyoci and Ryusuk Kira looked at each other and made up their minds to follow the flow of people and rush into the door that led to nowhere. The first phase of Blue Prison begins. Chapter 10 The Ghost Catches People. The first phase of Blue Prison begins. Estimated settlement time. The first round of Blue Prison selection is over. Performance during this period will affect the level of rewards at the final settlement and the number of selectable rewards. Please cherish the opportunity and perform well. The voice of the system rang in his mind, and Shanai, who was lying on the seat of the bus with his eyes closed and concentrating, raised the corner of his mouth. Sure enough. After entering the main line, the number of reward selections is released. Then I'm sorry, those guys who are unfortunately assigned to the same building as me, I will treat you. Destroy them all. Speaking of which, this tights looks immodest. Shanai looked at the weird lines on the navy blue tights with disgust and reluctantly put it on. Number. For example, Ji Shi and his group, not to mention that the national god is obviously not the worst tier, even if Ma Lang is ranked based on personal ability, he will not be weaker than Zhan Tai and King Ling, but he is still ranked and got the X room. For this grouping in the same building, it can be said that although there may be a gap in overall strength, in fact, in each room, Huixin Shiba has assigned people with outstanding strength. Otherwise, it would be completely meaningless to gather strong people together for this selection. Hey, it seems that everyone is here, all the talented stones. Ishin Shipaka's listless face appeared on the screen in the room. The guys in the same room now are teammates, and they also improve each other. Competitors. I used my arbitrary and biased approach to digitize your abilities and rank them. Ah, those are the numbers on your clothes. The bigger the number, the lower the ranking. It's simple and easy to understand. The ranking will be adjusted based on the results of training and competition, and the top 5 can unconditionally participate in subsequent U20 competitions. By the way, those who are eliminated in the Blue Prison will not be able to enter the national team in their lifetime. Shanai curled his lips disdainfully. Although the mysterious eastern country in this world is still in a mess in terms of football, and it can even be said that that country has basically given up on football. He has no intention of going back and saying stupid things about helping the country revive. Even if there are only 5 people on the basketball court, it will be difficult to win the championship if one person is holding back, let alone football, a sport of 11 people, and it is unrealistic to rely on one person to revive the country. It's like there was a Yao Ming in basketball in that country, but in fact, he only managed to carry it for a while and then collapsed due to too much burden. After losing Yao Ming, they were knocked back to their original state. The same is true for football. If the whole country cannot pay attention to it, there is absolutely nothing one person can do. He cannot take the initiative to fall into this quagmire. Of course, he also has no intention of winning honors by playing for this country. There are many countries that can participate in the World Cup. In the end, he can choose the best. Anyway, as long as he is strong enough, some countries are willing to naturalize him as foreign aid, so this threat is of no use to him, and this thing is not controlled by Hua-Xin. Not to mention that the Football Association will not listen to him at all, so he can't do it. Host. Just say that if a player is eliminated by the Blue Prison, he will get better and better as he continues to play. He has won countless honors in the 5 major leagues, but you can really stop him from joining the national team? You are just using the name of the Football Association to deceive these inexperienced children. As I just said, football is a sport of egoists. If you want to win here, you need to be selfish. Next, there will be a test to measure the degree of selfishness. Essay, it's time for ghosts to catch people. A football fell from the top of the room, and Eshin Shiba began to explain the rules. The time limit is 136 seconds. The person who touches the ball is a ghost. At the moment when the countdown ends, the person who is a ghost should pack up and get out. Also, handball is prohibited. If you touch your hand, it will be game over. On the big screen, Eshin Shiba's avatar disappeared, replaced by a simple avatar representing the person who currently holds the identity of a ghost. I'm the ghost for being the last one in the room. The unknown sidekick smiled bitterly and walked towards the football, but Shinai stood in front of him, picked up the ball on his own, and started bouncing the ball up and down. Hey? You! The dragon player looked at Shinai, who snatched the football in disbelief, and the screen also replaced the ghost information with Shinai in time. I thought it would take a little effort, but I didn't expect that no one came to grab the ball. Shinai bounced the ball again and again, tilted his head and glanced around the room. Look, I was really unlucky to have a bunch of idiots as my teammates. Ignoring everyone's angry looks, Shinai stepped on the ball and said, "Did I say something wrong? When you play the drum and pass flowers, you need to keep passing the flowers to the next person, so you have to avoid them as much as possible. This is what you think." Var. Seeing that no one refuted him, Shinai shook his head again, with an expression that could not be taught. It's really stupid. Although playing drums and passing flowers has an element of gaming, it is more about relying on the timing of stopping the song, the random variable of luck. Game. Do you think a facility that selects the best forwards could possibly eliminate people with a program where luck determines the outcome? From the moment the guy told the end time in advance and set the countdown on the screen, this game had nothing to do with drumming and passing flowers. Shen Yi pointed at the screen above. At this time, more than a minute had passed, and only 50 seconds were left. The person hit by the ball will become a ghost. In other words, in this game, only the person holding the ball has the right to attack, and everyone else has no means of resistance except to avoid it. In other words, this is a completely asymmetric confrontation game similar to Dead by Daylight. Shinai laughed. With 20 seconds left, and how can you let other people's actions determine your whereabouts? As a striker, it is natural to have the ball in your hands until the last minute, and let your own shot determine the outcome of the game. With 10 seconds left on the clock, Shinai finally started moving with the ball. He chased everyone who came close to him aimlessly in the room. But no one had the intention to take off. Is he just a fool who only talks big words? In the room, more than one person had this thought in their mind, but the next second, Shania suddenly lifted the ball into the air and jumped up. There are 2 seconds left. Shania twisted his body exaggeratedly in the air, almost lying horizontally in mid-air, turned around and volleyed. He turned 180 degrees and volleyed, without any suspense, hitting the target who was originally hiding in the blind spot behind him. 1 person. At the same time, the countdown ended, and the information about the person who became a ghost at the last moment was appropriately displayed on the big screen. Not Guangxian Chenai. Hey? I was eliminated. Why? Why did you shoot me? I'm obviously hiding behind you. I'm just 1 step away from staying. It's not like I'm ranked the guy after that. Why do you want to eliminate me? The hit actor knelt on the ground in disbelief, ignoring the blood rushing out of his nose and roaring loudly. Shen Yi scratched his head. Isn't this a very simple thing? Seeing this guy cast his gaze over, Shania shrugged nonchalantly. There are 12 people in this room. 1 person is destined to be eliminated, which means that 11 people will be left. And we were deliberately divided into groups, and they happened to be divided into a very special number in football. I don't need to say more about what this means. In other words, whether I like it or not, at least for a while, the remaining guys will be my teammates. Then why do you want to eliminate me? If you want teammates, you must be stronger. We are the weakest in Building 5. It will be hard for you if you have poor teammates, and my ranking is not low. You look, I'm only 2 places below you. I don't care. Ha! I said I don't care about this kind of ranking. I will be number 1 in the end anyway. It doesn't matter how strong my teammates are. In the end, if I'm playing against a group of high school students from a weak football country, I still have to hope for a good one. Otherwise, the helper will be eliminated, so why should he have the nerve to compete for the number 1 position in the world? As soon as Shen walked in front of Mr. Long Tao, his dark pupils were like bottomless black holes. His engrossing eyes made him breathless, making him turn his face away and dare not look directly. I'm just innocent. I just hate having waste thrown in. In the last 10 seconds, my movement was not without purpose. While I'm chasing you, I'm also observing you, your running choices, perception of space, game playing abilities, etc. There are 3 of them, at least in this link, that I have rejected and should be eliminated. Shania pointed to the 3 people in the crowd. Surprisingly, the eliminated guy was not among the 3. Shania did not show off, but, at the last moment, I changed my mind, because I found that, although there are some people who are lax, you are the only one who looks stupid and takes pleasure in your misfortune. In the most critical final moment of the game, it is clear that the game is not over yet, the whistle has not yet blown, and the outcome is still uncertain. But you have completely relaxed. Because you are behind me? Because I am not chasing you? Because the distance is far away? You are a loser who can be so lax at the last, most critical, life or death moment. You are a guy who gives up your efforts at the last moment and doesn't respect your own destiny. It was too annoying, so I changed my mind, since you don't care about your future. Then just let me ruin your fate. Chapter 11 The Determination of Iceweaver Sheep. Bang! Bang! Applause rang out from time to time, and Exon Shiba appeared on the screen again. What you said is really good, so let me reiterate it again. Dear talented gems, results are paramount here. Then, the one who was hit last, get out of here. You are disqualified. The actor's mouth opened and closed, but in the end he said nothing and quietly picked up his luggage and walked out of the room. You have saved me a lot of time. Otherwise, I would have to listen to the wails of losers in every room and have to explain things carefully. It really added a lot of extra work to me. Huixin Shiba on the screen picked up a cup of coffee and took a sip with an expressionless expression, but not everyone is as keen as you, so I still have to say it in a routine manner. But since you have saved me the effort of facing mediocre people, I will spend so much time chatting with you as a special service. After going through this ghost arrest, does anyone have any thoughts? Everyone looked at each other, and finally, a boy with blue hair raised his hand. Well, the size of this room should be the same as the size of the restricted area, and the time limit is also very strange. It is not an integer. As a regular game, it is left to the time for game thinking is also a bit short. Ice Weaver Sheep, rank 244. It seems that here are not all idiots with no clue. Huixin Shiba gave a rare compliment and raised his hand to summon a 3D projection model. That's right, this game actually tests your ability to handle the ball in the penalty area. Those who escape need to have human perception, game ability, and sense of position. As the catcher, you need superb dribbling ability and shooting in motion. The ability to hit the target. In a game, the average time each player holds the ball is about 136 seconds. Among them, Guangxian Shenai was the first to discover this, and chose to take the risk of being eliminated and become a ghost in exchange for the initiative to attack. He also pressed the time until the last second before taking action, eliminating all possibilities for the opponent's reversal. A striker refers to someone who is fully responsible for a goal and fights until the last second. Guangxian Shenai not only dared to take responsibility, but even at the end, he temporarily changed the target of attack because of his personal preference and used a difficult turning shot. The ball hit number 245, who was completely out of sight behind him. This is the desire to win that is not swayed by collective common sense, but only for self-desire. It is also what I pursue. The self-interested spirit that a forward must possess. The world-class players you longed for will fight each other desperately like this in every game. How about it? It's the first time in your life that you feel like risking your life on the line? It's scary, right? When being chased by God, it's almost like encountered wild animals with bare hands in the wild. Are you scared? Your scalp is numb. Do you have goosebumps on your body? But at the end of time, are you suddenly relieved? Great, it's me who is left. Have you ever thought so? This is the feeling of victory. Just like what Shenai said, some people failed in his opinion, but in the end it was you who stayed, and the ones with better qualities left, because the world of victory and defeat is so unreasonable, and you, now in this first game, are the winners. Remember the feeling you are feeling now and carve it into your mind. Every time you taste this pleasure, it will amplify your self-awareness. In the end, you will all have the opportunity to surpass Guangxian Shenai and continue to approach the world's #1 striker. Peak. You madman is addicted to being a teacher? You even make chicken soup for others. Shen Yi, who was treated as a gun target by Huixin Shiba to provide targets for everyone, was very unhappy and refused to give up. What if these guys? At this level, you will never be able to surpass me in 100 years. Guangxian Shenai, depending on your performance, I can give you a small start. How do you feel? It's very refreshing, this feeling of deciding the fate of others and destroying a person's future. No, it's very ordinary. After all, I just eliminated an ordinary passerby. Not to mention the feeling of pleasure, there is not even a sense of accomplishment. There is no opponent worth fighting. It doesn't excite me at all. Unless the person I just eliminated was Noel Noah, I might be happy for one day and then forget his name in a week. No matter who it is, anyone who stands in my way will die, it's that simple. Overconfidence is stupid. But now you should stay as you are, the third round. Okay, it's almost time. Congratulations, you passed the test of entering the blue prison. As Shenai said before, the 11 people in the room just form a team. From now on, you will be a team living together. Sometimes you help each other, sometimes you betray, and sometimes you destroy each other's dreams. Blue Prison's Team X. Hey, isn't it? Is this still a human being? Didn't it say that those who were summoned were all under the age of 18? With this speed, why don't you specialize in track and field? You will be completely crushed. Not only the track and field events, but all the test events are ranked number 1. If you have the ability, you will be one step ahead of us, no, 2 laps ahead. In a room filled with training equipment, a group of people gathered together to whisper, and the subject of the discussion was naturally Guangxian Shanai, who was being tested. Are you very idle? Shanai didn't want to be looked at like a monkey in a circus. One look made the group of people disperse. Only one person remained and didn't speak. He just looked at him like this. Looking at him. Ice Weaver Sheep? What's the matter? Shanai put down the dumbbell helplessly and casually wiped his sweat with a towel. The golden level genius characteristics reminded him of this character who only appeared at the end of the animation. I'm just curious, why do you play football? You are so strong, you must have great expectations from others. When I saw the last scene of the animation, I thought he was a person who enjoys playing football just like Feng Le. Is this guy actually such an annoying character? I only saw this in the manga Ji Shi Yi Awakening Trans-Limited Vision and the God on the Caesar Bar. Thinking about it, he waved his hands impatiently. Other people's expectations? There are so many of those things. Why should I live for that kind of thing? I have made great achievements in running, playing chess, archery, and basically all sports. That group of people begged me every time to let me not waste my talent and continue to work hard in this field. But it's none of my business. I just do what I want to do. Football is very interesting now, and Blue Prison is very interesting, so I am playing football. If there is a miracle generation in the basketball world tomorrow, I will switch to basketball tomorrow. Go have some fun. But didn't you say you want to be the number 1 in the world? Isn't this wish important? Is there something you haven't noticed that gives you expectations and makes you stop, you have to figure something out. Shanai interrupted Bing Guiyang's chatter and pointed a finger at him. It's not that I want to be number 1 in the world, but that I will become the world's number 1. First, this is an established fact that no one can stop and will definitely come true. So your so-called expectations, whether they are there or not, will not change anything. I only act for the fun that I am interested in, nothing more. Shen Yi left with a towel, leaving only Bing Gui Sheep where he was. Wu Traveler told him to expect himself, but to him, no matter whose expectations it was useless. Just seeing expectations, the word alone is disgusting enough. As a family of top athletes, their expectation for their children is to be number 1, without any affection at all. As long as their expectations cannot be met, the family will instantly collapse and cease to exist. And he also continued to play football in order to maintain his family. He came to the Blue Prison just to escape from that family. The longer the better. However, for the first time, Bing Xiang discovered that there are actually people who can ignore these things, not Woluran and other so-called geniuses who were fascinated by the words of their parents and coaches and thought they were striving for their dreams, but in fact they were just the product of other people's expectations. Even worse. Only Guangxian Shenyi, a free man, would not have discovered it if he had not come to the Blue Prison. Maybe the expectation that he couldn't realize can be passed on to him. Anyway, Shanai doesn't care. There are too many lice but it doesn't itch. Because of Shanai's self-confidence, his talent, his performance in the first game of Ghost Tag, what he lacked, and his ambition, the moment when he and Shanai looked at each other during the discussion, he could be sure that he saw the same scenery as him from Shanai's eyes. Ice Xiang instantly discarded all the nonsense that X and Shiba said. Anyway, he didn't want to become the number 1 in the world. He saw it. Guangxian Shanai, there is no such thing as the title of number 1 in the world in this man's eyes. He is clearly looking further ahead. This man's ambition is far greater than anyone in the blue prison. Even more horrifying than Ishin Hipaki, who created this blue prison. Obviously he didn't have any expectations, but what supported him to take this step? Bing Xiang was convinced that although Guangxian Shenai said it lightly, he would never stop before reaching his ultimate goal. Is it really just based on interest, as he said? Because of the ridiculous reason of fun. Bing Xiang suddenly thought of Shen Yi's words in the first game. Perhaps, he didn't regard all of this as a challenge at all. To him, it was just a game that was destined to be cleared. It's so single-celled, that guy. Ice Weaver Sheep saw a completely different scenery from Shenai's eyes. For the first time in his life, he felt so excited. There was something completely different from X and Shiba. Something very crazy was attracting him. Even if it is a chance encounter, it is enough for him to fight. He will never let this talent be buried. And I, by his side, will also witness with my own eyes this major turning point in the history of football. And having grown up with Shenai since before his rise, and watching the storm that swept the entire football world take shape little by little, I can probably experience a unique feeling that football people around the world cannot experience. He, the Ice Weaver Sheep, wants to see how far Shenai, who carries such heavy expectations from himself, can go. In order to achieve this, he is willing to be the carpet that sends Shenai to the throne of history. I am willing to live for that kind of future. This is not a choice made by others for him, but a path to the future that he, Ice Weaver, has found on his own. Of course, what Bing Xiang didn't know was that Shenai really wasn't lying in some areas. If he really discovered the people of the generation of miracles, he might actually switch to playing basketball right away. After all, the name of the system is the Legendary Athlete System, and it is not limited to football. He came to play football just because he discovered the main storyline called Blue Prison and planned to take the main storyline to upgrade. Well, if that kind of thing really happens, Ice Weaver, who quietly bets his life behind his back and plans to pave the way for Shenai, will probably be transferred to the second male gunner in the Japanese server the next day, like he will be killed. A certain leader can also kill Shenai. Chapter 12: The Prototype of the Kingdom, the two strongest people. The physical test results have been tallied, please return to the room immediately to check the latest rankings. A pleasant female voice sounded from every corner of the building to announce. As soon as Shen raised his hand, the numbers on his arm did not change at all. After seeing that Kamiichi had not been promoted directly to Building B, which is the highest level, the entire team. They really have no idea about the level of the overall personnel. If they were thrown into Team All Sports are invincible. They just lack experience and are not really stupid. This guy is farting, it's definitely us in Pua. It's the same as the teacher who always said that we are the worst class he has ever taught. This is the common thought of Team X at this moment. As for the Z team in another building, their thoughts were completely different. Kyo-ci and Kira Ryasuke, who jointly eliminated the monk, looked at each other. Sure enough, that guy Kamiichi went to the upper floor. Among them, Ji Shii's mentality has changed even more than in the original work. Although everyone here has their own specialties, after experiencing the ravages of Shen Yi, Ji Shii seems to be not that powerful anymore. Today's Ji Shii can look at this group of people more objectively. That's right, that guy Shenai is enjoying himself in Building 1 on the top floor. You guys with terrible skills are at the bottom and enjoy the worst treatment. The guys at the top of the rankings live in high-end dormitories, where they have the best food and training conditions. Here, stronger people can have more, and those with good skills are the kings. If you want to live comfortably, keep winning and try your best to climb up. Facing Shenai's team, Huixin Shiba didn't want to talk nonsense at all. Anyway, he basically knew all the bad ideas he had. Just don't insult the intelligence of both parties. But for Ji Shii, a group of guys who had been deceived and lame, Huixin Shiba did his best to tease them, constantly instilling in these people the idea that victory would lead to everything, and tried his best to stimulate their hunger. Give them the determination and motivation to move towards higher rankings. Before Shinichi himself knew it, he had been regarded as the biggest target by everyone in Team Z because of the praise he received from Kyoshi and Ryusuke Kira. Then next, the Blue Prison, the first round of selection battle begins. The first selection is for the 55 players in Building 5 where you are, a round-robin competition for a total of 5 teams. Based on the results of the final battle, only the top 2 teams can successfully enter the survival competition for the second selection. Actually, I've wanted to say it for a long time. Aren't the entire Blue Prisons all forwards, FW? How should we divide them? It will definitely be a mess. Does it mean that someone can't play as a forward? What else can be done to train? At this moment, all the rooms resounded with some or no complaints. In only 2 rooms, the people inside were silent and secretly cast their eyes on one person in the room. Koken Jiniki and Itoshi Rin. Only these 2 people convinced everyone in their team in the very first game of tag. Even if they didn't speak, others would consciously give up the center, CF, position to them. Football, ultimately, is a point-scoring battle of which team scores more points. Whether it's the positions that are ingrained in your mind or the so-called tactics, it's just that the sport of football is constantly in progress, and people are optimizing it and thinking about easier ways to win, and that's all. So, it is a matter of course that all 11 people on the field are forwards. It is better to say that this is the beginning of football. Football is born with everyone being forwards. And you have to return to the origin of football and create football from scratch in your minds. Don't believe in the common sense of the past. I forgot all about it and implanted new concepts into my brain. What is needed now is not the cooperation of a team of 11 people, but the cooperation of just one person. Hero. Messi, Cristiano Ronaldo, Neymar. As long as there is a player like this single player can continue to change the team, the country, and even the world. This is the sport of football. Ah, that's right, in this round of selection, only the top 2 teams with victory points can stay, and all the other teams will be kicked out of the Blue Prison. These people will also compete with the first team. Those who are eliminated in the first round will also lose the right to enter the national team. However, among the eliminated teams, the scoring champion of each team can stay. If there is a tie for the scoring champion, the fair play points system will be adopted, and the team with fewer points will win. Should you choose to score goals yourself or help the team win? In the first round of selection, the forward's fate will be tested. This is the battle of creating football from scratch. The first game is in 2 hours, Team X versus Team Z. The TV above the wall turned off. Guangxian Shinai yawned nonchalantly and to everyone's surprise said that he was going to play as a defender. Kamiichi, don't you play as a forward? I felt something was wrong with Bing Xiang's mood, but Shinai didn't think much about it. Let me tell you, I don't care. Anyway, even if you scored 11 goals in the first 3 games, I am confident that you will score 12 in the last game. I will change my playing style according to my mood and the interestingness of the game. Just show yourselves well. By the way. Shinai turned his head and showed an extremely evil smile. I said before, the winner decides everything, so some of you guys who want to get through should be careful. I don't care about the position of the national team anyway. Even if I leave here, the worst case scenario is going to the 5 major leagues and starting from scratch. I have this confidence, but what about you? If you completely lose the opportunity to enter the national team, what will your future be like? So, don't play too aggressively to make me angry. Beeb. Hey, I didn't even see any acquaintances. Shinai said he was playing as a defender, but in reality he was leaning against the goal post with his arms folded, casually scanning the running crowd. Since there are no acquaintances, it means that except for Iceweaver, there is no one who has passed the second stage of selection. Shen Yi secretly sighed at his bad luck. If he had known better, he would have gone through the back door in the name of a shareholder. Naturally, he couldn't really play as a defender. After all, he still had to improve the system's settlement rewards through better performance, but he hoped to learn from Ji Shiai's experience while performing well. It's as if Kaiseki was able to make up for his shortcomings in the second round by borrowing the weapons held by Narahaya Asahi, a so-called mortal, and even reach the top in one step, directly improving from a scumbag who can't fight on his own to one who can compete with Nagi. The extent to which genius resonates. Shinai has never really been as dismissive of everyone as he showed. After all, these are the 300 strongest people carefully selected from a country. Everyone has their own unique weapons and shining points that can be spotted by X and Shiba and invited to the Blue Prison. Therefore, Shinai hopes to spend half of every game first to observe carefully. Identify the strengths of this group of geniuses. Then in the second half, he can choose to fight against those who have weapons that are beneficial to him, experience the use of these weapons, and then devour and digest them. As for the settlement of the system, as long as he can perform at the highest reward level during halftime, that will be fine. It's just a pity that this game doesn't seem to be going well. Seeing the guys on the opposite side fighting together, Shinai sighed helplessly, stretched his muscles, and stepped forward to snatch the ball from his opponent. Shinai? Is this guy going to take action? Bing Xiang looked at the chaotic fight on the other side and was not interested in participating. He was thinking about how to stimulate Shinai's fighting spirit, but he didn't do anything yet. God actually took the initiative to come up. Hey, for guys of this level, you haven't even scored a point yet. Shinai's calm voice echoed on the court, and you were beaten to half court here. Military. Although only 10 minutes had passed in the game at this time, they also attacked the opponent's goal 3 times, but their luck was really bad and they all hit the goal post. Normally a coach would not say anything if his shot was on target but his move was wrong, but no one in team. Hey, really, at least some stupid young man came out to refute me. You guys are too boring. Shinai was really speechless to this group of guys who had no personality at all. No wonder there was no one in his impression. By the second round, these guys wouldn't have been eliminated without even being able to go from 0 to 1. Let's end it quickly. Instead of wasting time here, it's better to go back and take a nap. Shinai shook his head helplessly and rushed forward. At this time, a figure quickly rushed out and followed closely behind. Shinai, I will be your help to reach the first place. Bing Xiang looked at Shinai very seriously and expressed his feelings seriously. Go away, brother, you are a straight man of steel. I can't even straighten a steel bar. Please don't do this kind of thing, okay? It's a bit disgusting. However, the fiery determination gave God goosebumps all over his body and he almost made a dribbling error. However, the determination in Bing Xiang's eyes could not be faked, and he still said smoothly, I don't care about no one. I know, Shinai, your goal is not at the same level of the same era. It is precisely because of this that I will burn myself for this. Bing Xiang responded firmly, and at the same time crossed with Shinai who was dribbling the ball and moved away. To a defensive player, so, as long as you need it, I will give you everything. Are all you guys in the sports show like this? Why do you say so weird things? God said this, but he still couldn't help but be happy that his kingdom had gained its first citizen, so he started to talk in sports. When the ball was passed, he suddenly tapped the ball with his heel and passed it sideways to Bing Xiang. He turned around and avoided the guy who was trying to grab the ball. But it's not that easy to get our country's nationality. Shinai pointed at the Bing Gui sheep with one hand. Send me a copy of the materials you prepared for naturalization. Yes, Your Highness, Your Majesty. The blue eyes of the ice weaver sheep were replaced by messy lines, and the mosquito-repellent incense eyes representing the flow state gave a panoramic view of the scene on the field. The strongest duo of Blue Prison was born at this moment. Chapter 13 Disabled, Beyond Limits of Vision. I must show my worth. To do this, I must at least keep up with Shaniai's speed. Ice Weaver quickly looked around and jumped up to avoid the sliding shovel rushing from the side. You're running too fast. While staying in the air, Bing Guiyang looked for that figure, only to find that Shaniai, who was originally passing the ball in the middle line, was about to rush forward as soon as he got rid of the defensive player. He went in the door. If you rush again, you will be offside, Mr. King. By the way, there are two people blocking the passing route. This level of difficulty design can't be called hardcore. The Ice Weaver sheep waited, and when the only gap appeared, bang! A powerful long pass passed through the crotches of the two players and went straight to Shen Yi. The huge force and the large flight arc applied to continuously penetrate the crotches made the forward Shen Yi have to stop and jump in an instant. He'll stop. However, he was in a very embarrassing situation at this moment. Although he stopped the ball with his heel when he jumped in mid-air, this also meant that when he landed, the football would fall behind him on the right. In this defense line full of opposing players, the emergency stop caused him to lose his most destructive weapons of speed and impact. The position of the football's landing point made it even worse. There were defensive players all around, but the football was not in the first place. Time can be brought into control. The little time wasted by pulling the football back to the feet is enough for everyone on the other side to swarm forward. Not to mention Shaniai. Even Noah cannot guarantee that he will not make a mistake when he is surrounded by three people. Ball. It can be said that the final survival time of Shaniai is the few seconds from the moment it reaches the air to the moment it hits the ground. But you can do it, right? After this seemingly substandard goal was passed, Ice Weaver stopped running and stared at that figure, the guy who could change the world. I want to inspire Shaniai's talent even more. Not with my ideas, but letting him think for himself and use his own creativity. So, come on, Shaniai. Let me feel it. It was promoted by me personally. Let the moment the world changes. If you are not a parallel importer, it's really arrogant. As a minister, you are actually giving me a test. Shaniai murmured to himself in a low voice in mid-air. But our country has always been hungry for talents. Since you need it, I will show my national strength. If it will perish when it lands, then it won't be better if it flies. I saw Shaniai's ankle twisting slightly when he stopped the ball, giving the football a very subtle angle. The football, which was about to be stopped, started to spin strongly under the final kinetic energy and suddenly rose up. And Shaniai is still in the air. Under the desperate gazes of the three defenders who were already guarding Shaniai's landing point and just waiting for him to steal, Shaniai floated in midair and waited until the football flew up to a high enough height. Then he exerted force on his waist and abdomen, and his whole body was like a ball. The blue whale jumped out of the sea and shook its body with all its strength in midair like waves that covered the sky. Mamba body, boy. Goo-oo-oo-al. The football aimed at the blind corner and penetrated the goal unstoppably. Guangxian Shaniai penetrated the opponent's defense with a super powerful header in the air. Oh 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 oh! Ice Weaver Sheep shouted and rushed over with his hands raised, but was pushed away by Shaniai. Calm down, since you have seen the same future as me, don't show off like this for this level. However, Shen couldn't hold back as soon as he was halfway through pretending. He smiled and high-fived Bing Xiang. Welcome to naturalization, my Pippin, best assistant. So, what's wrong with you to suddenly express your loyalty to me? At this point, Shaniai finally asked his doubts. In his opinion, the blue prison should be full of pure forward paranoia, like Ma the wolf was so destroyed that it finally stood up again, and now someone actually surrendered. How should I say it? Bing Xiang nodded his chin. There were countless words buried in his heart, but he didn't intend to say them out. In the end, he just smiled. Because your ambition shocked me. I originally planned to build the world's #1 shooter with my own hands. I wanted to play with someone who can understand my world's number one pass, and then I saw your ambition. I never thought that someone could make me so excited just because of a look in my eyes, so I planned to follow your ride and help you realize your dream. In the end, I never even thought about it. Dare to imagine, the best combination in history. In other words, it's impossible not to be excited. Your talent that is visible to the naked eye is like getting Tianhu's opening in a roguelike game or an auto chess game. If you don't play well, the water drops, it will really be heartbreaking. Okay, you're qualified. Shen Yi reluctantly accepted this explanation, but if you dare to pass that kind of ball to me again, I will expel you from the country. Now, let's destroy the guys in front who dare to resist us. Yes, tyrant and dictator. Damn it, even though that blue head passed the ball like that, that monster on the opposite side can actually score a goal. Someone must keep an eye on that monster at all times, otherwise the score will definitely be tragic, and it can't be just one person. He is too fast. After Shanai scored a goal in a show-off manner, the opponent finally looked like a serious team. However, in front of Shanai, this weak improvement was meaningless. Facing the enemy player carrying the ball, Shen Yi tackled the ball directly without hesitation. Even passers-by in these original works could easily react to such an obvious action. Although because Shen Yi was too fast, he could only choose to play when he was being attacked. The tackle was passed forward, but at least the ball was not lost. Is that true? I saw Bing Xiang unexpectedly blocking the only passing route at some point. He easily intercepted the opponent's pass and made a long pass with almost no pause. Unexpectedly, you are controlling me like this. Seeing Shen Yi, who had fallen to the ground after a tackle just now, he stood up and ran all the way to catch up with the football that was still in mid-air. Ice Weaver Sheep gritted his teeth and whispered, "This seemingly reckless tackle is actually a deliberate attempt to leave a mark on the opponent. It's a passing route, and I just need to follow his thoughts and block here to steal it. Really, I have completely become his chess piece." Bing Xiang showed a fierce expression, "You actually used me as a chess piece. I don't want to become a fake without independent consciousness. But, my current level is not enough to bring out my characteristics in the light of Shanai when I cooperate with him." Ice Weaver Sheep secretly made up his mind, and Shanai in the front court also went smoothly. Scored by catching the ball and shooting. As Shanai accurately calculated the placement of the pass and launched a volley without stopping the ball, the opponent basically lost their ability to resist. The duo of Shanai and Ice Weaver was almost unstoppable. No one could stand between these two. He stabilized the ball under the pressure of others. As the score continued to rise, Shanai became more and more excited. "I see, it turns out that this is the real way to use the chess player characteristic." Shen looked at the Ice Weaver Sheep subconsciously, and the appearance of this guy completely stimulated his own abilities. You must know that although Shanai had the characteristics of a chess player before, he could only use the ability to make one move and predict the next two moves, but his ability to control the field was basically not used. For example, when playing against Ji Shiai's school, his ability to predict the ball is actually that I want to grab the ball, but you can't avoid my pressing based on your level, so you can only pass the ball, and I know this and can predict it. Your passing action is blocked in advance, which is similar to a quick and easy move, but the premise is that your physical fitness is fully suppressed. But after having the Ice Weaver Sheep, and having a chess piece that he could truly control, he transcended the chessboard and became a chess player, truly controlling the situation in a higher dimension. That's right, how can you be called a chess player if you don't have your own chess pieces? Although the people in the original school were also loyal to me, they couldn't completely obey my orders because their level couldn't keep up with mine. Ideas. It's like when playing chess, the chess pieces will delay their reaction for one turn, or even take actions contrary to the chess player's instructions. Then the chess player's layout has no meaning. But Ice Weaver Sheep is different. He can keep up with my ideas and effectively carry out my orders. White teeth, it feels so good. From this perspective, am I a god? God subconsciously covered the corners of his mouth to prevent his wild smile from showing, but the excitement in his eyes was unstoppable. Everyone is under my control. Next, I can actually see the future of the stadium. Even after only such a short period of cooperation, Shania can be sure that as long as he has the cooperation of Ice Weaver, he has firmly grasped the ticket for the later game of the war between gods. Beyond the limits of vision. Unfortunately, limited by the level of the chess player characteristic, this ability to control the court is still limited to Shania's own defensive range and part of the space around the Ice Weaver sheep where his chess pieces are. It can only be called residual trans-limited vision. Although he still cannot fully control the entire court at this level, he also vaguely feels that he has basically exerted the full potential of the chess player characteristic. This is already the limit of the blue level characteristic, but for now this is enough. And since his own chess pieces, the Ice Weaver sheep, can become his extra senses and extend part of his control ability, then as long as he can continue to harvest other available chess pieces, even if the chess player characteristics are no longer improved, he can still pass the chess pieces. With his help, he indirectly controlled the whole scene. What's more, Shania had a vague feeling that if his chess pieces continued to increase, his control over the court would gradually become stronger. At that time, the chess player characteristics will also be fed back by his abilities, no longer relying on the intervention of the system, but completely dominated by him, with independent improvement of characteristics. Chapter 14 Two-Way Expectations 11:0 Not on the same level at all. Are you kidding? Why have I never heard of such a monster before? Damn it! You did it on purpose. I've already switched sports from running to football, why did you BD come here to play football too? Shen Yi vaguely seemed to have heard something interesting, but when he turned to look at the guy who seemed to have collided with him, his heart was broken. I don't have much impression. I originally thought that there should be something special about this guy who can straddle two sports, switch to football, and be chosen by X and Shiba to be selected into the blue prison. But since he didn't leave an impression on me after being compared with him, then it doesn't matter. Putting this matter behind him, Shania smiled and hugged Bing Xiang's shoulders. As for the previous dislike? What? I don't have any dislike. Bing Xiang has always been my best brother. You know, in his body the energy contained in him is unimaginable, and I can't wait to do something big with him. Hey, fellow talented gems, your second game in Building 5 is over. Team V defeated Team Y with a score of 6:3. X and Shiphake's annoying face appeared at the right time, and at the same time, several photos of players scoring goals were also posted on the screen. Looking at a few familiar figures, Kamiichi clicked his chin. Shiojishin Jubei, Karabukato, Otoya Kajita, true or false? Aren't these guys who performed well after the second round? Hikari, there are two in the top 6, and they are all together. It's a pity that we are the last team to meet. It's unlucky. There are obviously a lot of valuable weapons. Shania looked at the game table. This round, Team W had a bye, and they happened to play against Team W in the next game. What information was there? None. Speaking of which, none of you seem to understand what it means to create football from scratch. Guangxian Shania, you also need to listen. X and Shiba directly named Shania, asking him not to desert, and then continued to explain. Unlike baseball, which has assigned duties to all players, football can run freely on the field, and the offense and defense may change at any time. There is also a lot of physical contact. In this sport, you only have to perform your own duties. Responsibility is never enough. If you want to win the game, you need to be alone, that is, your own personal ability. Shania, what's your problem? Watching Shania raise his right hand obediently, X and Shiba showed extraordinary patience. Reporting to the instructor, Didn't I just rely on my personal ability to win the game? Is there any difference from what you said? I thought you were called a genius because of your uniqueness, but it turned out to be just as stupid as these rotten trees. Exon Shiba pretended to shake his head. Indeed, because of your personal ability, you unite your teammates and make the stadium a better place. It's in order, but your goals are not enough to become a revolutionary. In football matches, competing for goals is equivalent to destroying the opponent's organization. In other words, the striker is the destroyer, and scoring the goal is the revolution on the court, in order to destroy the enemy's order. However, none of your goals destroyed the opponent's defense. You were still caught up by the opponent's defender. You just tried to find a way to get the ball in front of the goal, and then relied on your physical fitness to win one-on-one or one. It's just a lot. If the defensive player you encounter is no worse than you, and if your speed cannot get rid of the opponent's defender, can you still score a goal? Shania listened to the words with gusto in the eyes of others, so that means either it can completely destroy the opponent's defensive formation, or it has special skills that can score goals no matter how the defensive players defend. Yeah. That's right. Don't be limited by your own imagination. In order to create one from zero, you have to create your own weapon, strikers. You must see the situation clearly, tease the enemy's organization, subdue it, destroy it, and use your own weapons. Think carefully, use your bodies and brains, and think about what you can do. What can trigger the revolution of goals is always your own weapon. The TV turned off and everyone looked at each other. Is he serious? Either he has to avoid all defenses, or he can 100% score against defensive players. Does he know what he is talking about? But Shania looked at Bing Xiang with great energy. Let's go practice ball. Shania, you don't really take what he said seriously. Even Iceweaver thought Exon Shiba's words were a bit too unrealistic. That's simply impossible. If you can really do it, why don't you? Is it invincible? It's simply possible with a plug-in. How do you know I didn't shoot? Shania said jokingly, and he really didn't think anything of it. In the anime, doesn't Ji Shii often avoid defensive players and shoot? And as long as the opponent doesn't, if you master the method of cracking your own weapons, you can indeed score the ball. In Shania's view, isn't this thing the same as a player's signature move? For example, Jordan's fadeaway jumper is said to be an unsolvable move that only needs to take off, and whether the ball goes in or not has nothing to do with the defensive player. Besides, you said invincible, right, Hyuzi? Shania, who was walking in front, turned to look at Bing Zi Sheep. The expression of Shania, who was laughing and joking just now, suddenly became extremely serious, and his empty mosquito-repellent incense eyes were dead. Stare at him. Bing Xiang stopped walking subconsciously. After Shania looked away, the air condensed by the depressing atmosphere finally started to flow again. Bing Xiang seemed to have just been rescued from drowning, covering its heart with a big mouth. Panting, under that terrifying look, he almost forgot his instinct to breathe. If you want to reach the top, then being invincible is what you must achieve. I hate the way you are bound by common sense. Since you have the same goal as me, don't use ordinary people's thinking to ask yourself. It's impossible or something. I don't want to hear it a second time. Bing Xiang leaned against the wall for a long time before finally coming back to his senses. He looked at Shen Yi's retreating figure and felt that the decision he had made before was so ridiculous. It's so domineering, and it's so far away, the gap between us. Bing Xiang held down the heart that almost stopped beating under Shen Yi's aura, stimulating his own with pain. Nervous, courage is not on the same level at all. That's right, after all, before I was just a walking zombie driven by other people's expectations. Obviously before this, even the goal of being number one in the world was extremely far away for me, but I just saw other people's ambitions and longed for that bright ideal, and just followed other people's footsteps shamelessly. Recalling the previous scene of being dominated by Shania on the court, Bing Xiang gritted his teeth. So that's it, it's not only his momentum that oppresses me, but also his expectations. When I entrust myself to Shanai, I will put my expectations when it fell on him, his expectations also fell on me. I'm afraid I can't keep up with him, I'm afraid I'll live up to his expectations. I have never been able to face expectations because in this relationship, only one party is always trying to cooperate, and I have been escaping. It's impossible to go both ways. I have to expect myself. Let my ideals be combined with Shanai's ideals. Shen Yi's figure became more and more distant, and was about to disappear around the corner. Ice Weaver Sheep finally took a deep breath and quickly caught up with the figure. It's so slow. I'm still thinking that if I don't catch up, I'll leave you behind. Kamiichi clasped his hands behind his head, and his careless look didn't look like he had just shown off his sharp edge. That's not possible, you are still responsible for my ambition. Bing Xiang smiled and punched Shanai, and then stretched out her hand towards him. I will definitely help you become the number one in history and become a legend with my own hands. Isn't that of course? The established facts don't need any additional emphasis. Shen Yi looked like you were making such a fuss, but still stretched out his hand. Snap! Crisp high fives echoed in the corridor, and the two teenagers stood side by side and embarked on the road to realizing their dreams. Training room. Chapter 15. The second battle begins. Mr. Hui Xin, is what you just said true? Can you really ignore the defender by honing your weapons? After listening to Hui Xin Shiba's speech, Anri asked with great interest, but Hui Xin Shiba was surprised. It's a look of disgust on what you're talking about. How can there be such a thing? The defensive player on the opposite side is either dead or Noah can't score every goal when he completely throws away the defender and faces the goalkeeper alone. Hey! Then you said that just now. De Yanzingli looked in disbelief, but Huixin Shiba calmly took the kettle and started making noodles. I just gave them an idea and asked them to make it as fast as possible. Just do it, football is not mathematics, and not every question has a standard answer. However, players can get as close to this answer as possible through their own efforts, that is, by training themselves to make their abilities more comprehensive and perfect. There is no ability that can guarantee a goal with 100% guarantee, but there are weapons that may work no matter what situation we face. For example, the speed of Prodigy Rocky and the shooting of Noah. Well, what about the first one? Disrupting the opponent's organization? This is still possible. Well, that's right. The most fundamental essence of football tactics is to create more and hit less, or to hand the ball to the strongest player at the right distance to break the defense. In the final analysis, the meaning of tactics is to rationally use the resources on the court and use big cards to match the opponent's small cards. Shanai cares too much about his own strengths. He always thinks about how to use his strengths, that is, he only knows how to use them. Beat the king. For example, if you are physically strong, you want to compete with the opponent for the ball. If you are strong in the air, you can compete in aerial combat. This method is effective when encountering low-level opponents, but it is easy to get lost in games of the same level. Exanjiba broke open her chopsticks and added a large amount of sauce while stirring the instant noodles. Football is more than just addition. Even if the absolute value of ability is not as good as the opponent's, you can still weaken the opponent through subtraction. Destroying the opponent's organization is this means. Beyond the considerations at the tactical level, as a forward, how can you prevent the opponent from doing what you are best at and reduce the opponent's score, so as to achieve a greater victory? I hope that Shanai can understand this for himself. Well, then why don't you just say it? Mr. Huixin's explanations about other buildings have been very vague, but this time they are a bit misleading. Only by understanding it yourself can you maximize their potential. Taking the wrong path is not a bad thing. You may even gain more from the wrong path than the standard answer. But that's not necessarily true. Maybe he can really create some miracles. Huixin Jiba looked at the training ground monitor through his glasses that were fogged by the heat of the instant noodles. After all, the reason why some people are to be called a genius is to be able to do things that ordinary people cannot imagine. Essay, let me see what you can do by stimulating your talents with all your strength. Guangxian Shen Yi. Oh no. It must be that dark guy from Ishin Hipeka who is talking about me. Kamichi rubbed his nose in displeasure and stepped on the football. So, what are my flaws you want to say? Hyuri. I can't say for sure. Bing Xiang moved his body, but I always feel that Shenai is very slow sometimes. Very slow. Shen Yi felt very strange. Ever since he time traveled, everyone would be left behind by him, and no one had ever said he was slow. It's hard for me to explain it to you. If I have to say it, it should be a reflex. I always feel that you are thinking a little too much when dribbling the ball. It feels like you are dribbling for the sake of dribbling a lot of the time. In fact, with your ability, you don't need too many fake moves at all. As long as you change direction and rush forward, no one can beat you. For example, Prodigy Rocky, he basically doesn't use gorgeous passing moves. He can overwhelm his opponents with just his speed. Ice Weaver took out the mobile phone he got back with 3 goal points and called up Rocky game footage. That's what I say. Shenai nodded thoughtfully. When the prodigy Loki was selected in the second round, he did use his speed to destroy the defense of Rin's team in a flash. He is also very coveted for that kind of ability. But I couldn't quite do it when I tried it myself. Although I am faster than most of the players I play against, in fact the difference in speed is not that big after reaching a certain level, plus physical confrontation. The delay cannot be the decisive factor when being personally attached. Shen Yi scratched his head in annoyance. Just like in the previous game, if the opponent was constantly blocked by defensive players and did not have enough sprint distance to start quickly, he could only use skills to surpass others. But in sprinting, you can often open up a lot at the start. Maybe you haven't adapted to how to combine physical fitness with football. Bing Xiang searched for the video. You see, whether it is starting or changing direction, you are more accustomed to starting the ball first and then catching up with the football. This makes your speed limited by the speed of the football. If you can get the ball and your feet moving together at the start, your explosiveness can be put to good use. In other words, we need to improve the feel of our feet. It is not something that can be improved quickly overnight. It seems that many of Loki's changes actually mean that he is returning to his original nature. Although it looks very simple, it is actually quite complicated. Shen Yi sighed, and sure enough he didn't. There is that kind of situation where you suddenly understand the invincible skills in a flash of inspiration. So it's your instinct to carry the ball 24 hours a day. What about you, Hingji? What do you want to practice? My words, what I lack now is the physical fitness to keep up with you, as well as a broader perspective, that is, basic physical training, and watching game videos. Well, that's it for the time being. The test results will be placed in the last game, the game against Team V. That Ukrainian traveler seems to come from the same place as you. Well, there must be some connection. Then just for your sake, do you have to play 11:0? For my sake, shouldn't I score as many points as possible? Beat him hard. Hey, I'm so unexpectedly sinister. There's also this training plan for me. Are you shaking your head? I'm the world's top shaker. Ha, scary. The young man chatted wordlessly to temporarily forget about the hardships of training, and time passed by quietly, and finally. It's game time, Team X vs Team W. Chapter 16 New Weapons. On the opposite side, the only one worth paying attention to is Aomori's little Messi, Nishioka Chu. He also scored 4 goals in the last game. Hyuri handed the shin guard to Shinichi, but Shinichi waved his hand indifferently, no matter who it is. It doesn't matter, if you always limit your goals to this level, it will only limit your possibilities. Let's go, let's try my new moves in this game. Hey? Do you already have an idea? Ice Weaver Sheep, who had no idea at all but subconsciously increased the amount of training, couldn't help but put on a mask of pain. Really? They are all training together, and this is not just has it been 2 days. After all, I am a genius. After moving his shoulders, Shinai walked out of the locker room first. Let's go and win this game. Beep. Hey, Chiliuhe, I heard that you are called Little Messi. Shinai smiled and stood in front of Nishioka Hatsu, who received the kickoff. Ah, are you the guy who scored 11 goals? Nishioka Hatsumi waved to the god with interest, and then lowered his body slightly. Let me see how much you weigh. Bar. Change of direction. Is the right foot the first choice? Change direction to the left first. As long as you block the left path first, you can only go to the right. God read it first subconsciously, and after blocking the left wing and forcing Nishioka Hatsu's course of action, he made a steal. If you are killed instantly by me, don't call me Chiliuhe again. What? The direction changes so quickly. No, it should be said that the frequency of touching the ball is extraordinary. Every time the ball is touched, the direction may change. It is like a city wall with countless leaky holes. If one of them is blocked, he will immediately turn around and rush out from another place. Obviously I have touched the future, and I am fully capable of reacting to it, but my body can't seal the loopholes as fast as his. Relying on high-frequency touches of the ball increases the information that defensive players need to process, and then cuts straight to the heart the moment a loophole appears. What a gorgeous way of fighting, but let's stop this kind of unoriginal breakthrough. Iceweaver rushed out from the blind spot behind Shinai and resisted Nishioka Hatsu. Unprepared to encounter such a physical confrontation, Nishioka Hatsu was caught off guard. There was really no room to exert force and continue to change direction, and the football was taken away by God with almost no resistance. It's a pity that I still didn't escape my minions. God looked at Nishioka Hatsu, who was shocked and lost his mind, left a very powerful sentence and immediately accelerated forward. The lateral speed is still not enough. I didn't practice it specifically when I was practicing track and field. I have to practice about 10 sets of lateral jumps when I go back. Shinai, who was actually thinking this in his heart, handed the ball to Bing Xiang, and ran towards the opponent's half without the ball. Isn't the new weapon not dribbling but improving without the ball? Let me show it before that. Bing Xiang thought so, dribbling the ball alone and rushing forward, and his superb dribbling quickly hit the opponent's a-hole was opened in the defense line. You went a little too deep, you are a BCH of Shinai. Nishioka Chu suddenly appeared behind Bing Xiang. How is it? Your king can't help you now. It's so dangerous. Bing Xiang quickly picked up the ball with his heel. Nishioka, who failed to succeed in the sneak attack, let out a cry and used his faster pace to block the front of Bing Xiang. I was really shocked when I found out that you guys scored 11 points, so I endured the pain and only ate one piece of that delicious steak in the past 2 days, and used the rest to exchange for mobile phones. But thanks to this rule, I have a pretty good grasp of your information. Nishioka Haji lowered his center of gravity again and opened his hands. Mitsuken Shinichi, there is no doubt that he is a talented player. According to the data, I've only been exposed to football for about half a year, less than a year. It's amazing that everything has been refined to this level in such a short period of time. Nishioka Haju once again tried to steal the ball with his faster movement frequency, but Ice Weaver's steady protection of the ball did not give him any success. He has a chance. We're tired of eating steak. Speaking of which, you actually attacked us while we were chatting. You have a dirty heart that's different from a baby face. Ice Weaver Sheep pulled the football left and right to avoid it. A sneak attack, while constantly looking around, looking for Nishioka Chu's flaws. Is this unbearable? I haven't said anything about something obviously important yet. Nishioka smirked and approached the Bingwei sheep. For example, although Shinai is very powerful, he is still only a second-rate dribbler. Not only is he good at starting and the change of direction slows him down every time he touches the ball. And your strength. Once you enter a mobile battle, it will be difficult for you to keep up with Shinai, right? There is nothing you can do about it. If it weren't for the limitations of experience, a monster of that level would not have anyone even when dribbling the ball. I can catch up. For example, if you hadn't been interrupted by my attack just now, you would have passed a long pass to him to score a goal. It's a pity, because you were one step behind, Shinai's speed was completely wasted, and now I have his teammates caught up. Fortunately, you restricted this monster. That's a lot of nonsense. Are you this kind of character? Bing Xiang stared at Nishioka Hatter like a dead person, or are you afraid after seeing the video? That's why you want to use this method to increase your winning rate. But it doesn't matter, because I won't be confused anymore. After the Ice Weaver made a fake move to create a gap, he took off directly, which was unexpected by Nishioka. Nishioka quickly turned around to observe and shouted in surprise, Are you crazy? Guangxian Shinai, you are offside now. It's so slow. I'm still thinking about how long you want me to wait. For some reason, Shinai, who didn't have a defensive player around him, accurately caught the long lob. He supported his body with his right foot and raised his left foot high. The whole body's posture is like a long bow ready to go, ready to shoot. Bang! The football that was still in the air deformed exaggeratedly like a balloon filled with water when it collided with the sneakers. The powerful shooting caused a huge noise. The football instantly jumped into the air, drew a beautiful arc and rushed into the door unstoppably. Middle. Goal. 1:0. Hey! Isn't this offside? Many people in Team W shouted dissatisfied at the monitor above the court, but a nice female voice replied coldly, Team continue, Team W returns to its own half to kick off. Nishioka still wanted to argue, but the female voice said that if he continued to waste time and hinder the progress of the game, he would be given a yellow card, so he could only shut up. It seems that the timeliness of your news is a bit poor, little messy. Bing Xiang did not look at Nishioka Hatsu standing opposite him, but his voice was accurately conveyed, and the empty mosquito-repellent incense eyes filled out the scenery on the court. Close your eyes. The guy who only sees the scenery here is making wild assumptions about us. Let me give you a game over. Chapter 17 The Second Goal, The Beginning of Despair. It turns out that the determination of offside only requires the position of the receiver at the moment when the ball holder releases the ball. Shinai is actively at the critical point of offside, and then uses its own strong reflex nerves to judge that his teammates are about to the moment before the pass was passed. He quickly retreated, and then used his speed to get rid of the opponent and received the seemingly offside pass. Not only did he get rid of the speed restrictions imposed by football, but he also used the offside rule to reduce the opponent's defense, and achieved the effect of destroying the opponent's organization by changing directions. Daijin Xingli couldn't help but admire Shinai's fantastic idea, Mr. Hui Xin, this can be said to be a move that cannot be defended. Well, considering the time it took to achieve all of this, it was indeed done well, and it can even be said to be beyond my imagination. Aizen Hibachi rarely agreed with Enri's idea, but at the same time he shook his head. However, if his creativity is limited to this, it would really disappoint me. Anti-offside is indeed a unique improvement idea. Guangxian Shinai probably used his ability to predict the opponent's movements on his teammate Bing Xiang, so he was able to seize the opportunity so accurately. It can even be said that without guidance, Guangxian Shinai has subconsciously reached the next stage, reproducibility. Shinai's previous goals can also be replicated, but in the same position, with the same defender, Shinai may not necessarily make the same choice. This is because he does not have a clear understanding of his own weapons, and in the end he can only rely on his genius. A flash of inspiration to make a judgment. Shinai did not feel complacent about the accidental success, and did not know his weapons when holding the ball. Therefore, he turned to maximize the advantages of his speed and reflexes without the ball, justified his existence, and portrayed the new formula for scoring goals. Today, as long as there is no ball, Shinai can copy this goal without limit. However, for the world's number one, this kind of goal is also meaningless. As the ace of the team, as the number one forward in the world, you will be infinitely valued by your opponents. No one will ignore you anymore. Your every move will be observed with a magnifying glass. There will always be one or even two defenders marking you. Under such circumstances, this kind of clever goal will never happen again. In other words, A, absolute weapon, *B, when A is used, equals C, mass production score, is the basic theory of the equation, and the B condition in the equation of Shinai will be in pursuit of the world's number one striker. The road was gradually blocked. X and Jihachi couldn't tell whether it was deathly silence or crazy pupils that almost stuck to the screen. Through this ball, I learned that Guangxian Jinyi's talent may be beyond my imagination, but at the same time his hunger is real. Is the shortage so severe because we have subordinates forming a pride of lions? We actually put our hopes in this kind of group hunting and fell into the game of friendship. Guangxian Shinai, I want to separate you from this false group and make you realize that you are completely different from this group of sharp-tongued beasts in terms of race. For you, becoming the Lion King is not enough. I want to make you into a dragon that can control the wind and rain all by yourself. Game over? You're just someone else's BD. How dare you say that? Nishioka Hitaki took a deep breath and tried his best not to be influenced by his emotions. Keep calm. I'm Aomori's Messi. That's all. Nishioka comforted himself while observing the scene on the field. Is that blue-haired man hiding behind Shinai again? Really, this guy who hides in other people's shadows and waits for opportunities to come out to eat other people's leftovers, lets people are unhappy. Nishioka Chu did not hand the ball to his teammates first, but continued to dribble. Shinai also came over. Don't you have a long memory? You can't break through alone. It's so reasonable to say that two people are attacking from a double flank. Nishioka Hatsu sped up, and the football was flying up and down like an elf flying on his toes. The agile style of play was gorgeous and dangerous, but that's what's interesting. Sure enough, God blocked one side again, and Iceweaver blocked it again. How could such a simple defensive idea work twice, idiot? Nishioka Hatsu pretended to break through with a double change of direction, but in fact when he touched the ball for the second time to avoid the blockage of God, he suddenly accelerated a step. His body was one position beyond the ball, and the arch of his foot pulled the ball to the calf on the other side. Swing your leg back to lift the ball. The football was thrown out from behind Nishioka Hatsu, drawing a beautiful arc, and passed over the head of the Iceweaver sheep in the air. Nishioka Hatsu himself used his thinner body to pass sideways through the gap between the two. Pass. Awesome rainbow. It's passed. How's it going, you rigid thinking fool, Shadow. A shadow quickly rose into the sky, covering Nishioka Chu like a sky and the sun. Under his horrified gaze, the rising god actually intercepted this beautiful rainbow pass in mid-air. Damn it! Shouldn't he have taken the opportunity to steal the ball after Iceweaver blocked me? Even if he found out that I was picking the ball, he would still have to react, so why did he jump right away? Can this BD predict the future? Nishioka Chu gritted his teeth. Chasing Shinai who was dribbling the ball, fortunately, this guy is not dribbling very fast. I can barely catch up with him when I don't have the ball. As long as he touches the ball again and slows down, I can stop him. Hey! Nishioka, who was holding his breath and sprinting, was shocked to find that while running with the ball, Kamichi still had the energy to look back at him. and even stuck out his tongue at him. The next time you touch the ball, you will indeed slow down, but you still can't catch up with me. Nishioka Hatsu had no time to think about why he was already running at full speed. This guy actually had time to talk. He saw Shinai touching the ball. Suddenly, a powerful kick pushed the ball towards the sideline. This ball imitates Kyunki Bayoma's weapon dribbling without slowing down. The disadvantage is also the same as Kyunki. If you kick the ball far away, you will naturally lose control of the football. However, Shinai is even crazier. He does not kick the ball in a straight line. It's to kick the ball out of bounds. A football kicked out at such a high speed is not something that ordinary people can catch. Even if someone with average physical fitness like Ji Shii predicts it, it will be difficult to intercept it. It is more likely that the interception will be forced and the ball will go out of bounds. He is considered a god. A small optimization for this move. And using this move, which seems extremely risky to ordinary people, Shinai naturally relies on the top speed of 97 without any special characteristics. Having lost the constraints of football, Shinai finally showed all his talents on the court for the first time. It can be said that it is unquestionable, unprovoked, and an absolute strength. Turtle, just crawl behind me slowly. It was clear that Nishioka Hatsu had started to speed up and Shinai had just released the ball and was in the initial stage, but Nishioka Hatsu was still completely blown away in an instant. It was not at the same level of speed. Shen Yuna can also be said to be excellent among professional track and field athletes. His speed attribute that is close to the maximum level finally showed his fangs in the blue prison. This is a hunting weapon belonging to the top creature of the food chain. The speeding Shen arrived first, still had enough energy to stop the football that was about to rush out of the boundary, swayed past the defender lightly, raised his right foot, and kicked it out vigorously. Right. The goalkeeper who was replaced by the striker jumped out completely subconsciously, but Shinai's right foot stopped before touching the football. After confirming that the goalkeeper was completely shaken by the fake movement, he scored an ordinary straight push. At this time, Nishioka Hatsu, who was shocked by Kamiyaki's inhuman behavior and couldn't take a breath, was still stopped at the center line. He watched desperately as Kamiichi played with his teammates, coughing until tears came to his eyes. They couldn't help but fall down. Current score, 2:0. Chapter 18 Oppression and Despair. Damn it, is that guy really a human? You can't even see his back at all. If he had started practicing football since he was a child, what would he be like now? Nishioka Hatsumi bit his lip, completely unable to believe what he had just seen. He had been called a genius since he was a child and was praised as the Messi of Aomori. He had never felt so clearly overwhelmed by his talents. If there is really one person who will win in this blue prison and become the world's #1 striker, then that person will never be me, but Guangxian Shinai, the more talented monster. This is what Nishioka Hatsu realized in the brief confrontation just now, a tragic but real reality. Nishioka Chu suddenly realized his own shallowness. The frog in the well who accidentally saw the larger world broadened his horizons, and at the same time, he could also feel the despair of his own insignificance more deeply. The light of Nishioka Hatsu's dream is about to be swallowed up by the monster named Koken Jiniki. No, I can't think so. It's just that he runs fast. Messi's abilities are not outstanding among top football stars, but he can also fight with his own efforts and prove himself to the world. Deo Xin was on the verge of breaking out. The broken Nishioka recalled his dream at first and continued to hypnotize himself. What's wrong? You're shaking so hard. As expected, no one can keep calm when you see that one. It's like a monster and it makes people tremble uncontrollably. So you were scared by him, so you licked your face and knelt down to be his watchdog. As if being poked in a painful spot, Nishioka's reaction was unexpectedly violent, and he roared at the Ice Weaver sheep. Of course you, a guy without dreams, can give up casually. You feel that because of this guy, you can't become the world's #1 striker, so you even give up the dignity of a striker. How can I join the same trend as you? I am Almori. Messi. After a brief silence, Bing Xiang showed an extremely confused expression, and his plain words instantly shattered all of Nishioka Chu's pride and last psychological defense. Afraid? Why be afraid? Aren't you excited to see that football can still be played like that? As for my thoughts, I'm afraid that I won't be able to keep up with him and witness the moment when God changes the world. No, it shouldn't be like this. This guy does not have the reserve of a striker, but it's not what I thought. This BD is something completely different from me, a real madman. Then, who am I if I really have that emotion? Hiyori? What's wrong? Seeing that Hiyori and Nishioka Hatsu were quarreling, Shenichi hurried up to help. It wasn't him who was bragging. He might not be able to play 1 against 11 in football. But when it comes to fighting, with his huge amount of attributes, his only worry is whether he will strike too hard and kill these high school students. Kamiichi. The low and hoarse voice attracted Kamiichi's attention, but he saw that Nishioka Chu's pupils were full of bloodshot eyes and hatred. This guy. He destroyed everything, dreams, confidence, for me. If I defeat him here, I will definitely rot in the dirt. Guangxian Shanai, I will definitely defeat you. It seems to be getting interesting. Speaking of Haihuzi, why are you using my name to attract hatred? Let's see how angry I am. Ice Weaver Sheep, who was also shocked by Shanai's aura, recalled some unbearable past events and did not want to talk to this humanoid monster. In fact, he roughly understood what happened when Nishioka first broke out. After all, he also experienced it in the corridor. It happened once. If you can't survive, you will be destroyed. Guangxian Shanai is such a domineering person. Even if he only acted unintentionally this time, he still maintains his usual momentum. Guangxian Shenyi. Okay, stop howling. It's true. It obviously isn't designed for this kind of person. It's worthy of being called Yanyi prison. It's not bad at all. It only takes a moment of madness to make you look like this. Recalling Kira in the original work, the way Ryusuke and Rin ran away made Kamiichi feel afraid, worried that he would follow in the footsteps of these guys. By the way, this guy is just like the original Malang. Has the meaning of playing football been destroyed? So now is his last chance? Thinking of this, Shanai shrugged and turned around, pretending to be indifferent. However, no one noticed that as soon as Shen turned around, he raised his hands to cover his face, to cover his expression. Hidden under the slender palms were the crazily raised corners of his mouth and eyes full of craziness. Although it was not intentional, if he was completely destroyed, he should be able to gain a lot of system points. No, even if there is no system score, I still want to try to crush all enemies who dare to resist me. It's time to pile up the corpse of the first loser under my throne as a ladder for me to ascend. Hiyori, please fend off the soldiers for me later. I also want to try what it would be like to face the extremely low-matching Messi. Shanai turned his head and gave Bing Xiang a bright but undeniable smile. Bing Xiang thought for a while but still didn't speak, and nodded. Learn. After arranging the venue, Shanai turned around and looked down at Nishioka Chu. Obviously there is still a glimmer of hope, but since you insist on seeking death, let me crush the last bit of waste you have left, little Messi. However, Nishioka Chu has no intention of bickering with Kamiichi. His eyes have become hollow but focused. Now he only has one thought in his mind. Defeat Guangxian Shanai, no matter what method is used, defeat him and prove his worth and possibility, otherwise the goal he strives for, the dream of being the world's #1 striker, will be meaningless. It was clear that his teammate was about to pass the ball, but Nishioka, who couldn't wait for a moment, violently intercepted his teammate. He didn't even pay attention to the Ice Weaver who was standing nearby, and ran straight towards Shanai with the ball. It was simply because of Shinai. Instructions, Bing Xiang did not bother to steal. In front of the offense, the defense is always passive, otherwise there wouldn't be so many offside rules to restrict the offense, let alone a guy of Nishioka's level. But, God, you can do it. Finally, Shinai faced Nishioka Hatsu alone for the first time. The familiar high-frequency touches of the ball mobilized Shinai's center of gravity again and again, and holes in the iron wall's defense were exposed one after another. So what if I can't guard you? I'm a striker. As long as I attack and my dribbling can be used as a weapon, I'm still valuable. Moreover, if you don't stick together, no one can guard me. But I am. Shen Yi suddenly said, "Are you happy to be called Messi? Just become a shoddy copy of someone else and be complacent and use it as a dream. Don't laugh to death. If you can become number one in the world by following other people's figures, then number one in the world is too cheap. The so-called title of Little Messi is not worth mentioning at all. No, it is completely rubbish with negative effects. Shut up, what do you know about me?" Nishioka shouted but did not make any sound, because before he knew it, Shinai had stopped him for 30 seconds. "It looks shaky, the wall is full of loopholes, and it will fall down if I push it, but why don't you get out of the way? Do you have to block the way to my dream?" Guangxian Shinai. Nishioka took a deep breath and tried his best not to listen to Shinai's nonsense. His crazy dribbling and brilliant passing methods were endless, but Shinai still did not waver in any way, and his deep black pupils made it impossible to understand him at all. "Idea. Damn it, don't scare yourself. I can win. This is it. Go away. Guangxian Shinai, my dream will not be decided by you." Ba bang. Nishioka Hatsu, who had opened a path, rushed forward happily, but Kamiichi suddenly kicked his leg. While kicking the football, it also tripped Nishioka Hatsu's calf. Tumble to the ground. But Nishioka Chu ignored the radio broadcast of Shinai's foul, and didn't even care about the pain in his body. He just looked at Shinai blankly. "It's still a little slow, isn't it?" Shinai stood there and stared at Nishioka Hatsu with blank eyes. It was obvious that he had committed a foul, but the corners of his mouth were still rising. "I see, I probably understand, I will definitely stop you next time. Guangxian Shinai, you monster, how desperate do you want me to be before you give up?" Chapter 19 The Crisis of Team Z. "Next time, I will definitely stop you." Nishioka Chu shook his head vigorously, but his mind kept recalling Kamiichi's words just now. Impossible, how could such a thing happen? He has only seen it a few times, how could he already understand it? But I really can't break through. Every time I feel that I can find a gap and move over to create an opportunity, but this guy always appears in the most uncomfortable position and blocks my sprint. My weapon was really seen through by this guy. No way, Little Messi, how can you not concentrate on the court? With that teasing and disgusting voice echoing in his ears, Nishioka Chu's consciousness began to become a little blurry. Suddenly, he seemed to catch a glimpse of Shen Yi's figure speeding past his eyes like a ghost, and quickly disappeared from his sight, and the distance between him and himself became wider and wider. Behind me, could it be said, that I had successfully left him behind? Although he no longer felt the ball under his feet, Nishioka Chu still deceived himself, running and struggling until he fell to the ground in embarrassment. It turns out I was robbed. Without continuing the chase, Nishioka Chu just lay down weakly on the cold and hard ground, his eyes empty and confused. His eyes were always firmly locked on the figure that was moving away and as strong as flying. If I had not come to this blue prison, would everything be different? Maybe, I would not be completely destroyed like now. I can still be the person who shines in Almori Messi. But why do I have no regrets at all? Why am I so happy? Lying on the ground, Nishioka used his arms to block the dazzling lights. Tears flowed down his face, but a bright smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. What Messi in Almori? As he said, he is obsessed with this unknown thing. I am so stupid. Ah, it's so great to come to the blue prison. God rushed away like a bolt of lightning, and his unstoppable momentum made the defenders panic and rush to cover their positions. At this moment, Shinai flicked the ball lightly. Before the defenders could recover, Shinai had already passed him at lightning speed. At the same time, Ice Weaver's return pass also arrived at just the right time. Such a fast 1-2 with almost no delay left the defender helplessly reduced to a wooden pile, standing there blankly watching God carry the ball. Rush towards the goal. Bang! Shua! 3:0. Hey! Bing Z, that goal just now was very good, probably the best one so far. Shinai, who scored the goal, pointed at Bing Xiang excitedly. If the previous cooperation was a chess player, the standard rule is to take one step at a time. The ball just now was taken 1.5 steps at a time. The speed of action is not at the same level at all. Not only is he in a comfortable position when receiving the pass, but he also doesn't have to slow down to wait for the ball when he passes the ball. The ball will automatically come to his feet while sprinting with all his strength, and the coordination process will flash across the court like lightning. Man, it's simply the blue prison version of weird attack. Well, I think what you just said is good. Bing Xiang nodded in agreement. I'm always thinking about improving myself and catching up with you, but I found that this is not enough, not only physical fitness but also if I can't catch up. Even if I can barely keep up, I'm still lagging behind compared to Shinai and you. So, I have to take a step forward and prepare myself in advance so that I can cooperate with you. That's what I was thinking about the ball just now, so I unconsciously. Could it be that with the goal of keeping up with me, you entered the flow state unconsciously, and then accidentally touched the threshold of the transfinite horizon? It's okay, let's go in 2 more to find the state. Thinking of this, Shinai smiled and patted Bing Xiang on the shoulder to comfort him. As he was walking back, he was blocked by a figure. Guangxian Shenyi. Hey, little Messi? What's wrong? Don't call me that title. Nishioka Chu slapped Shinai's hand away angrily and took a long breath. Guangxian Shinai, thank you. If it weren't for you, I might still be immersed in the glory of the past. I lost this time, but I won't always lose. No matter how long it takes, I will keep chasing you, surpass everyone, and become the #1 striker in the world. It's me. The curvature of the corner of Kamichi's mouth slowly disappeared, and his eyes became sharp, like 2 sharp swords, as he looked up and down at Nishioka Hatsu in front of him. Unfortunately, I have never experienced being surpassed by anyone in my life. It's a taste, and the guys who are lagging behind will only be pushed further and further away by me until they disappear. Then give it a try. Don't think you are the only one who is a genius. It failed to destroy him, or it could be said that it has destroyed the guy named Messi Almori, but he reinvented himself. Forget it, it would be boring if it was so easy, or this is the blue prison. Shinai clenched his fists in excitement. If Nishioka Chu was like this, what would happen if there were Rin, Ji, and more monsters? Thinking of this, Guangxian Shinai expressed the same emotion as Nishioka Chu. It's great to be here in Blue Prison. At this point, when the game resumed, Nishioka Hatsumi completely gave up playing alone, and instead used gorgeous dribbling to activate his teammates. Unfortunately, he still lost to the duo of Shinai and Hyuzi. After all, not everyone is like Kiseiichi. A monster that can destroy itself instantly and then rebuild itself. The final score was 9:0, and Team X won. As the female voice on the radio sounded, the game came to an end. Shinai and Nishioka looked at each other from a distance. It's not over yet. I will come back in the next round. Shinai pushed Bing Xiang away in disgust. Don't dub for others casually. Hey, but that's what he thinks. He's so understanding that you can see it at a glance. Not to mention the happy Kamiichi and his team, they turned their attention to Ji Shiai. In the silent locker room, everyone was gasping for air. The score of the game was displayed on the screen, and the number was 3:2. Damn it! They actually counterattacked collectively at the last minute. There's no way they can stop that kind of tactics. Asahi took a sip of water and complained loudly. Damn it, that BD with long bangs actually passed the ball. Isn't he a forward? He actually passed the ball at this time. Lei Shijingo yelled in displeasure. He was extremely unhappy when he was attracted by Urtzi at the last moment and missed Okawa. By the way, why is the goalkeeper still staring over there when the two players are blocked? If he can save the ball. I told you that I only became the goalkeeper because I lost the draw. Due to the defeat, the only unity of the entire team disappeared in an instant, and everyone blamed each other. I lost again. I can't even win in Building 5 at the end of this crane. How am I going to catch up with that BD on the upper floor? Ryusuke Kira put a towel on his head and looked at his feet blankly, while Kiyosei next to him did the same. This was the butterfly effect brought about by Koken Shinichi. He woke up Ryusuke Kira early and prevented him from being eliminated in the first round. However, at the same time, the stronger Z team, including Kiyoichi, also everyone lost the sense of urgency that they were originally weak and could be eliminated at any time, which led to the delay of evolution. In fact, they still did not win the first game. The score with team under King Malang's personality, he evolved from 0-1, but Team Z is still in disarray. Kira Ryusuke, who is good at team football, cooperated with Kisi to score goals in the chaos at the beginning, so he relied on his goals and his fame to make everyone reluctantly obey. However, as Malang's personality and strength were revealed, Team X gradually integrated the score. When taking the lead, Team Z gradually became chaotic. If you can't open up the situation, then my sexy goal will win. As Jingo Reiki roared, Team Z returned to its original 0, and only everyone will have me. Ryo Kira, who is good at team football, is always talking about it. Ji also gradually lost his mind. If Ji Shiai hadn't scored a valuable draw at the buzzer by using blind spots in his sight, the current Z team would have been eliminated. The reason is that the talents and personalities of the entire Z team are extremely distinctive. It can be seen from the number of people who passed the second round of selection that although it is said to be the Z team, it is actually full of talents. In such a team, whether it is Ryusuke Kira or Kiyoichi, their weapons are not absolute enough. Without a truly decisive and powerful weapon, they cannot tame these unscrupulous beasts. At least for now, they cannot become the decisive one. A beast without hunger will not hunt to the death. Win or lose, live or die. If you lose another game, you will be eliminated. Only at the moment of life and death will the forwards awaken. After a casual glance, Hui Shinhapaka turned around to observe Kamiichi, who was practicing. It's in life and death games that these guys make a difference. Whether he awakens or sinks, it all depends on the next victory or defeat, and that is the value of wasting his time watching. Chapter 20 Transformation. Okay, stop arguing. Do you know what's going on now? Ju Yuanshi's angry rebuke attracted everyone's attention. Ju Yuanshi looked at these guys with hatred. Do you know where we are now? We have already lost one game. The first round of selection adopts a single round-robin format of 5 teams, and only the top 2 teams with points can retain all their players. Assuming that all teams are close in strength and have 2 wins and 2 losses, then they will have 6 points. In other words, if you want to stay, you must aim at least 7 points. This may be the point line to break through the first round of selection. A win is 3 points, a draw is 1 point, that is to say, as long as we win another game, it will be enough. Lei Shijhenwu didn't take it seriously. The next game will be decided by my sexy football. Burden. Although it can be said that, what is more important is that as long as we lose one more game, we will be infinitely close to the dead end. We must not fall into the current situation of a swarm of swarms without cooperation. Hey? In that case, you can just cooperate with my sexy football. Lei Shijingo could agree with the previous words, but when he heard the final rebuttal, he couldn't help but sneer and pointed his thumb at himself. Just pass the ball to me. If it's a shot, it should be passed to me. My shot is the most powerful and the most threatening. Kunigami Ronsuk also raised his hand. What are you talking about, muscle idiot? You just want to be the goal scorer. The locker room became noisy again. Ji Shii leaned on the wall alone and looked up at the light above. If Shinai was here, what would happen to him? No. That guy might be in the first place. He will just knock everyone out in one game, and it is impossible to be in danger now. He is well aware that there is a huge gap between himself and God, but it is precisely because of this gap that inspires him to continue to work hard and surpass himself. However, reality is always cruel and ruthless. Faced with the severe situation at hand and the frustration and low mood of his teammates, Ji Shii felt unprecedented pressure and helplessness. What am I doing? I obviously want to defeat that guy and become the number one in the world. Now I am sinking here. Am I going to be the same as I was in the county competition? My teammates and coach don't trust me, the whole team no longer has the desire to win, and I couldn't even play at the last minute. Do I have to accept that kind of regret again? Ji Shii gritted his teeth, his face covered by the towel was extremely ferocious. Even if we are to be eliminated, even if everything will end, at least, the final outcome will be decided by me. If it were Shen Yi, he would definitely say this. I want to use my goals to determine the final result, and I will decide my future myself. While Kyoshi was secretly transforming in the dark corner, Ryusuke Kira also stood up. The important thing is that what that guy said changed from 0 to 1. This should be the key to this round of assessment. After being severely punished by Kamiichi, Ryusuke Kira no longer only wanted to refute and deny Ishin Jihachi's theory from the perspective of a loser, but could better understand Ishin Jihachi's words. Instead, start thinking deeply. I think the key to changing from 0 to 1 is the leader. Kira Ryusuke pointed at himself first. In the first game, because Ji and I scored a goal together, everyone will trust us temporarily. The same goes for the opponent. The goal scored by Malang alone also united the opponent team. However, when the situation became increasingly anxious, we had civil strife instead. You who no longer obeyed my leadership completely dismantled the one that I had integrated. At that time, it became 1 versus 0 on the court. In the end, the number was naturally larger. 1 wins. Are you kidding me? You lead? I just showed up where I was supposed to be. And what do you mean? Do you want to pass the responsibility to us so that you can become a bullshit leader? The grumpy Reiki Jingo rushed up and grabbed Kira Ryusuke by the collar and roared at him, I have never recognized you as a leader, and according to you, it is not our problem, but yours. This BD betrayed our trust. After all, you are so useless. Even if I give you the ball, there is no hope of victory. Isn't it natural for a leader who cannot lead people to win to step down? And wasn't your ball just passed to you by Ji Shii's vision? Didn't you steal a goal when everyone was in a mess? After a furious rebuke, the entire locker room fell into an eerie calm. Kira Ryusuke took a deep breath and lowered his head in silence. Ah, yes, it was me who betrayed the trust of my teammates, even at that time, was completely destroyed by the opponent, lost in the opponent's strength. I am not the kind of player with the most personality. This is Kira Ryusuke's most real feeling during these days of living in the blue prison. I am only there because of everyone. What a ridiculous sentence. Team football, team victory, team, everything depends on the team, all goals rely on cooperation, then if we lose, what about these? Kira Ryusuke, just like his mantra, after losing everyone, he will completely fall, from treasure to mortal without personality. After all, why is he called the treasure of Japanese football? It's because his football playing style is most similar to that of Japan. The entire team operates like a precision machine according to common sense, but he just operates more efficiently. And it just happens to be in a place where it can be easily seen. Forwards should not be limited to rigid mechanical operations. The talents of forwards and their flashes of inspiration will only fade in the day-to-day obedience. Forwards should be detached from the team and no longer serve as a support for the team, but as a helper. The team becomes the support of the striker. Don't let the team make him, let him make the team. Ha, you recognize it quite clearly, so in the next game you just follow me, I will. Ryosuke Kira suddenly pushed away the arrogant Kami Jingo and interrupted him. I don't lower my head to admit my mistake. I understand. I'm just reflecting on why I let you idiots speak out, and how can I give you scum at the bottom the right to resist. In the next game, I want you to obey me completely and follow my tactics. No objections allowed. Shinai, who relied on his identity as an investor to get the right to watch the blue prison surveillance through the back door, happened to see this scene and laughed excitedly. Haha, as expected of me, I can actually make things so interesting. Congratulations on the evolution, Kira Ryosuke-san. It's great that you don't care about life and death at the bottom. You have officially evolved from a treasure of Japan to a high-level member of the American government. I'm really looking forward to the fun that a completely unknown transformation can bring me. Chapter 21 Ji Shiai's Selfishness. What are you talking about, UBD? Who will listen to you and play that kind of rubbish football that has no meaning at all? Because I am the strongest here, and I am also the one who has scored the most points in Team Z so far. It is the truth to give the ball to the strongest player to score. Ryosuke Kira showed no weakness when facing Ryuki Jingo, and the two of them held their heads together. Glare. Or do you want to just get out of here in despair? After all, isn't it you who disrupts the team's cooperation every time? A black sheep with nothing but a voice. Ha! How dare you say that you want to fight, UBD? Not only are your football skills bad, but your brain is also bad? Can't you understand human speech? Are all your brain cells used to grow those fangs of yours? UBD, say it again if you have the guts. Did I say something wrong? You are not good at all football skills, your dribbling is mediocre, you can never pass the ball to a good position, and you don't even have good vision and overall situation. What else do you do except run around the whole field with all your strength? You megalodon. The two people kept arguing, while others either looked on with cold eyes or nodded in agreement. Just when the whole locker room was tense and it seemed that a full-scale martial arts battle was about to take place, Ji Shiai stood up and shook the towel on his head with a wave of his hand. Fell to the ground. Under the gaze of Kaisuke's empty mosquito-repellent eyes, Ryuki Jingo and Kira Ryosuke involuntarily put down each other's collars. For a moment, the air seemed to freeze, and the room fell into a strange calm. Have you had enough trouble? Seeing everyone calm down, Ji Shiai slowly spoke, since no one is convinced, let's see the truth on the court. Everyone will play as the chief on the court for 10 minutes and score goals. Someone can extend the possession of the ball for 5 minutes. During the time when this person is the chief, everyone must play according to his ideas and tactics. How about it? Since you are a forward, it is most advantageous to compare with your goal performance, or do you have to continue this embarrassing performance? And then take a penalty and cause the team to be eliminated embarrassingly. Ryuki Jingo and Kira Ryosuke looked at each other and turned their heads away in displeasure. Since you said so, Ji, I won't argue with him if I have a lot of money. Of course, the striker must let his shooting speak for himself. I will use my gorgeous shooting skills to let that guy know that the reputation he has blown out is of no use at all. Humph, it's just a self-comfort for an unknown person. Recognition by others is a sign of strength. Can you become the world's #1 forward without any fame? I had no chance. So Blue Prison will be the stepping stone for me to rise and go to the world. I'm just afraid that I will come in excitedly and then become a stepping stone for others. Even after being mediated by Ji Shii, these two guys still refused to admit defeat, but everyone could see that these two people had calmed down a lot, at least they would not fight again. Ji Shii sighed and looked at the others. I'm going to go out and take a breath first. Let's gather together after dinner. Everyone will report their weapons and kicking methods. In the next game, everyone's strength will be determined. Be able to play. After explaining to Zhu Yuanxi, Ji Shi walked out of the room and sighed deeply. Yo! Wow! Ji Shii, who was relaxed, was startled by the sudden voice. He turned around and found that it was a teammate in the room. His name seemed to be Feng Luai. Hey, are you okay? Ah, no, I'm fine. You weren't the one who scared me, Ji Shii secretly complained in his heart, and then looked at this guy who always seemed to be confused. What can I do for you? No, it's okay. Unexpectedly, Feng Luai shook his head. I just came to get to know you. Originally, I thought you were just that guy's follower, but I didn't expect. There is actually a monster hiding in a place like this. I'm looking forward to the next game. As he said this, Feng Le waved his hand back at him and left, leaving him confused and feeling deeply inexplicable. Ji Shii. What, that guy? This kind of talking to himself reminded Ji Shii of that man. When he thought of this, Ji Shii couldn't help but shuddered and shook his head hard. Clear your mind of distracting thoughts. Don't think so much. Now I have given myself a chance. Even among the Z team, which is the worst in the entire Blue Prison, my talent is the least outstanding. Reiki Jingo has extremely outstanding stamina and has high other stats. Kunigami Ransuk is good at using his left foot and has a powerful shooting power. Kuan Wataru has great high jump ability and a good brain. There is also the treasure of Japanese football, Kira Ryasuk, who has outstanding numerical values, has no shortcomings in football skills, and has a very high football intelligence. Among these people, I have no outstanding advantages. If I display it normally with the weapons process, I will never get a chance. But if I follow my tactical arrangements, I will be able to get the chance to be the leader no matter what. Ji Shi took a deep breath. What was it that was weighing heavy on his heart? It was the pressure, the hesitation about the future, the fear that his football career might be cut off, and the feeling of powerlessness that even if he passed this level, there was a terrifying figure covering the sky and the sun standing on the top of the mountain looking down at him, which made him feel powerless. People feel that everything is meaningless now. But, this is also a signpost that points the way for me. As long as you are in front of me, I will not stop. Ji Shii kept taking deep breaths and slapped his face with his palms. After a long time, he put down the quilt. My palms were sore from the shock. But what exactly is my weapon? Ishin Jihachi. What on earth did that man see in me to choose me to go to this Blue Prison? Damn it! I don't even know what my weapon is now. The only one I can use is the blind spot that I mastered during the battle with Guangxian Shen. Ji Shii laughed at himself and helplessly. This alone is not enough. Just like in that game, even if it is barely more than one step, it is not enough to support my shot. Other than that, I don't have anything that can help score goals, such as dribbling, speed, and height. Maybe I don't have anything that can be called a weapon at all. 2 days later there will be a game against Team W, and in this game, only those who can score goals and produce value will get opportunities. And those who still fail to score despite everyone's help will not be trusted again. Recalling the humiliation of being substituted during the game, Ji Shii's eyes became firmer. I need to get more direct weapons that can directly help my goals. In just these 2 days. By the way, this natto tastes terrible. Can anyone send me a steak? Chapter 22. Why don't you guys have a fight? While Ji Shii was looking for a way to become stronger alone, Shen Yi also quietly fell into sleep. As his consciousness continued to sink, he came to this familiar place again. Old rule, draw one first. Shenai rubbed his hands. Although he had a lot of points, as a hoarding player, he was always reluctant to spend lavishly. He just spent 100 points every day to draw a 10-shot to try. Water. However, I don't know if the first draw was a bonus for newbies. In the next few days, he didn't draw any meaningful characteristics, and he didn't even see the purple light. There was no point in learning anything else temporarily, and there was simply no summons. New heroic spirit. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining the following temporary features, please choose one to save. Genius, blue. Farsightedness, white. Golden mean, blue. Irritable, white. Ear-moving magic skill, blue. Left-handed, blue. Swallow, gold. Copy eyes, gold. Wild, blue. First step, blue. Okay, The sudden golden light caused an exclamation of joy, but the flash of light that followed made the surprise change. Why? There were so many draws before, but now they are all crowded together. I can only choose one, no. Shen Yi knelt on the ground and looked up to the sky like Yuan Hua in the snow, sighing. After a long time, he finally came out of this, be liberated from this conflicting mood. Well, let's analyze it first. Needless to say, the two gold ones are absolutely powerful just by looking at their names. The last two blue characteristics are also good. Wildness should be Kuriko's ability in basketball. You can get corresponding animals according to your playing style and personality. Wildness to enhance strength. And the wild potential of the complete body should be very good. The strength of the final characteristics should completely depend on the user. The low level here should be because I only drew the blue level, not because its upper limit is low. Shenai had a pained look on his face. If this had come out when he drew a bunch of blue sky and white clouds before, he would have chosen this without any hesitation. It can even be said that this is a hidden prize that surpasses the great evaluation. What a pity. The same goes for the last step, blue. This thing can be said to be an absolutely universal characteristic in most sports. At the same level, it may not be weaker than his characteristics other than genius characteristics. Unfortunately, I had to pass because of the level. Then there are only two left. God focused on the two entries that exuded charming golden light, both of which had powerful perverted abilities. The pupil of copy. This is the easiest to estimate. The ability is directly written on the name, and it can be said that this is the standard feature when sports movies describe top talents. Just seeing this name, countless names came to mind in Kamiyaki's mind, all of which were famous characters in anime, Kai's Ryota in Kuriko no Basketball, Neo in The Prince of Tennis, and also in Blue Prison, King Ling who has not yet awakened. What's more, this mechanism of using characteristics to guide summons can be summoned by any heroic spirit with this characteristic. So don't the more geniuses in the sports series have the ability to copy other people's skills? For example, Ekaizen Ryoma used the stunts of his teammates, although Akashi, who has the Eye of the Emperor, may not necessarily be able to copy the skills of other people in the same era of miracles. It should be easy to reproduce the abilities of some ordinary characters. In Little Volleyball there is also a brother Gong Yu and Gong Ji who tries to copy the weird fast attack from the very beginning. Therefore, the reason why these characters who are also known as geniuses do not show the ability to copy is more likely because they want to follow their own path and disdain copying. Therefore, this feature is not only powerful on the surface, but also has a very high upper limit. But Shenai took a deep breath. The characteristic with only 2 words and almost no effective information except grade attracted his attention like a black hole, unable to reach the speed of light. Naturally, my fingers cannot escape the attraction of the black hole. You have selected the characteristic, devouring, gold, whether to use this characteristic as a holy relic to summon heroic spirits. Ah, the choice has been made. Shania shouted with a headache. Obviously the eye of overriding should be the most reliable. After all, his system doesn't just give you whatever you choose. It seems like he and Kobe practiced it. It's been so long since I've been able to get hold of the staring eye. Without exception, those who have the ability to copy are geniuses. Although there are exceptions, most of them have strong teaching abilities. For example, Akashi has trained more than one Phantom Sixth Man, and Tezuka is also very talented as a team leader. Teaching talent. But those who have the ability to devour are all crazy, and there are only a few normal people. They basically rely on instinct. They can teach you shit. They may give up the copying pupil and choose this, and in the end they will only recruit a useless one. The guy who is looking for trouble all day long. But after all, this is a blue prison. Just seeing the word swallow is enough. There is no reason not to take it. Besides, guys with copying abilities in anime end up being stepping stones. What they copy is not their own after all. Only by devouring others and digesting other people's talents can you improve yourself. Well, yes, that's it. Shania could only comfort himself like this, trying his best to find excuses for his choice, and at the same time, he threw the golden glass ball-like properties he got into the summoning circle. The summoning array slowly lights up, and the characteristic ball gradually decomposes in the brilliance and dissipates into bright golden light spots. When the light spots are gradually absorbed by the array, a dazzling light beam with golden light rises into the sky. The special effects of gold properties are just more fancy than purple ones. Shania was trying his best to complain secretly, while squinting his eyes to distinguish the figure walking out of the light pillar. The sportswear he's wearing? He's an athlete after all. He seems to be wearing a basketball uniform? Why is it basketball again? His gray-silver hair is swallowing. It's really you've got a troublesome guy. Ah, really, you can own such a nice place all by yourself, it's really enviable. The careless young man picked his ears nonchalantly and stared at Shania with malice. I really want to give you everything, loot them all. Hizaki Shogo, why did you recruit such a thing? The god pressed his temples with a headache. It was the first time he summoned an iced black tea and he had a headache. The paranoid would fight as soon as he summoned it, 1 versus 1 duel, so Shania had no choice but to come in and draw a lottery first and then summon, and now here comes this. That's right. Shen Yi had a flash of inspiration, clenching a fist with his right hand and hammering it in the palm of his left hand. Why didn't I think of that? With a flash of light, the purple and gold jersey shines on the court. How about you two fight first and then talk about it after the fight is over? Chapter 23. Do you dare to use my magic against me? Shania, what's wrong with you? Didn't you sleep well? Looking at Shania, who was staring at the two dark circles under his eyes and yawning constantly, Bing Xiang asked curiously. Shania's condition didn't seem to be very good these days. Hey, the circles under my eyes were getting heavier day by day, and I kept yawning. It is obvious that Shania is the most punctual person in the team and sleeping every day. Last night, Ice Weaver deliberately went to bed 2 hours late to confirm that Shania was indeed asleep and did not do anything in the middle of the night. However, his condition is still getting worse and worse. In a game with Team W, they were still under the standard. They played almost the entire game but only scored 5 goals. Shania also knew that his condition was not good, but it was difficult to explain the system. He could only shake his head helplessly, opened his mouth wide and yawned again. It's okay, it's just that I've been having nightmares lately. Sigh, isn't it just a nightmare? That guy Hizaki Shogo, who is the boss and I'm the second child, really went to provoke Kobe like a stupid young man, and Kobe took the bait as expected, but who would have thought that he would suffer in the end? It's me. Speaking of which, it was really an unreal chaos. Thinking of this, Shania's thoughts gradually returned to the original night. Kobe, who attacked first, made a crossover with the ball, passed Shogo Haizaki with a simple change of direction, and easily scored with a sideways backhand layup. Is someone guarding me? Hey, brat, you waited so long to summon an heir to help you train. Kobe shouted disdainfully, and even shouted at Shinai. So I said, summon an heir. I'm so lucky, guys at this level are not as good as I was when I was 13 years old. What is it? Even those guys can't do it at such a speed. Shogo Haizaki looked shocked, but after a brief moment of astonishment, what appeared on his face was its excitement. Yeah, great, I can't wait to take what's yours, NR. What did you say? Didn't your mother teach you to keep your mouth clean? Shogo Haizaki said the forbidden words, causing Kobe to almost use his elbow to go up and smash that foul mouth. Shen Yi tried hard to persuade him, saying that this kid is uneducated, he just simply called you a black man, and he definitely didn't mean to say discriminatory and forbidden words. After finally persuading him, he warned Haizaki Shogo by the way, but obviously, the anger could not be eliminated so easily. Kobe had a sullen face and stared at Haizaki Shogo with a pair of snake eyes. Kid, I originally wanted to let you off the hook because you're not old, but as an adult I have to teach you that if you do something, you have to pay the price. Kobe threw the ball to Haizaki with an angry look on his face. Shogo, come on, change your serve. Don't blame me for not giving you a chance. If you don't change your serve, I'm afraid you won't be able to touch the ball all night. Kobe's intention to deliberately change his hair was too obvious. God knew at a glance that this guy was going to bully Haizaki Shogo on the defensive end using his tricks and his stronger physical talent, which he had been doing in the NBA for many years. Don't ask him how he knew this. A snake is very small-minded. However, you really gave me a chance. That guy's ability is difficult to master. But since Shogo Haizaki can't replicate the ability of the Age of Miracles, then maybe Shogo Haizaki can't replicate Kobe's ability. With this question in mind, Kamiichi sat upright, eyes widened, and carefully analyzed the actions of both sides. How effective Haizaki Shogo's ability can be in the battle with Kobe also proved his value in disguise. Based on this, Shinai can also better allocate his time in the training camp. After all, it is not easy to master a new characteristic. If Haizaki Shogo's ability has no effect on Kobe, Shinai will also. I can only admit that I am unlucky and will not waste any time on him. Haha, this is your choice. Come on, let me snatch everything away from you little by little. Shogo Haizaki lowered his center of gravity. A simple triple threat did not shake Kobe's center of gravity at all. Shogo Haizaki is obviously not a guy who has the patience to slowly look for his opponent's flaws. He directly drops the ball and turns around. Kobe sees the right moment and steps forward to block him. At the same time, from Shiniki's perspective, he can clearly see Kobe's hand pinching Shogo Haizaki's waist. For a moment, Shogo Haizaki's movements obviously trembled, but he still insisted on doing a half-turn. Kobe obviously reached up and jammed Shogo Haizaki's shoulder to directly steal the ball, but Shogo Haizaki made a difficult dribble behind his back. Kobe, who was anxious to steal in order to teach his opponent a lesson, fell behind Shogo Haizaki. We got it. Shogo Haizaki laughed excitedly. However, Kobe, who was clearly one step behind and was stuck behind Shogo Haizaki, struggled to catch up. In addition, the physical confrontation delayed Shogo Haizaki's speed, and he actually caught up again within 2 steps. FK Shogo Haizaki. This terrifying return of defense made Shinai grimace for a while. It was so scary. In terms of absolute speed, the current Shinai could already beat Kobe by a few blocks, but in the case of physical confrontation, Kobe's speed was even faster. To surpass him. But it can be seen from this shot that Kobe is not much faster than Shogo Haizaki. Even when he is one step behind, this speed advantage is completely useless. However, the reason why Kobe can catch up is to rely on continuous use physical confrontation to slow down your opponent. There is no way. Confrontational sports such as football and basketball are never simply about which ability is stronger, but how well you can perform it. The difference between Shinai and Kobe is the gap in game experience, and similarly, those world-class players who will eventually become opponents will definitely not lack such experience. But the next step is the key point. While admiration for Kobe's experience flashed through his mind, Shinai did not forget the key point of this game. However, when facing Kobe who was chasing after him, Hizaki Shogo showed no fear on his face. He shook his shoulders and swung the ball to the right. When Kobe's center of gravity shook, he quickly pulled it back, then staggered sideways and brushed past Kobe. Raise your hands for a layup. Crossover. Hizaki Shogo passed him in the same way as Kobe. Snap. With a crisp sound, the basketball was changed by the huge force, spinning into the arms of Shen Yi on the side of the field. You are so brave, you dare to imitate my goal and hit me on the spot. Kobe's mood at this time was exactly the same as Snape's classic saying. How dare you use my magic against me? You can prevent this, what kind of monster are you? Shogo Hizaki's face showed shock for the first time. No, I won't meet another guy like those bastards. No, I can copy this guy's scoring moves, maybe he is a specialized defensive player. Hizaki Shogo's mind suddenly changed, and he returned to his unruly look. Humph, you were lucky to prevent this ball, but you won't be so lucky with the next ball. By the way, let me remind you, your goal has been taken away by me. Chapter 24 Team X vs Team V. What nonsense are you talking about? Kobe pointed at Shogo Hizaki. Come on, end it quickly, don't waste time. I'm so scared. Shogo Hizaki smiled strangely and opened his hands, standing one step away from Kobe. Come on, let me see what you are capable of and let me plunder more. I really don't have a long memory. I can't catch up with me even if I step forward. It's useless. Kobe completely replicated the previous ball and threw away Hizaki Shogo with a quick crossover. This time it was even easier, without even turning sideways. It wiped out Hizaki Shogo's defense. Kobe was stunned for a moment and looked at his short hands. It was clear that Shogo Hizaki made no defensive moves at all, but the basketball suddenly let go when he changed direction. I told you, your ability has been taken away by me. Shogo Hizaki laughed and picked up the football. You can no longer use that trick, so let me see something new. Thinking of this, Shen Yi sighed. After that, Kobe's temper got worse. He forced himself to challenge Shogo Hizaki with only crossover despite being debuffed. When the ball fell, Shogo Hizaki elbowed him to pick it up again. Shogo Saki couldn't even surrender even if he wanted to. The two of them practiced like this for a full 6 hours, and Shogo Hizaki finally collapsed from exhaustion and passively cancelled the summons. I don't know what happened after that, but it seemed that Shogo Hizaki was being tortured and he became Kobe's younger brother. When I entered training camp the next night, I saw Kobe shooting while Shogo Hizaki was picking up the ball. Caddies. Then these two idiots actually pointed the finger at Shinai, insisting on catching Shinai 2-on-1 to start training. Not only was he not allowed to defend these two guys with his hands, Kobe also asked Hizaki Shogo to do whatever he wanted to do. Step up, insert eyes, pop anus. Anyway, he won't get hurt here. As long as you think of any move, you can use it. Otherwise, this kid will not even know he is suffering a loss on the court. Don't be inexplicably useless. Recalling Kobe's malicious tone when he said this, Shinai felt frightened for a while. Although he was very grateful to Kobe for his high demands on him. How do I use my feet to guard against your sister's fadeaway jumper? Do I jump up and do a one-liner? Forget it, don't worry about it for now, today's opponent is them. Shinai gulped, took out his mobile phone and dug out the information. Team V, there are 3 strong players in the team, Jubei Yubaize, Kakutarito, and Keijita Otoyami, who originally broke through the second stage of the assessment. The average points difference per game is more than 4 points. It happened to be at this time. Shinai smiled bitterly. His state was indeed wrong these 2 days. Although the legendary training camp will not directly change his physical state, the muscle memory will be retained. I thought it was a completely harmless setting other than limiting the training time, but I didn't expect that there would be a trap in a place like this. Shinai regretted that he ignored the system prompts and carefully selected training items. Because his ability to turn around was robbed by Shogo Haizaki. That's right, although he just made a turn while playing basketball, he didn't expect it to be taken away like this. Moreover, this robbery can also be used cross-border in football. Nowadays, whenever he turns around with the ball, he almost always makes a mistake. It can be said that all the various direction-changing techniques such as the Marseille slalom are not available, but the strange thing is that he also used techniques such as crossover, but Haizaki Shogo could not take them away, or Kamichi did not feel that there was anything missing. Is it because crossover has so little connection with football that it doesn't matter if it is taken away? It's unlikely. The connection between crossover and change of direction is much closer than the connection between reverse luck and Marseille slalom. There is definitely some crucial element that I have overlooked but has been forgotten by me. I remember that Kobe's back did not seem to be taken away. If my crossover was not taken away but had no impact, if Haizaki Shogo can't take it away. Is the key point the hidden mechanism of plunder? I remember that it was originally said that Haizaki Shogo would deliberately change the rhythm of the copied skills to cause confusion to the opponent, but the more core thing seemed not to be explained. Shenyi lowered his head and pondered. He always felt that this point might be the most critical point of Haizaki Shogo's ability. If he could understand this, he might gain his first self-learned characteristic. Shinai? It's time to go. Bing Xiang poked his head out from behind the door, and Shinai hurriedly put on the jersey representing Team X. Here it comes. Shinai, you are in average condition recently. The opponent is not easy to deal with. Can you do it? Foolish question, Hayuri. Kamiichi walked nonchalantly through the player tunnel and towards the stadium illuminated by lights. The backlit figure couldn't see his expression clearly, it's just a slight debuff. This level will be compromised. It means that I am just a guy of this level. Let's go, win this and end this boring round of selection quickly. Are you expecting me to say something like obeying my orders? Shinai, you are unexpectedly a bit of a loser. So long. You seem to be able to speak, don't you? Hala, our protagonist is here. Wu Traveler looked at Bing Xiang with a smirk. What? Bing Zi. You are now as if you have joined the supporting role of the brave team. But with your appearance, you will probably die on the eve of the final battle to help the protagonist awaken. After all, I am still a member of the protagonist group. If my death can save the world, I will be happy. Bing Xiang put on his gloves, but you, when you see the protagonist, you don't come over quickly to seek refuge, because you want to be a wild monster on the roadside. Are you going to be crushed by us? I haven't seen you for a while, you have become very manly, Hayuri. Do you have any objections? How come? It's better to say that I have been waiting for a long time, idiot. Wu Traveler smiled and clapped his hands, but there is one thing I want to correct you, Hyuzi. If you think of us as something like that, you may fall into a big trap. Wu Traveler walked to the other 2 people and opened his hands. If you insist on saying it, we need the protagonist to die again and again in the game. If you repeat it, you may even abandon the tour. Don't take me with you if you are bickering. Otoi Keijita slapped away Karatabito's hand in displeasure, and Ushio brother Yisei Jubei nodded in agreement, yes. And the most important thing is, the dung monster, this title is not trendy at all and I refuse to accept it. As Jubei Yushin spoke, he raised his thick black hair and looked at the sky intoxicated. "It's not easy for you either." Bing Xiang patted Wu Traveler on the back sympathetically, while Wu Traveler shrugged indifferently. "Don't look at him like that, he's actually quite reliable." Beep. The sharp whistle interrupted Wu Traveler's words, and he backed away with a smile. "Let's stop talking here. The game begins." Chapter 25 Weakness. At the beginning of the game, Team V kicked off the ball. Karabito rushed forward with the ball without hesitation, followed closely by Jubei Yubi, while Keijita Otoyami disappeared into the crowd at some point. "Be careful, Shinai." Worried about a sneak attack by Yi Yingtai without the ball, Bing Xiang and Shinai did not go forward directly as usual but guarded the rear together. When Wu Traveler broke through the defense line and rushed over, Bing Xiang reminded Shen Yi in a low voice. Utravir relies on keen analysis to identify players with weak links in the opponent's team, and then concentrates all his strength to attack him until the end of the game. This is Utravir's style. You have to be careful of him attacking your weaknesses. Even though he had played football with Shinai for so long and didn't know where Shinai was weak, Bing Xiang still warned him. After all, even if he has only played football for a short period of time, if he is not good enough in some areas, he is just not outstanding. At least as far as Bing Xiang is concerned, the current Shinai is a perfect player in high school. But after all, this is from a teammate's point of view, and Wu Traveler is better at analyzing this aspect than Iceweaver. Maybe he can discover some overlooked areas. The premise is that he can do it. It's coming. Looking at the approaching Wu Taran, Shinai interrupted the conversation and did not rush forward to attack but chose to maintain a defensive position. "Are you observing the surroundings? There is no threat detected in my field, defensive range." Did this guy roughly analyze my defensive range just by watching the video? What Wu Traveler said next also confirmed Shinai's suspicion. "You're like a monster when you're on defense. Regardless of your opponent's actions, the position of your teammates on defense, or the butterfly effect your own actions may cause, everything is almost under your control. It's really a disappointing strength, but when I watched the video, I found that you seem to be slowed down by any sudden movements that happen a little further away from you. Although your reaction is amazing enough, it is far worse than when you are in your field. Just like this." Wu Traveler suddenly made a cross pass, and Shinai reacted quickly to intercept it, but just like in the previous game with Ji Shii, no matter how fast he was, how could this kind of cross pass be done while maintaining a certain distance? It is also impossible to intercept it. On the right. There shouldn't be anything there. Damn it, Otoyakuta. Unexpected chess pieces suddenly broke into Shen Yi's chessboard. Yi Yingtai unexpectedly changed directions and ran wildly, bypassing Shinai's teammates repeatedly, and received the sudden cross pass with almost no chance. This ninja has been wandering near my extreme defensive range, relying on his powerful running without the ball and flexibility to get closer when needed. He relies on this to escape the monitoring of my residual over-limit vision. Damn it, as expected, the range of my field of vision control is still too small at present. Shen Yi chased back in displeasure, and the terrifying speed made his figure like a sharp arrow leaving the string, spanning several meters in an instant and catching up with Yi Yingtai. The pass was intercepted as soon as it started. Shinai used his shoulder to block Yoshikijita in an attempt to interfere with his control of the ball and wait for an opportunity to steal. However, Yoshikijita was not greedy for the ball at all. He couldn't do anything and just kicked the ball with his heel and passed the ball out. It's really not easy. Even if the two of us cooperate like this, can we get past this monster? Wu Traveler rushed out from the right rear of Yi Yi Shadow, jumped up, and received the pass from Yi Yi Shadow while charging. Just as he was about to strike straight into his ear, a frivolous yet terrifying voice sounded. "Who told you that you had passed me?" The jet black hair was floating in the corner of his eye. Kamiichi rushed towards him, forcibly changing direction and charging. After forcing Otoi Cage to stop, Kamiichi broke out again and was about to arrest the crow who had committed the crime. Even the corners of Wu Traveler's mouth couldn't help but twitch. What kind of monster are you? It doesn't matter if you run fast. You don't need to take a break when you stop and stand up like this. Is your knee okay? Fortunately, it would be really troublesome if I had to defeat you, but there are many victory goals on the football field. So we didn't even think about breaking through you in the first place. However, Wu Traveler raised his right hand and pressed it on Shen Yi's chest, barely separating the two sides by a certain distance. However, due to the difference in strength, Wu Traveler's body tilted involuntarily. Under such strong pressure, the Ukrainian traveler actually used this posture and suddenly kicked off when he was far away from the goal. Perhaps the shot in this situation was too forced. Even a kindergarten kid could tell from the trajectory of the ball that there was no chance of scoring. Not only was it weak and slow, but the angle was too different. The rise in football is obviously high. High? No, higher. However, looking at this bad goal that seemed to be below standard to most people, and might even feel like a bad kick, Shinai's expression changed drastically and he shouted. Did you find it? It's normal, but now that it's reached this point, even you can't stop it. Wu Traveler suddenly changed his posture while running at a high speed and started to make a long pass. He squatted half-crouched and supported the ground with one hand, barely maintaining his center of gravity. He fell down, but even though he was so embarrassed, the corners of his mouth were filled with a smile that could not be concealed. Because our purpose is to pass the ball, come on Jubei. Don't call me by that name. Jubei Yushin stood up from the ground under the horrified gaze of the Ice Weaver sheep. His already tall body looked even more astonishing under the excellent jumping power. The only thing I feel inferior about is that rustic name that is full of outdated samurai style. It is not trendy at all. Accompanied by a cry of unknown meaning, Jubei Yushin shook his head violently, and as his long black hair flew into the air, the football also turned into a white trajectory and passed over the head of the Ice Weaver sheep, who also jumped to grab the ball. Rushed into the goal without any suspense. Goal. 1:0. However, my shot was very exciting. Jubei Yushin, who landed in a superhero-like posture, raised his hand and shook his long hair intoxicatedly. Shinai's team. How come, the target is me? The Ice Weaver sheep, who was completely defeated in the brief confrontation with Jubei, lowered his head blankly. Then he clenched his fist tightly. That's right, even the Wu Travelers can't find Shinai's weakness, or even if they find it, it's difficult to exploit it. Therefore, in this game, they are constantly attacked as a breakthrough. It's him, Ice Weaver sheep. Chapter 26 Confrontation Battle. Why, the ball was passed a little too slowly just now, can't you keep up with the rhythm? Wu Traveler joked with a smirk, while Otoi Yingtai walked back expressionlessly. You should follow my rhythm. Yes, what happened to that inexplicable pass? I'm sorry. It was my fault that cross pass forced you to slow down and chase the ball. If you could have passed the ball directly forward, you wouldn't have been caught up. But that guy's defensive pressure is too strong. Even if you become an unexpected variable and he misses it, the regular passing routes are basically blocked. There is nothing I can do. Wu Traveler shrugged helplessly. It's so uncomfortable to fight against the protagonist Long Aotian. Fortunately, in any Long Aotian novel, the shining points of the supporting characters will be infinitely compressed. Bingji, there is only victory or defeat on the football field. I will hit your weak point hard until it becomes fatal. After all, I am a cunning crow. Hyuri, don't worry about it. Even Shinai could only shake his head helplessly after this ball. While these three people made full use of their own advantages, they also designed special tactics for them. This kind of chemical reaction between the two of them, it's really difficult for people to solve when they encounter it for the first time. Shinai stepped forward and patted the Ice Weaver sheep on the shoulder, that guy's height and limb length are far beyond ordinary people. Even if I compete for heights, I may not be able to win for sure. Next time, just pay attention to blocking his lower body and restricting his takeoff. Hey! Got it, don't worry, I'm fine. Bing Xiang took a deep breath and nodded towards God with a firm gaze. I have always known that it is difficult for me to keep up with Shanai now, but now that I have made up my mind, I will no longer be confused. All I want to think about now is how to use my own abilities to help Shanai as much as possible. Ice Weaver and Shanai ran parallel to each other, and the first person who stood in front of them was Jubei Yushin. Here I am. With his long black hair flying like a ghost, Jubei Yushin squatted down. Come on, I will stop you in a hurry. Don't stop in front of me, little miscellaneous fish. Shanai quickly swung his legs and sunk his left shoulder slightly. Are you just sprinting by changing direction with speed? But we can't rule out the possibility of it being a fake move. Raising your leg, which way is it? At this time, you can't hesitate. Jubei Yojio lowered his center of gravity and stepped to the left in anticipation. However, Kamichi just raised his foot and gently pushed the football with his inner instep to give the illusion of forward motion. He then raised his foot and dunked to change the trajectory of the football and then pushed it straight outward. How could it be? Cut inside? He can do this. After Jubei Yushin pounced to the left, the black traveler who appeared from behind shouted in disbelief. Originally, their design was to use the Jubei of the ants as the first line of defense, and only defend one side, while the black traveler would hide behind the Jubei of the ants to block the other side. I can't say that this can definitely be defended, but at least it can create some trouble for him and prevent him from scoring easily. And if Kamiichi is successfully blocked, then when Jubei returns to defense, with the advantage of his slender limbs, he will have a greater chance of stealing the ball and regaining possession of the ball. However, this sudden inside cut completely disrupted their plan, and it was completely unreasonable. With Shanai's speed, changing direction, and passing directly, maximizing one's own advantages is the most efficient and most lethal. Arms. But when dribbling the ball and having to move laterally, no matter how strong a player is, his speed will slow down. Shanai actually gave up his strongest weapon? Ichi is blind. It has never been said that you must use the strongest weapon to defeat your opponent. There was no one around Shanai who tricked his opponent by cutting inside. He even had time to adjust his body shape, and then raised his left foot high. Bang! As the dull collision sound sounded, the football flew out, causing waves of roaring in mid-air. There was no need for any other skills, no need to rotate and change directions to deceive the goalkeeper's judgment. Just the sheer speed was enough to break any defense. Football an unstoppable drive into the goal. Goal. 1:01:1. What's more, cutting inside is a very common skill, and my speed can make my cutting inside faster than others. Even if it's not as lethal as dribbling the ball, it's useful, and that's enough. Shenxia ran back and glanced back at Wu Traveler, who was still stunned. If it's just a little cleverness like this, don't show it to embarrass me. At least come up with something that can excite me. Damn, what? This monster is already so strong, is it still getting stronger? Wu Traveler shook his head helplessly, his face still calm, but the beads of sweat on his forehead were exposed. His emotions. The defense is top-notch, the speed is top-notch, his vision can only be regarded as excellent, but he can almost perfectly control the situation within a certain distance around him, his organization and passing ability are also top-notch, and his physique, the speed gap is not as disappointing. But more than any of us here. Haha, the data input is the same as no input. Thinking about it, I feel a little desperate. How should I output it? I have no confidence at all in this battle. Oh, what a cool shot! I approve of you, Koken Kamiichi. Jubei Yushin held his chin in one hand and praised with admiration. However, I will win the victory in a cool way. I will be the trendiest person in this venue. Yeah, it's just a tie now. At least our attack has worked. Hearing this, Wu Traveler nodded, put his hands on his hips and took a deep breath. Even if we're not sure, we're still not fighting. The principle of being timid first. Yishan, you continue to maintain the original tactics. The data of Shanai's use of internal cuts has been entered into my brain, and I will solve it. As he said this, Wu Traveler looked at Yi Yingtai. As long as Shanai still controls the ball, Yi, you can continue to defend Bingwei without the ball. Your flexibility is the best ability to deal with him. As long as the two of them are not allowed to create a connection threat, the threat will be much smaller. I can also guard against Shanai. I should be able to react to that kind of change of direction. Yi, your flexibility is indeed better than mine, but it's hard to compete with Shanai in terms of strength. Against you, he will probably charge directly without changing direction. Only Yishan and I, who can control the distance with our hands, can stop him and drag him to teammates' return to defense. Hey, there's nothing I can do this time, but the attack must be at my pace. Yi Yingtai put his hands in his pockets, and Wu Traveler shrugged helplessly. Okay, but don't go too far. Otherwise, I won't pass the ball to you. I didn't ask you to do anything. Toy Yingtai said and ran away, but he honestly followed the tactics and wandered outside Shanai's defensive area. This guy, forget it, the current situation is that it is difficult for both sides to defend the opponent's attack. As long as the ball is kicked to Yan Sheng, it is difficult to compete with Yan Sheng with Bing Ji's physical fitness, and on the other hand, it's difficult for our forwards to defend Shanai's super performance. This game is likely to become a scoring battle. Taking the ball and facing Shanai who was in a defensive posture, the Ukrainian traveler tried his best to contain his rapidly beating heart. Then let's go ahead and compete to score goals as a forward. It's a perfect ending. It's time to fight back. Chapter 27 Betting on Life. Why, are you so impatient? Yurido looked at Shanai who was standing in front and couldn't help but slow down the pace of advancement. Standing so far in front, don't you care about the rear? I'm going to pass the ball if you do this. If you grab the spot, Hideyori, but it's an overwhelming disadvantage. Then pass it on, I'm tired of seeing your tricks. Shanai remained unmoved and still stood about 5 meters in front of Wu Traveler. Although we are at a disadvantage, I believe that Haihuzi will not be defeated immediately. As long as if I can delay it for a while, I can rush back. And now, I am the only one in the whole field who has the ability to catch up with the speed of football. I will follow your long pass back to defense. But neither you nor that ninja can do this, which means that the 10 soldiers of ants behind there will be no reinforcements. When an isolated ant student faces me who comes back for help, it will be 2 vs 1, so do you want to bet? God kept looking into Karasuto's eyes. Let's bet on the outcome between Jubei Yaimei and Haihuzi. Let's see whether Yaimei will defeat Haihuzi first, or whether Haihuzi can drag me back to defense. I didn't expect that someone like you would rely on others to win or lose. Don't get the premise wrong, little crow. Shanai interrupted Wu Traveler. Although it is said that I am betting on these two people, the prerequisite for victory is my return speed. If I fail, my return speed is not fast enough. That's all. Moreover, I also have the ability to cover the bet. If the bet loses, I will use my goals to get the score back. In other words, this is a bet that I will not lose. It's an uncomfortable confidence. During the conversation, Wu Traveler quietly changed his position, and then suddenly charged forward. So didn't I say, don't use these childish tricks in front of me? Even though it was such a sudden attack, Shanai seemed to have anticipated it and blocked him in front of Wu Traveler at the right time. He accurately stepped on the football that was speeding under Wu Traveler's feet. It's not a good trick. Annoying. What? How could it be? How can I adapt to my dribbling so quickly? Wu Traveler was horrified. He kept lowering his center of gravity and raised his hand to press on Shanai's chest. Wu Taran just used this reaction force to reluctantly turn around, hooking the football that was stepped on by Shanai with his toes and following the direction of the turn. With a series of beautiful movements, he took the football away from Shanai's feet and turned away from the danger at the same time. The feeling on my hand is wrong. Shanai, this guy. Wu Traveler turned around and looked at the terrifying shadow that still shrouded him with his eyes wide open. Although he had already made such a large turn, Shanai stood in front of Wu Traveler exactly as before, as if all the actions just now had not happened. This guy took a step back the moment I raised my hand to lend strength. He completely ignored my attempt to deceive the center of gravity and watched my performance as if he were watching a monkey show. Wu Traveler gritted his teeth and shook his legs again, but Shanai came again and again. Ignoring his feint, he ruthlessly stepped on the football with his foot. Your fake moves are even worse than those of the previous guys. If this is the only level you can play, then you can quit here. You are so critical of others. Odo Yingtai flew out of nowhere and a flying shovel rushed directly at the stalemate at the feet of the two of them. However, Shanai suddenly pushed hard and the originally stalemate situation collapsed instantly. The Ukrainian travelers who were fighting for the ball were even caught off guard. The ball was pushed forward by Shanai's huge force, and the football was brought under Shanai's control. However, Odo Yingtai's shovel was in vain to knock down the black traveler who lost his center of gravity. Shen Yi stepped on the football with one foot, and his deep eyes were like gods on the top of the clouds, looking down at the two people rolling around on the ground. I comment on others naturally because I have the qualifications. But you, little ninja, are too impatient. How can you lose your patience like this after just gaining a prisoner? This guy pretended to be in a stalemate with me, but actually he just wanted to lure Yiya into coming back to defend himself. As long as Yiya doesn't hold back and enters his territory, he won't have any worries anymore. Wu the Traveler instantly figured out Shanai's strategy but was unable to do anything about it. Shanai's strategy is actually very simple, but often the simplest strategy is the most difficult to defend against. Because the most fundamental point is that Shanai's strength far exceeds that of any of them, so someone must return to defend. This is an above-board conspiracy. Kamichi dodged Otoyakuta who got up and pounced on him again. He turned around and knocked down Otoyakuta who had forced himself to stand up and his center of gravity was unstable. Then he started running quickly with the ball. The vigorous figure was like a gust of wind that instantly disrupted the entire stadium. Team vs defense was torn apart in an instant. With a strong sound of breaking through the air, there was no doubt about the result. 1:1:1:2. Damn, I'm sorry, I lost the ball. Karabito gasped for air and said to Otoy Yingtai and Yishin Jubei. There is nothing to apologize for. I was also tricked by him. Otoy Yingtai directly interrupted Wu Traveler, say something useful. I don't want to be ridiculed by that guy all the time. Yes, your fighting postures are so beautiful, compared to me who was just waiting to catch the ball at the front of the battlefield, I feel sluggish. Jubei Yishin played with his long hair. The current battle situation is exactly when the handsome me is needed. No, it is too dangerous to change the tactics temporarily. Yishin, are you willing to take a gamble? After thinking for a long time, Wu Taran still rejected Yishin Jubei's proposal. Wait a minute, Otoy. Just cover me, Yishin, be ready to run away from the defender at the beginning, and I will pass the ball directly to you. Bet on which one will come first, your goal or Shanai's defensive attack. I didn't expect you to come up with such a risky plan. Jubei Yishin exclaimed exaggeratedly, and then pointed at Wu Traveler with both hands. You are a little bit wet now. Really, you don't play according to my rhythm. This is the last time. Odo Yingtai muttered resentfully, shook his head and walked away. Beep, beep. The whistle sounded, Wu Taran kicked the ball across, and Yi Yingtai received the ball and rushed into the crowd. His figure was strange and agile, swaying left and right in the circle, pulling back and forth, and actually broke through the defense of many people. Are you here to dribble for a change? Shanai's defense came as promised. You should know that although Wu Traveler was easily defeated by me, that's not because he is weak, but because I'm too strong. And the Ukrainian Traveler's off-ball movement is far worse than yours, so why did you give up the original plan? It's so noisy, you arrogant maniac. Yi Yingtai's eyes narrowed, and he suddenly raised his foot and used his heel to pick up the ball from behind. Rainbow. No, the height of provocation is too low. Ah, I see. Shanai's body swayed, and Yi Yingtai clicked his heel hard to pass the football in mid-air. However, Shanai rushed out in advance and was about to block Wu Traveler. The intention is too obvious. If your new trick is just like this, it will really disappoint me. Seeing the figure of God charging towards him, Wu Traveler couldn't help but shake his head, but then showed a crazy smile. Really? I think so too, but it doesn't matter if you see it this time. Anyway, this is the tactic you proposed. Wu Traveler jumped up and volleyed the football away before Shanai could reach his position. Come on, let's bet your life. Little Crow, I'm going to change my mind about you. You really just believe what others say. You are so naive. Under the horrified gazes of Wu Traveler and Yi Yingtai, Shanai stopped in place with an understatement. He didn't chase the ball. Chapter 28 The Transcendent Vision of Iceweaver Sheep. Why? Aren't you going to return to defense? Wu Traveler asked in disbelief. Shanai looked back at him. Little Crow, you are too naive. Those were just my words to induce you to do that. How can you believe your opponent's words on the court, or even change your thinking according to the opponent's judgment? If you really want to say it, only 2 of those words are truly true. First, this is a bet I won't lose, and second, I believe in Hyuri. Shen Yi suddenly sprinted, and at the same time, Wu Traveler discovered to his horror that he had obviously observed the pass given by Jubei Yumashin from his position, but at this time, the person who was first in the receiving position. It's the Iceweaver sheep. The landing point of the football is confirmed and the position is correct. Yan Sheng is still 3 meters away from me. Will he arrive before the football hits the ground and get him stuck behind me? No, Yan Sheng's abnormal length of limbs may touch the ball behind me. On the court, Bing Xiang's empty eyes moved crazily, and the information on the court poured into his mind continuously, gradually converging and changing, forming a brand new path. Yes, during the cooperation and training with Shanai, Iceweaver also showed his talent earlier. Although he did not directly awaken the complete transcendent vision, he also discovered the method of using the residual transcendent vision. However, unlike Shanai's transcendent vision that controls everything within his own defense range, Iceweaver's transcendent vision controls the ability to reflect the information he has processed in his eyes. For example, when he scans the front, he can control all the situations in front and roughly predict, but the information behind is not under his control. And when he looks behind, the control of the front will gradually weaken to nothing, and this time limit is 2 seconds. In other words, as long as you don't look in a certain direction for 2 seconds, this position will be out of the control of Bing Gui Sheep beyond the horizon. Bing Gui Sheep, who currently lacks competition experience, still needs to continuously absorb information for processing. However, it is completely sufficient at this stage. You can't just rely on positioning to solve this guy. It's just 1 step beyond him, and this step can't widen the physical gap between me and him, so, it's just 2 or 3 steps ahead of him. The Iceweaver, who was already in the best position to catch the ball, suddenly began to retreat, and the Iceweaver stood directly in the path of Jubei Yushin. What's going on with this guy? Jubei, who was caught off guard and bumped into the back of the ice-weaving sheep, was thinking doubtfully, are you afraid that I will steal the football from behind in a gorgeous way? So I decided to give up on grabbing the ball and just focus on blocking me and letting my teammates get the ball. Haha, I am so fashionable that everyone will be afraid of me. In this case, I will smash your conspiracy even more gorgeously. Zhu Beiyushan shouted confidently. However, under the confrontation, the ice weaver was like a wall. Still motionless. What? Different from his appearance, this guy's strength is so strong. Under the horrified gaze of Zhu Beiyushan, Ice Weaver's center of gravity continued to shift back, almost completely leaning on Zhu Beiyushan's body. At the same time, Ice Weaver's legs continued to rise, and the whole figure seemed to be lying flat in the air. In such an inhuman posture, it forced the ants to hold Zhu Bei 2 more positions, and then faced with the football falling just right, he took a fierce kick. It's hard to imagine that Bing Xiang still has enough strength to pass a long pass in such a posture, and it's even harder to imagine that even though there are so many prerequisites, Bing Xiang's pass can still fly in such a precise direction. The god who is constantly running. It's really surprising, Hyuri. If I hadn't read some comics, I would have thought you were the protagonist of this blue prison. He used his full speed to get to a position that no one else could reach. Shinai stood there and watched the most peak pass in Ice Weaver Sheep's life so far. Hyori, at least this time, you did catch up with my speed. With a low murmur, Shinai suddenly jumped up, and the strong strength of his waist and abdomen made him twist his body exaggeratedly in mid-air, and his whole body was forced turned 180 degrees. Go-o-o-o-o-al. Shinai, who originally had his back to the goal, turned and volleyed, breaking the goal with overwhelming force. 1:2:1:3. Good, such smooth cooperation. In that situation, he actually made such a super accurate long pass that lasted more than half a court, and neither side stopped the ball at all. It was so strong. In the monitoring room, Daijin Anri couldn't help but admire, and then quietly raised his head to observe Exen Shiba's face, only to see that his eyes were blank, staring at the screen and muttering to himself, "Flow? Hyuri evolved under your stimulation? But why him? Shinai, in this case, why didn't you enter flow? It shouldn't be, why? There is a certain amount of pressure, but at the same time it is an achievable goal. In a one-to-many situation where the opponent relies on the advantage of numbers to attack, one person can defeat the opponent. Shinai, you can do it. Why can't you get into that state? Why don't you unleash the full potential in your body? Too much pressure? You shouldn't. According to my judgment, you can do it, or this group of guys can't be your target, even in the short term? Oh, I see. After a while of anxious and rapid muttering to himself, Huixin Shiba returned to his usual dead fish eyes and ignored the people running on the screen. You self-respecting little pea kid, it's a shame I thought of so many ways. Idiots like this have only one final goal in their eyes and cannot see others. Either because the goal is too far away, but because they have not set up small goals on the way, they will never get the sense of accomplishment of achieving the goal. The brain cannot release dopamine, and they will not be able to achieve it. To the point of irritation and eventually giving up. Either you charge hard regardless of the cost and end up with a head full of injuries due to lack of reasonable planning. Shinai, forwards need stimulation. The battle between life and death, the excitement of scoring a victory and even destroying the opponent's sense of pleasure, having become accustomed to this stimulation, the striker will always be hungry like a drug addict, and will be inspired by this stimulation to explode at the most critical moment. God 1. It is impossible to become a god and ignore all sentient beings forever. If you keep doing this, you will only end up mediocre due to lack of stimulation. Sure enough, what I did before was right, and it still has to be like this. Shinai, you who were originally on the throne must be knocked off the throne once. Maybe the original plan was a little conservative. We need to make that inhumane guy work harder. Let me redeem you, by way of judgment. Chapter 29 New Trick. Hiyori, that idiot, actually. Yurido stopped in place, panting, looking at the figure who was cheering and running towards Shinai with a complex expression. Is it because of that guy? You actually walked so far ahead of me. Hey, what do you mean by that expression? We haven't lost yet. Yi Yingtai grabbed the Ukrainian traveler's jersey angrily. Look at the useless look on your face. If you can't do it, give me the ball. According to kick at my pace. Yi. I also agree that instead of worrying about how to defeat Shinai, we should use our expertise. Just bring out my extreme ability. Yishin, you also. Wu Traveler looked at the firm eyes of the two people, his confused eyes gradually became firmer, and a familiar evil smile appeared from the corner of his mouth. So you are this type of character? It's a bit too pretentious, you two idiots. If you have to be tough at this time, you won't be wet at all. Shut up and kick off. Yes, yes, yes. Wu Traveler raised his hands in surrender, stopped at the center line, and involuntarily cast his eyes on Shinai on the opposite side. Hey, no, don't think so much. Forget those meaningless conclusions. Shinai's lateral movement is indeed a bit bad, but my fake moves are not qualified to take advantage of this. After all, even that Nishioka it failed at first. It is indeed futile to change your thinking and compete with your opponent's strengths, but if you cannot grasp the weaknesses, then find ways to use your strengths. Your expression is different. Different from the bitterness and hatred just now, you don't seem to be under so much pressure. Shinai stood in front of Wu Traveler as usual. Did you come up with any good ideas again? You scavenger. I hate your giantism the most. Be careful, I will accuse you of bullying others, idiot. The Ukrainian traveler made a simple change of direction and rushed forward with the ball. Are you embarrassed to present something like this that has not changed at all? Shinai accurately judged Wu Traveler's steps, stepped forward and pressed against Wu Traveler's shoulders to suppress his speed. You haven't changed at all, haven't you? Damn, the sense of oppression is still as terrifying as ever. Wu Traveler gritted his teeth and raised his hands, but he tried his best to stop Shinai's approach. Shinai's shoulder was stuck in front of Wu Traveler, and his running speed was forced lower it, and you will be forced to stop soon. But after all, he didn't lose the ball immediately. Wu Traveler's previous judgment was not wrong. With his use of his arms, he could indeed maintain a short-term stalemate. Even if it was destined to fail in the end, the time he bought was enough. Quietly, I'll leave it to you. Yi. Wu Traveler kicked the ball out with all his strength. Yi Yingtai was like a snake, meandering and agile back and forth in the gaps between the players, just in time to fly. Received the pass on the way. Still the same old thing? I'm tired of seeing this kind of thing. However, the moment Oto Yekage caught the ball, a black shadow passed by the corner of his eye like lightning, and Kamiichi followed him like a death hunter. Behind him, the indifferent pupils were staring at him, as if they were about to completely engulf Yi Yingtai. Please don't forget the gorgeous one. Jubei Yishin suddenly broke into the battle and blocked Shinai's sight. He took the initiative to entangle Shinai, using his physical confrontation and slender limbs to constantly interfere with Shinai's pursuit. Your football is really trendy, but since you have already shown it so much, let's stop for now, otherwise it will cover up my glory. And me, since you are using your power to bully others, don't blame us for bullying the few with more. Wu Traveler also arrived from the rear and cooperated with the Yishin Jubei to hinder Shinai's actions. Even if you are dragging two burdens with you, you will have to fall from the realm of a god to a mortal. Under Shen Yi's huge strength, Wu Traveler gritted his teeth and persisted, his arms stuck tightly in Shen Yi's chest, but even so, he still had the feeling that Shen Yi would break through the two defenses in a second. It's really troublesome. Ah, genius. Tisk, you're in the way. Shinai's expression changed for the first time. His strength attributes are not as high as his speed. What's more, the physical fitness of Karasud Traveler and Antsi Jubei are among the best in the Blue Prison. Shinai can guarantee to crush anyone in one-on-one, but even he cannot win immediately in one-on-two. And while you are being held back by us, this is the opportunity for us to win. Jubei Yishin quickly judged Shinai's plan to retreat temporarily and escape from the encirclement, and stretched out his legs in advance to get stuck. I am willing to sacrifice for my teammates. The spirit is also very beautiful. Ha, you still have the heart to say this in this situation. Woluran's teeth are about to be broken. Is this guy a donkey? He is so strong. Although the speed has completely slowed down, he still can't completely force him. Stop, it was like a bulldozer carrying the two of them forward step by step. So, we really won't last long, it's up to you, oh toy. Yi Yingtai looked back at the three people entangled with each other and no longer had any worries. He raised his foot and kicked it out. When the defensive player thought that he was about to pass through his crotch and turned his head, he raised his toes and pulled the football back, and then twisted. He broke through the defense line and aimed directly at the goal. Hey, you guys are having a great time. Bing Xiang opened his empty mosquito-repellent eyes and stood in front of Yi Yingtai. He lowered his center of gravity and made a defensive posture. Take me with you too. Is it the final boss? In other words, as long as you break through, you will be fine. As he said that, Toy Yingtai's figure suddenly became erratic, and his overwhelmingly flexible body kept changing its center of gravity, testing the Ice Weaver sheep. Defense. So nimble, his center of gravity changes so drastically, I can't tell what he will do next second at all. Bing Xiang tried his best to maintain balance, while constantly taking into account the information of Yi Yingtai in his mind. Wait a beat, the little follower with blue hair. In a daze, Bing Xiang suddenly found that his center of gravity had been quietly moved by Yi Yingtai. And this hard-earned gap was accurately seized by Yi Yingtai, and he directly kicked off and shot. Boom! The expected sound of rushing to the net did not sound. I saw Bing Xiang raising his foot sideways and barely blocking Yi Yingtai's ball path with a scorpion tail swing. The ball's trajectory changed completely after it rubbed Bing Xiang's calf. And hit the goalpost dangerously. It's not over yet. Odo Yi Yingtai lowered his figure and charged forward again. However, a familiar sense of oppression came from behind. Have you had enough fun? The jet black hair kept flying at the extreme speed, the jersey was somewhat deformed under the fierce confrontation, and the terrifying pupils flashed with a little anger. Shen Yi broke through the limitations of the two and came back. Chapter 32:3. Have you had enough? Along with a gust of wind, Shinai blocked in front of Yi Yingtai while he grabbed 2 points. It's really annoying that you were so hasty and still noticed blocking my shot path. Yi Yingtai's expressionless face also showed a rare hint of fear, but he raised his feet high without any hesitation. Yi Yingtai raised his foot to kick out, but missed the football. At this critical moment when every second counts, Yi Yingtai still made a fake move. Kamichi, who hurriedly returned to defense, only had time to stand in a defensive position, but was really powerless to predict this impromptu fake move. He subconsciously jumped in the direction of Odo Yi Yingtai's leg swing, intending to block it. A non-existent shot. Taking advantage of the precious gap brought by this fake move, Odo Yingtai swung his leg before Kamiichi could react and press the ball, and the football flew out like this. Otoy Shadow, who kept asking to play at his own pace, actually passed the ball at this moment. And the direction of the football's flight was. Sure enough, the ultimate target is you, Wu. Ice Weaver Sheep suddenly blocked in front of Wu Traveler. I have already seen through your script. You've really made a lot of progress, Hyuzi. Yurido raised his hand with a ferocious expression to try to gain some distance to catch the ball, but he was already exhausted after holding on to Shinai for a long time, and Hyuzi's resistance ability was still there. I have made progress during this period of hard training. For a moment, he found it difficult to shake the figure of the ice weaver sheep. It's a pity that you still can't see the whole picture. Following Wu Traveler's words, Bingji Sheep's pupils suddenly shrank. However, at this time, Wu Traveler turned around and started to hinder his actions. Bingji Sheep tried to get rid of Wu Traveler, but it was still too much. It's late. My gorgeous ginseng. Jubei Yoshi, who was still far away at first, ran all the way the moment Otoi Kajita passed the ball. Finally, he jumped at this time, and his super long legs grabbed the interception before the two of them. After making this pass, he paused slightly after landing. He didn't even have time to stabilize his center of gravity. He looked in the right direction and raised his foot to shoot. Although it was hasty, the quality of this shot was not low at all. The football rotated violently. The goalkeeper standing on one side did not notice that the trajectory of the football always maintained a slight arc. And just this insignificant deflection, the final result is 1,000 miles away, causing the goalkeeper's judgment to be slightly biased. The outstretched hand did not completely block the football, but instead allowed the football to rub his palm and move towards him. The next deflection was about to go straight into the goal. One by one, endlessly. A slightly embarrassed figure made a shovel on the spot, and the football hit the outstretched calf and bounced away weakly. It's Kamiichi. He predicted the possible shot route the moment Jubei Aki appeared, then observed the actions of his own goalkeeper, always prepared to make up for the goalkeeper's loopholes, and finally defended it with a sliding tackle. Got this ball. Don't relax. The ball is not dead yet. Shinai, who fell to the ground, roared loudly at the teammates around him, but it was already too late. Yi Yingtai appeared exactly where the football landed in front of the goal, his empty eyes ignited with little flames, staring at the ball spinning out, and what greeted it was a powerful shot without hesitation. I said, I have to play at my own pace. Whoosh. Gool. 1:32:3. Oh. Yurido shouted and knocked down Otoyakuta, cheering wildly, while Jubei Yushin kept shaking his long hair, shouting gorgeously with blurred eyes, "Chow," and other words that people can't understand. Bing Xiang held his knees with both hands and panted heavily, constantly looking at the three people standing in front of the door cheering. These guys first made the illusion that the two of them and Shen Yutaka were going to be solved by the ninja alone. In fact, it is just to consume and delay Shinai, causing him to make mistakes in judgment in a hurry. As long as Kamiichi rushes back, the ninja will pass the ball and let Karasuya serve as bait to guide me. The actual goal is to rely on the ultra-wide ball touching range brought by the physical condition of Yubi Jubei to deal with my defense. And the goal of the next shot was not to score a goal, but to force Shinai to act. With the calculations one after another, the ninja will eventually be in an unguarded state. And rely on the ninja's ultra-fast reaction to the two penalty kicks in front of the goal as the end point. I've been tricked. Bing Xiang's eyes sparkled with excitement. I'm going to tell you why you put your hopes on ninjas who are not very good at attacking independently. It turned out to be just a cover. In fact, they fully utilized the strengths of the three of them. The combination tactics are worthy of you. But this is the fun. There is no value in wasting time in a game that is played casually. Shinai, let's go and return them. Bing Xiang turned to greet Shinai, but her voice became lower and lower. Shinai. Ah, it's nothing. Shen Yi stood up from the ground and patted off the grass clippings that stuck to his body when he was sliding the shovel. I'm just a little unhappy for no reason. In a daze, Bing Xiang seemed to see dark flames igniting on Shen Yi's body. A familiar sense of oppression rose up around Shen Yi, unconsciously suppressing his breathing. Shen Yi picked up his jersey and wiped it off his face. Beads of sweat poured down his face, and he turned his head to look at the shocked ice weaver sheep. Let's go and kill them. Ah, yes. Bing Xiang stood at attention subconsciously, and breathed a sigh of relief after Shinai turned his head away. Here he is again. After taking several deep breaths in succession, Bing Xiang looked at Wu Traveler with some sympathy. Now you are going to suffer. But I don't have time to feel sorry for them. With Shanai in such a state, I have to have a life-threatening attitude if I want to keep up with him. Alas, following a tyrant is really a disaster. Beep beep. Hey, how are you, genius? Wu Traveler blocked Shen Yi with a smile and raised his hand to restrict Shen Yi's start. At the same time, he kept testing his feet, forcing Shen Yi to constantly adjust his steps to avoid it. Is this trick still good for you? Eyes. It seems that goal really made you very happy. Shanai was not in a hurry. He steadily protected the ball and advanced slowly while saying, as far as mediocrity is concerned, it's really good. You are the first one since I played football. A guy who can score goals when I'm serious. That's really an honor. Yes, so, for your feats, I will give you a special gift. Shanai suddenly started to rush forward, then turned sideways and pressed his shoulder against the Ukrainian traveler's chest, and raised his foot to kick the football. Is this a kick? The direction is to pass it to Haihuzi? But you are a little impatient, King. Wu Traveler saw this ball clearly. At this moment, Wu Traveler's thinking was extremely clear, and he even after Shanai's foot actually hit the football, he finally felt relieved, and then he saw the right moment and stretched out his left foot. We succeeded. Wu Traveler was excited at first, and then sudden panic quickly climbed onto his face. However, he saw that the football kicked out by Shen Yi did not leave his toes, but stuck to Shen Yi's feet as if it were stained with glue. The raised toes carried the football across a wonderful path like a spoon. The arc of the ball was sent out from the Wu Traveler's crotch. Spoon turns around. When Wu Traveler turned around with difficulty, Shen Yi had already reached over to catch the football. Shen Yi looked back and saw Wu Traveler's helpless expression reflected in those indifferent pupils, swallowed up by the pitch-black flames. The gift is, the deepest, despair. Chapter 31 What's Missing? It's really gorgeous, but I'm here too. Zhubei Yishan appeared at the right time and stretched out his long legs to block Sheniki's sprint. Your speed is very fashionable, but you can't shine if you don't give the space to start. Kamichi pulled the ball back to avoid being intercepted by Zhubei Yoshio, but his offensive was inevitably blocked. The Eurobito from behind also rushed up with eager eyes, and it was the familiar scene of being surrounded by two people again. Just right, just what I want. Kami stepped to the left, tilted his body's center of gravity to the right, raised his foot to push the ball to the right, and kicked the other leg violently to start. Zhubei and Karabito it was a conditioned reflex to block, but as soon as Shen received the ball with his right foot, the football returned to the left. What a quick change of direction! These words sounded in the hearts of Zhubei and Yurido almost at the same time, but they also gritted their teeth together, tried their best to deflect the center of gravity, and raised their feet to kick the football. Too slow. Shen Yi looked at the struggle of the two indifferently, swaying his left foot, and the football changed its direction of movement again, and Shen Yi just passed between the two. The deep-fried meatballs are amazing. In an extremely narrow space, Shanai touched the ball 3 times in a short period of time and made 3 major changes in direction. The center of gravity of the two ants was completely deceived, and they were unable to catch up. They fell to the ground one after the other. Just when victory is about to happen, this moment of relaxation is the time for the ninja to take action. That's what you think, right? Kamiichi turned his head and showed a terrifying smile to Otoi Yingtai, who snaked behind him. You little thief, please lie down quickly. Shen Yi stepped on the football and pulled it back. When Yi Yingtai's center of gravity shifted forward, he pushed the football forward and passed through Yi Yingtai's crotch. Before Yi Yingtai returned his center of gravity and wanted to turn around, Shen Yi he took another half-step past Yi Yingtai, his heel clicked on the ball, and the football passed through Yi Yingtai's crotch again under the force. An extremely fast V-shaped pull performed under the opponent's crotch. Under this series of continuous forward and backward movements of the center of gravity, Otoy Yingtai could only look at those dark pupils in disbelief, and sat back weakly. In just a few seconds, Shanai defeated Team vs 3 aces in a row. All of them were even knocked down in a very humiliating way. Shanai rushed forward non-stop, like a flexible snake freely shuttled through the crowded defense line. Then he deceived the nervous goalkeeper with a fake shot in front of the goal, and flicked the ball with a light foot. Push the door. Hey, it's such a wonderful feeling. 2:3:2:4. Shanai. Bing Xiang looked at the silent figure blankly, always feeling that the other person seemed to have entered some kind of state that he could not understand. The current Shanai. The current Shanai is very dangerous. Wu Luren said with a grin, he actually has that level of dribbling? Isn't this guy just a fake move because it slows down the opponent when he touches the ball? After hesitation, do you just rely on speed? I was knocked down unexpectedly. My beautiful self has become sluggish. Stop talking nonsense and hurry up and give him a ball. Well, the opponent is already having a headache, but my teammates can't help but give in too much. Wu Traveler couldn't help but raise his forehead. I really can't do anything to you. Beep beep. Still full of energy, doesn't it seem that the blow was not enough? In a familiar confrontation, Shanai stood in front of Wu Traveler again. Oh, unlike geniuses like you who have never failed, we mud-legged people have long been accustomed to blows. The Wu Traveler was also happy to chat with the god, and the scavenging crows are originally garbage at the bottom. There is nothing to despair about. It's so annoying to be full of lies. Shanai took the initiative to attack, and Wu Traveler raised his hand to resist reflexively. However, Shanai raised his hand at the same time and pushed Wu Traveler's arm away, directly breaking the opponent's defensive skills, and the distance between the two sides suddenly narrowed. Damn it, I couldn't control the distance. The Ukrainian traveler hurriedly pulled the ball back, but Shanai had anticipated it early, and his prejudgmental kick touched the football almost at the same time as the Ukrainian traveler. There are still people here. Otoy Yingtai didn't know when he got behind Udarito and pulled the ball back together with Udarito. The two of them worked together and finally didn't lose the ball directly. However, the football still took off the ball because of Shanai's steal. Get out of the way. Wu Traveler simply gave up chasing the ball and turned around, blocking the pursuit of Shanai like a basketball pick and roll. Yi Yingtai took over the ball and started charging with the football. Don't think of getting over so easily. Wu Traveler's veins popped out and he pressed his back against Shanai. Wu Traveler, you seem to have made a mistake. Ha! He responded verbally, but Wu Traveler didn't look back at all. For him, all he had to do now was to do his best to block Shen Yi, and nothing else was important. Therefore, he failed to notice that Shen Yi was using that a pair of eyes burning with black flames looked down at him indifferently. You seem to think that this is the despair I am going to bring you, but in fact the real despair. Now is the beginning. What? Wu Traveler turned around sharply, but it was not because he was stimulated by Shanai's words, but because his back suddenly no longer felt the feeling of confronting Shanai, and instead it seemed that, his hands? Under the horrified gaze of Wu Traveler, Shanai put his hand on his back, and the two sides opened a small distance. This is my upper body movement. It can be said that no one in the entire Blue Prison is more familiar with this series of movements than Wu Traveler, but because of this, it also frightened him even more. Did you swallow me up in such a short period of time? Guangxian Shanai. What kind of monster are you? However, the despair was not over yet. After God raised his hand to open some distance, he did not rely on speed to directly open the distance as before. Instead, he lowered his center of gravity and almost brushed Wu Traveler around him. Even Yi's movements without the ball. So that's it, the dribbling before was also the same. He learned the high-frequency touch of the ball from that Nishioka Hatsu. This BD completely absorbed our weapons. Because of this exquisite detour, Wu Traveler was unable to judge the starting direction of Shen Yi at the first time. When he looked back, Shen Yi had already pulled away, and he could only look at the speeding figure in vain. No longer able to catch up. No, it's still a little short, there's still a little more. However, at this time, Shenai was not as intoxicated with his own evolution as he was when he awakened the remnant transcendence horizon. Instead, he was extremely irritable. Kamiichi felt that an answer was on his lips but he couldn't say it. An inexplicable irritability enveloped his heart. There is only one thing missing. As long as I can understand that key point, I can really destroy them. Chapter 32 Enlightenment. It's coming too fast. Looking at Shenai who was chasing after him fiercely, Yi Yingtai complained subconsciously. At the same time, he kept observing the situation on the scene. Is that blue-haired man defending the ants, going around to defend? That way, even if Yan Sheng's touch range is large enough, it would still be risky to pass the ball. With that monster behind him, there would be no chance of passing it back to Wu with him around. In that case, let me do it alone. Yi Yingtai leaned on the defensive player and suddenly pushed the ball towards the opponent's crotch. When the opponent turned to look for the ball, he accelerated his turn and relied on his flexible pace to complete a wonderful move. The ball passed, and even the defender who was played was used as a wooden stake to block Shenai's pace. But be careful of Yi yet. That guy is very different now. Wu Traveler struggled to catch up with Shen Yi while yelling crazily at Yi Yingtai. However, with such a short delay, Shen Yi had already caught up with Yi Yingtai put his foot on the football. This guy, when did he get behind me? Oh, Toi Yingtai turned around in disbelief. Shenai actually maintained high speed and accurately bypassed the defender who was passively picking and rolling. At the same time, he was still during the detour. He used the cover of the opponent's body to avoid Oh Toi Yingtai's glance back, making him mistakenly think that he had been successfully blocked. This is the perfect combination of Ji Shiai's blind spot use and Yi Yingtai's off-the-ball movement. Damn, it's not that easy. Even if it's a foul, I have to stop you. Knowing that it would be difficult to snatch the football back from Shenai's feet with his own strength, Yi Yingtai simply gave up and hugged Shenai. I was dragged down by the blue-haired guy. My speed couldn't match this guy's. With only Wu behind, I couldn't guard him. I had to foul first and let us reorganize our formation. I'm sorry, I'm not used to such a warm hug from a man. However, even such a humble request was directly rejected by Shenai. He raised his hand and pressed it on Oto Yingtai's side. The two sides were close at hand, but just like that the short distance is as insurmountable as a natural chasm. After raising his hand to control the distance, Shenai took off his foot, and the football flew out of the front court in a spin. A long pass accurately found the forward-running ice weaver. Even my pass was copied. Shenai, you guy. Haihuzi Sheep, who ran counterattack continuously to get rid of Jubei, caught this extremely comfortable pass with a look of displeasure on his face. Chu, really, you obviously didn't force me to do anything, but your speed of evolution and this sense of oppression, didn't you force me to stop? Okay, then I'll show you. Haihuzi Sheep dribbles the ball forward, and Jubei Yishan, who is responsible for guarding him, follows him closely. Beautiful counter running, under my cover. You got yourself a space to catch the ball, but the gorgeous me will stop you. Here. Don't forget me. Unexpectedly, Wu Traveler changed his route directly after realizing that there was no hope of pursuing him. As expected, although Shenai is stronger now than before, but there's still something wrong with his condition. Try not to turn around when breaking through. The only time I chose was to do a half turn with my body like a spoon pass. I just took the ball from Yiya from behind and didn't turn around to attack directly. Instead, he chose to pass the ball. Try your best to avoid turning around. New data input, now is the time to output, finally let me catch you. Black Traveler and Ants Hung Jubei blocked the Ice Weaver's dribbling space one after another. The new data will give the stadium brings a new situation. It's so annoying to see all these fish. Bing Xiang's eyes narrowed, and he started straight away. He suddenly raised his right foot before touching the football, circled the ball counterclockwise from outside to inside, pretended to affect the center of gravity of the two people, and then used move the insteps outward. Pull the instep out, passing the ball? No, it's impossible. Shinai hasn't arrived yet, and Hitsuri can't take the risk to pass the ball to others. It's a fake move. The ant-born Jubei and the Black Traveler reacted almost at the same time and took action together, but... I've guessed it a long time ago, but you really think that I will use such a stupid fake move? Bing Xiang's helpless voice fell, and at the same time, the toes of the ball that were pushed outwards suddenly downwards, and the insertion was pushed away slightly. Lift the underside of the football off the ground, then lift your feet. The football took off in an instant and narrowly missed the two crossing legs. The ice sheep quickly avoided the ball's landing point and said, "I'm completely underestimated by you. I didn't say I lost." Suddenly, a foot stretched out from behind, and Jubei Yushin roared, raising his foot to hit the ball from the feet of the Ice Weaver sheep, and then after rolling twice on the ground, he fell to the ground in a panic. "I am the one who wants to shine on this court. It's really amazing." Even though it was like that, it was still able to come over. The defensive range is really not that big. Ice Weaver sheep looked at the fallen Yushin Jubei. There was surprise and admiration in his eyes, but only no surprise. "It's a pity. I expected you to be able to catch up. It's about time you arrived, Your Majesty the King." "Well done, Bing Zi." Shinai flashed past Bing Xiang, and the football that was clicked was already at his feet. "What kind of show are you just thinking about?" Wu Traveler rushed out from the side and tried his best to resist Shen Yi. Even Shen Yi was stagnated by the impact of the run-up. "Take me with you too." "How annoying." Shen Yi impatiently pressed his hand against Wu Traveler's upper body, but the other party just turned slightly sideways and waved his hand, and slapped Shen Yi's arm away. "Hey, don't be too arrogant, genius." Wu Traveler gritted his teeth and kept fighting against Shinai. "Of course I know my own moves best, but you still want to crush me with something you stole. Are you the rightful master? You have such great authority. Second, I'm also very angry with your superior attitude." Otoi Yingtai walked around behind Kamiichi and suddenly started to steal, "And you can't turn around now, I've caught you." "Kamiichi is here." Ice Weaver shouted from the other side, but Jubei Yushin spread his limbs and completely enveloped him. "Sorry, this road is blocked." A complete interception, Ice Weaver's pass, Otoya Shadow's agile running, Black Traveler's upper body movements, and Ji Shiai's use of vision were all ineffective. While the copied weapons didn't work, there were two pairs of them. His legs were constantly squeezing his dribbling space, sealing off Shinai's last way of survival bit by bit. However, even in this situation, Shinai remained expressionless, but he was extremely angry in his heart. "What is missing? I have been forced to this level, I am not as good as the protagonist. The ability to break through on the spot? What I didn't notice is, who else? Ant life." Suddenly a flash of inspiration occurred, and Shen Yi felt that his whole body had turned into pieces of debris and disintegrated into pieces. Immediately, endless data poured in from the minds of everyone on the field to reorganize Shen Yi again. The stolen ability, the neglected person, and the result of splicing it all together is right. Why? Why didn't I copy the ability of the ants? I see. I know, got it. The way to survive was blocked, and Shinai was about to usher in the moment of being intercepted for the first time in his history, but he suddenly burst out laughing. "Ha ha ha ha, it turns out that it is like this. It is such a simple thing that has tortured me for so long. Hizaki Shogo, the secret of your plunder was discovered by me." Chapter 33 Plunder. Are you laughing? What's going on with this guy? Wu Traveler looked at the laughing Shanai with disgust and secretly sighed, but this time you are really in a desperate situation, Shanai. Desperate situation? Don't think too highly of yourself. God's eyes flashed with excitement and he raised his hand again. Again? Didn't I say it's useless? Such a meaningless struggle is really ugly. Wu Traveler took action again and tried to free Shen Yi's arm. However, unexpectedly, Shen Yi's hand seemed to be welded to Wu Traveler's body and could not be shaken off no matter what. At the same time, a huge force came and instantly changed him. With the center of gravity, a gap was torn open in the sealed space. Can you still evolve? That's ridiculous. Wu Traveler pulled Shen Yi back in shock, but something even more horrifying happened. He saw that his hand had just been placed on Shen Yi's chest, but the other person only turned slightly sideways. His hand slipped away directly, and Wu Traveler was caught off guard and stumbled, completely losing his defensive position. Despair, everything about you has been completely taken away by me. Shen Yi stared at the Wu Traveler who fell to the ground indifferently, and turned to avoid Odo Ying Tai. Next, it's you. What's going on? Wu's weapon suddenly became unusable, and his turn was unblocked again. Ying Tai's forehead was sweating, and he stared at Shanai's feet. Hold it, as long as it lasts until Wu in these few seconds of getting up, we still have a chance. Have you seen enough? I'm going to start. Shut up. Don't try to influence me. Moved, pick the ball. Do you want an aerial battle? Hey? Heal? No. Where is Kami-ichi? In a daze, Otoi Yingtai suddenly found that Shanai had completely disappeared from his field of vision. When he realized it, Shanai had already appeared behind him, caught the ball and ran all the way. Yingtai subconsciously wanted to turn around and chase after him, but suddenly felt a pain in his waist and abdomen, and fell to the ground in pain. He could only watch helplessly as the figure suddenly raised its feet in front of him. Bang! The fierce collision reflected the power of this shot and also revealed the outcome of this goal. Beep. 2:4:2:5. It's amazing. First, he lifted the ball slightly, pressed his body down and twisted, and at the same time used his heel to kick the ball away from the opponent. Then he started to charge forward with such an awkward posture, and then directly kicked off after catching the ball. The shot is almost 30 meters away. Anri Daijin couldn't help but pull back the video and watch the ball over and over again. Mr. Hui Xin, this ball has shaken the world. However, his opponent seems to be acting a little abnormally. Is it because he is too tired? It's completely wrong. It's hard to imagine that you didn't say a single word correctly from beginning to end. So for a moment I was wondering if what you said was the language I know. Huixin Shiba interrupted the emperor with her forehead raised. In Ianri's words, that was not an unforced error caused by fatigue, but empathy. Empathy. Yes, humans are creatures with the ability to empathize. When playing a racing game, they will involuntarily follow the movement of the car and move their bodies. In the movie, when the protagonist is knocked down, people will also involuntarily move their bodies. Yes. This is empathy. Huixin Shiba adjusted her glasses. At the same time, humans are also creatures that are always eager for progress. When they see more superior creatures, they will involuntarily crave progress, just like they long to fly when they see birds. See, when I see fish, I want to swim in the ocean. And when these two are combined, it is what Guangxian Shanai shows at this time: plunder. Plunder. That's right, Shanai first quickly absorbed the opponent's strengths through his own extremely strong talent, and thus used the opponent's weapons. This is the first step, copying. After copying the opponent's abilities, he even went a step further and improved these skills according to his own physical fitness, devoured them, and completely transformed them into his own. So what does this have to do with looting? Hey! This helpless sigh was enough to express Hui Xin Shiba's insult to De Yanxing Gli's IQ. It doesn't really matter if you just copy and transform the skills. The meaning of the blue prison's existence is to let people these guys are eating each other up, and we've seen several cases like this these days. But Shinai is different. All his attributes completely surpass his opponents. Therefore, his transformation is not the kind of transformation where everyone of the same level learns from each other, and then changes it according to his own physical characteristics, or even degrades it. All-round advantages: the opponent's skills will be completely optimized to another level. That's why you say that humans are creatures that crave progress. Daijin Xingli seemed to understand somewhat, and Huixin Shiba nodded. Yes, their ability to empathize allows them to quickly bring themselves into the realm of gods. In the movements of one, their desire for progress makes them subconsciously imitate the movements of Shen Yi. But Shinai's physical fitness far exceeds theirs. Therefore, imitating Shinai's movements will only cause them to be unable to maintain their original level. It's like the master played a piece of music on your piano, but when you wanted to imitate it, you found that you couldn't even imitate it. This is Shinai's plunder. He made it easy for me to become a better you, but you couldn't even imitate it. It cannot be done, and this bloody reality is placed in front of the opponent. What's even more sad is that Shinai didn't change your movements. It's just that his speed is faster, so it takes less time to turn around, so he can make one more fake move during this period. This kind of movement completely relies on physical fitness. Optimization even blocks the way for opponents to evolve their ideas. If your physical fitness is not as good as Shinai, you can't do it, just like a math problem. Then isn't this invincible? What a layman! Is there any invincible ability in the world? If there is, it will only be because the person who uses this ability is too invincible. It's like Shinai's ability also has limitations. For example, as long as the attribute corresponding to the ability is higher than him, Shinai will naturally not be able to optimize it, and the ability will be ineffective. For example, the opponent in this game, Otoi Shadow, the movement of Shinai passing him is almost the same as when he continuously turns around to avoid the defensive players. But the strength of Shinai's waist and abdomen is far superior to that of Otoi Shadow. Lowering his waist and twisting his body, the amplitude was even greater, and Yi Yingtai was affected by him and increased his turning movements, which resulted in his own injury. But if his waist and abdominal ability are as strong as Shinai, he can make the same movements. Also, guys like Jubei Aki, who rely entirely on static talents, can't even copy it. However, anyone weaker than me will be devoured and destroyed. It's a weapon with a very egoistic style. Huixin Shiba rubbed his temples. What a pity. I would rather he didn't realize it. He was clearly at the door just now, so he just missed it. One kick. That concentration. Unfortunately, it was immediately broken by the joy of achieving the goal, and Wu Traveler couldn't hold on for a while longer. The indispensable method of burning life for the best shooter in the world. Guangxian Shinai, I am looking forward to the day when you enter the flow state. Chapter 34: The True Meaning of Competition. This is a lie, isn't it? My hand movements failed. Wu Traveler looked at his palms in disbelief. He knew very well that it was definitely not Shinai who had made any move to avoid him just now, but entirely caused by his own mistakes. That monster, can you even do such a thing? Otoi Yingtai looked unhappy as he got up. Having sprained himself, he understood more intuitively what had just happened. Because looking at his movements, I couldn't help but make moves beyond my capabilities. Damn it, isn't this just to show off that I'm better than you, UBD? Shinai? How did you do it? Ice Weaver Sheep cheered and rushed over. I thought you were going to make a mistake. What on earth did you do in that situation? I just used my ability to the maximum extent and took away their things. Shinai lowered his head and looked at his palm. He had completely grasped this real power. However, it is not unsolvable. Kamiichi clenched his fists. Because basketball is more efficient in backup play and turning, so in this regard, Hizaki Shogo is stronger than me, so he can use my turning, but just now, I forced myself not to think about Hizaki Shogo's actions and focus on my own abilities, thus relying on muscle memory to unlock the ability to turn. In other words, as long as there is someone who can block the impact of my actions, they can ignore my plunder. If you are willing to completely destroy your current self and then reorganize according to the situation, you should be able to escape my influence. Haha, the inhumane Noel Noah and the G Shiai who are always willing to change. As a result, the new abilities will naturally not be effective on my two biggest opponents. It doesn't matter, I will continue to get stronger. It's just the first step. Hyori, let's go and end this farce. The game resumed, but their weapons were taken away, and the completely depleted Karasuto and Otoi Kagita could no longer pose any threat to Kamiichi and the others. Only Jubei, the ant-born, continued to struggle. However, the results were little. Final score 213. Ha! What a complete loss! The final whistle sounded, and Wu Traveler collapsed to the ground weakly. In the final injury time, he had gradually regained his feeling, but it was already over. At his wit's end, he asked, with that kind of cheating skills, who can beat him, at Otoi? Otoi Kagita walked out without saying a word, followed closely by Jubei. This game is really ugly. I need to continue to raise my level as a gorgeous person. Wu, you won't just give up like that. Otoi Yingtai turned around and shouted to Wu Traveler, who fell on the ground with a face full of unwillingness, I don't want it to end like this, I must regain my place in the end. TCH. Who would be willing to do that, idiot? Wu Traveler closed his eyes, and after a moment, he jumped up from the ground, I am so unwilling to give up that I want to die. I never want to experience such a useless game again. It's the second time. Next time, we will definitely win. Instead of declaring war with Shinai and the others, shutting up and quietly exiting was the outcome for the loser. Only the winner can enjoy the glorious stage. But, the Avengers drama is just the beginning. Building 5, all competitions are over, now announce the results of the first selection. The loudspeaker in the corner of the stadium sounded. And a pleasant female voice began to read out the results. A total of 5 teams participated in the group round robin, and the final result was, first place, Team X, 11 players. Second place, Team V, 11 players. In addition to the 3 gold champions from the 3 eliminated teams, the above 25 people passed the first round of selection in Building 5 of the Blue Prison. The simple avatars representing the top 3 goal scorers of the last 3 teams lit up on the electronic screen. Shen glanced at it subconsciously. It was confirmed that Nishioka Hatsu was the one. One of them he didn't recognize, and there was another one. Shen Yi raised his head and thought, this seems to be the little cross-border genius who cried out that he caught him and beat him. Hey, Shinai, let's go, let's have a celebration banquet. In the distance, Bing Xiang greeted loudly. As soon as Shinai turned his head, he left this matter behind. It doesn't matter, he is just a passerby anyway. Coming. Hey, don't throw things away. Wow, is this a stake exchanged for Shinai's points? So much. 1 for each person? Long live the king. Ah, the drinks were all thrown away. You guys must have relaxed too much at once. There was a lot of noise in the locker room, and Shinai shouted helplessly to everyone, Hyori and I are going to get drinks. Please pack up quickly before I come back. There will be many levels of selection in the Blue Prison. After all, you are under my command. If you pass, you won't see anyone later. Yes. Hearing Shinai's voice, everyone straightened their bodies out of reflex. As a result, another bottle of drink was accidentally knocked over. Shinai shook his head helplessly, let's go, Hyuzi. Ah, damn it, my dream is over like this. I'm so unwilling. If I can score 2 more goals, I will be the one left. Damn it. Damn it. Why do I have to come to this shitty blue prison? Ugh. On the way, Shen Yi and the other 2 bumped into a group of people who had left due to being eliminated. The 2 of them hid behind the wall and did not go out. Shen Yi looked indifferent, but Bing Xiang's eyes were trembling. This is the fate of losers. In competitive sports, dreams are always an illusion that whitewashes beauty. Shanai said calmly, the real reality is that there are only a handful of top people among millions of people. To be able to stay and really get into this industry, only those who win can keep moving forward, and those who finally reach the top are the only ones who win. Hiyori, this is the true meaning of competition. Every victory you win is to destroy another group of people. It is a game of the weak and the strong. So, become stronger, so strong that you will never lose. Kamiichi. Hyuzi raised his head and looked into Kamiichi's eyes. He had never thought that those eyes could be so indifferent. I am serious about Hyuzi. As long as you fall behind, I will definitely abandon you without hesitation. On the road to victory, I will never be fettered by ridiculous friendships. You really dare to say that? After a short silence, Bing Xiang smiled and hammered Shania on the chest. I am the same. I want to change the world with my own hands, so if you can meet my requirements, I will not pass the ball to you. Looking at Bing Xiang's eyes that were getting firmer and even more fighting spirit, Shania nodded with satisfaction, yes. That's good. Looking at the crowd of losers again, Shania clasped his hands and secretly made up his mind. I definitely don't want to be one of these guys who finally gets to the top and becomes a legend. It's me. Chapter 35. The second round of selection begins. That's very well said. There was a burst of applause in the corner, and Nishioka walked out of the shadows. Hey, Shania, I'm sorry to disturb you when you are teaching your subordinates. It's been a long time. I was still wondering when you were going to over here, little messy. Kamiichi turned around and looked down at Nishioka Hatsu coldly. I told you not to call me that title again. Nishioka broke through in 1 second. After roaring, he coughed twice to cover up his embarrassment. Ahem. I'm very grateful to you for being able to call me. I woke up from the so-called glory, but it's not over yet. Next time, the winner will be me. Thank you. Hey. Nishioka Chu suddenly turned his head and looked at Shania, who was thanking him in disbelief. Ah? Thank me? Thank you for what? I just want to thank you for your inspiration. It's all thanks to you. Shania smiled evilly, picked up the drink and walked out. By the way, I almost forgot to mention, your weapons are so easy to use. Hey. What do you mean when you come back? Tell me clearly. Next, you have to undergo intensive physical training. In addition, during this period, you must not touch the ball. On the wall of Kyoci Team Z, which had a hard time defeating Team V, Ishin Chihachi's annoying face appeared again. Hey? Won't the second round of selection start immediately? Lei Shijhenwu shouted at the screen with veins popping out, and others followed suit and complained. It's just that you won in Building 5 on the bottom floor. What are you so crazy about? You're training until I tell you to stop, you bunch of rubbish. Huizhen Shiva interrupted everyone's complaints with disdain, waved her hand, an AA figure running with a VR helmet appeared next to him, and all kinds of incomprehensible data were listed one by one. Those who enter the high-ranking floors do not need to participate in the first round of selection. They are undergoing the most advanced training. You can just wait until they finish training. I gave you skinny monkeys at the bottom the opportunity to exercise your physical strength. You must be grateful, idiot. You must realize that you are the bottom. Ah, by the way, you are probably very concerned about the current situation of Guangxian Shanai. Huixin Shiba pretended to suddenly realize, that guy is doing extremely well now. He has defeated all the enemies. The enemy even learned brand new weapons under top training conditions. Damn it, that sounds so unpleasant to hear. Lei Shichen roared with a ferocious face, just wait, sooner or later I will kill all those guys who are living a good life at the top. I agree, but I also want to take away their status. That's right, there's nothing special about having a high ranking. Even though we were even worse ranked, we won all the way. Everyone's enthusiasm was instantly mobilized by X and Shiba's inflammatory remarks, and they rushed into the training room full of energy. Is Shinai also undergoing more advanced training? A sense of urgency arose in Ji Shiai's heart for no apparent reason, but I have also clarified the formula for my own goal. And they are two different equations. The formula of spatial cognition and direct shooting can help me score directly when I find an opportunity, and movement without the ball and use of blind spots allows me to proactively create opportunities. Furthermore, my ability to move without the ball was awakened in the game against Team V, and it has not been developed in a deeper level. Maybe by exchanging the conditions in the two equations, I can also combine a new goal theory. Ji Shii clenched his fists and said, Shinai, wait for me. Ding, the first round of selection is over. All players will gather in the underground central area. 10 days later, in the early morning, the radio suddenly sounded, and a pleasant female voice guided everyone towards the target area. Is it finally over? It's too late, BD. If it's one more day late, I'll tear down this blue prison. After 10 days of physical training that was close to the limit, everyone in Team Z looked ferocious and cursed viciously as they got up. Definitely win. Let's go. It's about to happen, brothers. I can finally touch the ball, and the second round of selection is about to begin. Ji Shii, who was at the end of the team, pressed his chest. As he got closer and closer to the target, his heart could not help but beat violently. The enemies we will face next are all ranked higher than us, even and that invincible man is here too. But I'm not afraid at all. Instead, I'm eager to try my own strength and my new formula. Ji Shii clenched his fist hard. Come on, I'm going to kill you all. Everyone walked out of the door and entered a large pentagonal room. They are the people from other buildings. Strange, why are they all out of breath? Ji Shii subconsciously looked at the arm of a person on the right, only to see 237 members of Team W clearly displayed under the pentagonal logo representing the blue prison. Ah! How could that happen? That's Team X over there. What's going on? Hey, all you talented rough stones have worked hard on your physical fitness for so long. Smart people should have realized that there is no one from buildings 1, 2, 3, and 4 among you. To be precise, the blue prison only exists in building 5. Smart, yes, I have realized it a long time ago. Zhan Tai adjusted his sports glasses and spoke immediately, then looked at Prince Ling next to him. What does it mean that there is only building no 5? We've all been fooled. Prince Ling gritted his teeth and looked at the screen. This BD. All of you think you are at the bottom and have been foolishly fighting for your life in the first round of selection. Really or not, are you kidding? Did you fool us? Yes, that's right. You who entered the blue prison are the best among all Japan's forwards. You have always enjoyed the appreciation of geniuses. Exon Shibachi frankly admitted his deception, and then suddenly approached the camera with a pair of dead fish eyes, staring at everyone. But, those are just geniuses in this rubbish country. Looking at the world, you are just a group of mediocre people. In order to destroy your half-hearted self-confidence and to cultivate the hungry spirit that drives you to become the best in the world, everything is done deliberately by me. Mechanism of design. We are not your toys. Are you kidding? You've gone too far. I want to file a complaint. Idiot. Exon Shiba suddenly shouted angrily, your attitude just shows that you are just a bunch of half-hearted people. For example, Noel Noah, who is known as the world's #1 striker, was born in a slum in France. In a literal sense, football was his only way out. There are countless forwards in the world who grew up in this environment. For them, playing football is their only chance to change their lives, so their desire to score goals is extremely strong. You can still enjoy a privileged life even without football. You bunch of flowers in the greenhouse will never be able to get the hunger for goals. The purpose of Blue Prison is to cultivate your hunger. In fact, don't you just want to defeat people who are ranked higher than you and believe that you can win, so you are here. This hunger can be transformed into a selfish desire to change the world. Bing Xiang turned to look at Shen Yi beside him. Although his goals were slightly different, but, yes, he wanted to be the person who changed the world. Ha! Looking at the increasingly fiery eyes of the people below, the corners of Huixin Shiba's mouth rose slightly, but then quickly returned to calm. The second round of selection in Blue Prison is about to begin. Chapter 36 Settlement, New Improvements. The first round of selection is for you to fully understand your own weapons and personality, for you to turn 0 into 1, and to understand the significance of a forward's existence during the game. But from now on, in the state-of-the-art training venue, you have to turn your 1 into 100. Huixin Shiba raised his hand, and 5 numbered pentagonal images were projected in the palm of his hand. This is your current position, and in the second round of selection, there are a total of 5 levels. Pass the previous level. Only those who pass the second round of selection can participate in the intensive training camp with the world's top players selected by me. The world's top players, real or fake? Awesome! Now I feel more motivated. The tactic of giving a big stick to a sweet date was extremely effective. Everyone in the stadium was attracted by the words of a top player and couldn't help but start thinking about a bright future. That's the end of the explanation. Those who are ready can go to the gate. Iron frames filled with footballs rose from the ground, and a blue arrow suddenly appeared on the ground of the room pointing into the distance. Of a door. Alone? Is the team formation stage over? Ice Weaver Sheep couldn't help but frown, as if he could see through the thoughts of everyone in the audience. Huixin Shiba spoke again. Of course, the second round of selection is more difficult than the first round. It's much higher. Anyone who survives by having a strong teammate should be prepared for it. The second round of selection will wipe out all the trash and leave only the true egoists. I wish you good luck. After the words fell, Huixin Shiba's figure also disappeared from the screen. At the same time, Bing Xiang walked straight towards the door. Hey, is there someone going up here? Why don't you wait and see? The unhesitating figure was in sharp contrast with the hesitant people around him, and it immediately attracted Ji Shiai's attention. Speaking of which, isn't that Shen Yi? Shenai? You are indeed here too. Ji Shiai ran over excitedly and asked, is that your teammate? That's right. I told him that the speed of completion would affect the results of the second round, so he went straight over, probably because he was afraid that I would be too far away. Shenai sat on the ground and yawned. Continuing to look around, he finally found the figure in his impression. But seeing that Ito Jirin had no intention of showing off his footwork this time, seeing someone taking a step ahead of him, he immediately entered the door with a tense expression. When you see someone actually taking a step ahead of you, do you feel that you have lost your sense of urgency? It's really a child's temper to fight for everything. Shen Yi patted his butt and stood up. Then I'm going in too, so you can work hard, maybe we'll see you again later. Is that the Kamiichi you're talking about? He's quite easy to talk to. Chikiri Leopard Horse, who was waiting nervously, breathed a sigh of relief. Kyosei and Kira Ryuzyuk kept this name on their lips every day. He destroyed them, making him think he was some kind of dangerous person. I guess. Ji Shiai clenched his fists. For some reason, he suddenly smelled a very dangerous smell the moment he got close. The palpitations at that moment made him think about it. I have forgotten the declaration of war that I made for a long time. Damn it, nothing has changed. Ji Shii gritted his teeth angrily. Kyunki, I want to go in first. You are really, all so anxious. Kyunki Bayoma looked at Ji Shii helplessly. Jiliang rushed in after seeing the guy, and Feng Le also shouted he ran in looking at monsters and stuff like that. Those two guys actually ran faster than me. Ji Shii muttered unhappily, and then walked towards the door leading to the second stage. Then I'll leave first, Kyunki and everyone. See you in the next stage of Blue Prison, be sure to catch up. You don't have to say it. Gee, you are so stinky, who do you think you are? It's just that, you are so weak, you should consider whether you can pass the test. After everyone was quarreling for a while, Ji Shii took a deep breath and walked into the door with the words second stage printed on it. I'm very grateful to everyone. Without your help, I would never be able to persevere now, but, from now on, I can only move forward alone. I did feel the frightening smell from Shinai, but now that I have calmed down, that palpitation continues to stimulate my heart, making me extremely excited, not the inexplicable excitement in the past, but down to earth. Until now, everything has accumulated together, and I am so excited to know the results. This is the confidence generated by my continuous victory and progress during this period. As long as I pass this level, Shinai will be within reach in front of me. Now, my brain is constantly reminding me of this. Even if there is still a gap, I will become stronger in the Blue Prison. Shinai, I will definitely surpass you. Hey, hitting a human machine is really no fun. In the square of green grass, Shinai yawned and caught the football flying from the wall. He shot it easily with a casual kick. Break through the virtual goalkeeper's defense. Create a suitable training model based on the characteristics of each player. In other words, according to this system, what I lack is the ability to stop the ball and shoot. Shinai used his heel to stop the football that suddenly shot from the wall behind, and said carefully savor the intense spin applied to the football. My vision is pretty good, but my level is a bit low. There is no challenge. Shen Yi easily scored with one kick. As the room prompt sounded, the goal of 100 goals was achieved. Shen walked into the opened channel boredly. As expected, the waiting room was empty afterwards. Hey, it's so slow. Shinai found a seat at random and sat down. He raised his hand to call out the system light curtain that he had not seen for a long time. The first round of selection is over, settlement has been successful, final settlement rating, S, you have received the following rewards. You can choose 3 rewards from them, and repeated characteristics and skills will be automatically merged. Optional features. 1 Marksman, blue-purple. Whether it is a bow or a football, your shooting accuracy is staggering. Being named a marksman, you will have a significant improvement in accuracy in all sports that require aiming, locked in. 2 Genius, purple. Being named a genius, all your attributes are above average, and your learning and understanding abilities will exceed those of ordinary people. 3 Diligence makes up for failure, gold if you train for 20 hours a day. You are the hardest working person in the world. If you train beyond the regular limit, you will get more benefits. 4 Monster, red gold. People often say that genius is on the left and madman is on the right. If you are too much beyond ordinary people, you will naturally arouse the fear of others. Being named a monster, all your attributes are +2, which is your strongest attribute. Extra +2. Entry special effects. Your performance will more easily bring a sense of oppression to others, and all players facing you will consume +10% physical energy. Optional skills. 1 Snake movement, purple. Super speed, super waist and abdominal strength, and super flexibility create unpredictable running skills. Your whereabouts are even more elusive when running without the ball. You can get around blocks more easily. Skill effect, there is a chance of knocking down defensive players by relying on movement. 2 Plunder, Gold you can imitate and improve abilities whose core attributes are weaker than yours, and make your opponent lose control of that ability. 3. Placement, layout, Gold when you command and control your teammates. If your teammates follow your instructions, the teammate will get a chess counter. When the number of counters reaches 3, it will be easier for you and the teammate. Once in contact, all attributes of the teammate will be increased by 5%. This state will expire if the teammate refuses to carry out your instructions. Special reward, this reward will consume you 2 chances to choose the reward. Chapter 37 Battle. Looking at the list of rewards, all kinds of golden and purple lights are almost blinding Shen Yi. Shen Yi has survived until now. Apart from the genius entry that was forced on him, he only has one skill zone that is regarded as a welfare gift, which is gold. There are no golden entries anymore, but now he can choose 4 at once. Who would have thought that the efforts of the previous 10 years would not be as good as this short and easy first phase of selection? But think about it, if he didn't wake up the system in advance, then he would have entered the blue prison with a blank slate. In this case, the rewards given by the system would naturally not be searched, not to mention that the evaluation this time was very high. Let me see, sharpshooter, this is what I locked before. Did it become a purple entry after another settlement? It feels like it was a waste to lock it. Maybe it will eat up one of my golden entries. Location. Shen Yi felt a little regretful. At that time, he really had no idea about the rewards of this system, so he locked this entry that seemed to be helpful. Now it seems that he made a stupid move, but now he has to give up after reaching purple. Somewhat reluctant. The familiar genius entry, but unfortunately it is only purple. If it were gold, I would have the desire to choose. Then as long as I get another golden genius, my genius entry can be promoted to red. Continuing to look down, Shen Yi I suddenly felt heartbroken and thought about what I did not do well enough to prevent this entry from becoming golden. Diligence can make up for weakness, it's so subtle. Shen Yi looked at the next entry with a black line on his head. This included his time in the legendary training camp at night, but he spent 20 hours every day. After hours of training, why is it still not a red entry? Hey! Is it difficult for you to train for 25 hours a day to become red? Continuing down, Shen Yi's pupil shrank, and he immediately selected the flashing red entry, as if he was afraid that others would snatch it away. All attributes +2. The highest attribute can also be +2, and the light attribute has a 14-point bonus. Not to mention an additional special effect. Shen Yi looked at the highest level one he currently owned with bright eyes. The entry added extra attributes to the speed attribute, and then a force surged out from the heart and filled the whole body instantly. Ding! Your speed attribute has reached 100 points, you can choose a special effect, which will take effect in all actions involving the speed attribute. One psychedelic, all your actions that rely on speed will be more confusing. 2. Explosion, your instant explosive power will be more powerful. 3. Emergency stop, the buffer time you need after starting an emergency stop is reduced. 4. Change of direction, when you change direction, the magnitude of your deceleration is reduced. Will you actually get an additional special effect when the attribute reaches 100 points? Shen Yi looked at the pop-up prompt and thought to himself, and then chose the direction-changing special effect. The speed will slow down when changing direction and touching the ball. This is the problem that he has not been able to solve until now and is currently the most troublesome problem. As for other things, he can use faster speed to make up for it. And the ultimate non-deceleration change of direction is in his. It seems that it can even be said to be an unsolvable ability. This characteristic alone allowed his strength to achieve a complete transformation. Shen Yi felt that even harvesting just one entry this time would be enough. In a happy mood, he hummed a tune in a low voice and continued to scroll down. The skills given are a bit disappointing. I have enough movement now. There is no need to waste a choice opportunity to improve my off-ball movement. I have already been certified in the training camp and it is an ability that I can repeat. Placement, layout. The special effects of the skills are quite bluffing, but rather than improving my teammates, I still want to improve my own abilities. Scroll down all the way, and there is no such reward as the monster entry that makes God shine at a glance, but when he saw the special reward at the bottom, his eyes widened again. Special reward, gaining complete control over reality. Shania murmured to himself in a low voice, interesting, so interesting, can you even do this kind of thing? Ha ha ha, okay. There just aren't any entries that make me excited, so I'll have some fun with you. Thinking of this, Shania no longer hesitated and directly selected the final special reward. This reward would not improve his strength in any way, but it would pave the way for him to become a legend in advance. Is there someone already? Ito Jirin walked out of the passage and immediately saw Shania sitting there with blank eyes. It's not that blue-haired one. In other words, this guy entered after me and at the same time before me come out. Ito Jirin frowned slightly, secretly wondering if he had slacked off a bit recently. He glanced at the wandering Kamiichi again and then found a seat to sit down. Ah, the gorgeous me is actually the third one to arrive. Not long after, the door opened again, and Jubayushin walked in, swinging his long black hair. Group of 3, form a team and move forward. Everyone is here, don't waste time, hurry up and go to the next level. Ito Jirin stood up first, but Jubayushin refused without thinking. If you can catch me at a glance and represent the trend, next I deeply admire your appreciation of beauty, but there are still teammates who have not arrived yet, not to mention. Yushin Jubei looked at Shania who was sitting aside. There is another guy here that I must defeat. How can I form a team with you? Shania who is receiving the reward, Abba. Waiting for my teammates. Hey, boring bondage, you guys who are still treating football as a matter of fun, just continue to indulge in playing house. Please allow me to respond to your accusation. I did not make such a choice out of my inner emotions. On the contrary, my teammates were affected during the game with me. This is what I should do as a representative of the tide. Responsibility. I don't care about myself. Ito Jirin still didn't give Jubayushin a good look. Just do whatever you want. Shania, Abba. The negotiation failed, and the waiting room fell into silence. Although Shania had woken up halfway, but since everyone liked to pretend to be cold, he did not break the calm. He continued to close his eyes and rest, and experience the monster carefully. The changes the entry brings to the body. This weird calm lasted like this until the door opened again. Fourth. It seems I'm still far behind. The panting ice weaver sheep walked out of the passage, but fortunately, you haven't left yet. It seems that I haven't been thrown away by you this time. Stop talking nonsense and leave quickly. I don't want to waste a second here. Rin stood up again, but this time it was Shania who stopped him. Wait a minute, Ito Jirin, I didn't say I wanted to form a team with you. Shania stood up with a smile. Since you asked to form a team, obviously there will be a competition later, so let's compete with me. The younger brother of the 11 best players in the world. That last name directly poked Ito Jirin's back, and there were all kinds of impatience emotions that had accumulated up to now. In addition, this guy took less time to clear the level than he did. All these factors added up and made Rin extremely unhappy. Staring at the smiling Shania with a murderous look, okay, I will compete with you as a stepping stone. Let me tell you how naive you are who still only regard football as a sport. Chapter 38 Team Formation completed. Hey, I can't pretend I didn't hear this. I said he is the opponent I want to defeat. Jubayushin stopped the two who were declaring war. You ignore the gorgeous me without permission. What does it mean? Step back, Yushin. I'm not interested in an opponent I've defeated once. Shania spoke before Ito Jirin, who was on the verge of going berserk. If you still want to fight me, do it before everyone else does, before the next opportunity comes. Declare war ahead. I see, I was originally a loser and now I am one step behind. It is natural that you don't want to fight with me who is not so gorgeous. After a short silence, Zhu Beiyushan sighed. This is the winner's right, I have no objection. However, I will become even more gorgeous and catch up with you. Until then, just wait. Shi Qingzi, who had been in for a while, carefully hid aside. These people are so full of fighting spirit. People like me are totally incomparable. Society is ruled by such winners in life. Guys like me have no self-confidence. You will definitely be crushed. Hey! What are you mumbling over there? Come here. The unhappy Ito Jiren shouted directly to Shijuan Qingzi, who was so frightened that he jumped up and ran behind Ito Jiren. Hey! Yes, yes, well, after being reprimanded by a strong person, it turns out that people like me will be treated like slaves. That guy, what's going on? Bing Xiang looked at Shijuan Qingzi in confusion. In my opinion, it's a bit difficult to pass the level. This guy obviously passed the level so quickly. He shouldn't be weak. Why is it like this? Not confident. Some people just have more personality. It doesn't matter. Instead of thinking about that kind of thing, why not guess who comes in next? Shania smiled and said, bet on a piece of steak? I guess the next person who comes in is male. You have no sincerity in this bet. Bing Xiang pushed Shania away in disgust, and at this moment, the door opened. There are so many people, it seems I'm a little late. Nishioka Hatsu walked in, moving his body. Kamiichi, I finally see you, BD. Come here. If you are not as cheap as you, please make it clear to me what you said that day. Ahaha, okay, I just have a chance. Shania smiled and dodged Nishioka Hatsu's attack. I made an appointment with you over there for a competition. You go over there and I will tell you if you win. After looking in the direction of Kamiichi's finger, Nishioka turned around in displeasure and snorted, do you think I care? Not at all. Forget it if you don't tell me. And that's Itoji Sei's younger brother. I've read some reports about him. Even if you win with him, there's no glory in it. I will win you alone, but before that, go ahead and be proud of yourself. Nishioka Hatsuru turned around and stopped looking at Shania. Shania helplessly shrugged at Ishirin, saying that there was nothing I could do about it. One by one, they are all rubbish without a sense of urgency. After being refused to form a team again, Itoji-rin's anger prize pool is accumulating. So, who will be next? Jubayoshi was feeling uncomfortable after being rejected from the fight. Nishioka Hatsumi was angry. Rin was so angry that he wanted to kill someone, and when he got close, he gave him a death stare. Shania felt that if he could, it is estimated that a similar characteristic will be awakened in an instant after entering the legendary training camp. Time will feel uncomfortable when seeing this sun horn approaching. There is nothing interesting to talk about when the Ice Weaver sheep is separated for just a short time. Therefore, the bored Shania could only hold his chin and stare at the closed door. Finally, the door opened again. Red and pink hair was combed into a short braid at the temples, and black name Lanchi walked out of the passage. What's the matter? Keep staring. Sorry, this is not about forming a team. We will form a game. After the two teams are formed, if there is a chance to compete, we will have a match. How about it? Are you interested? Shania smiled and asked Kurane Ranchi explain. Well, the guy over there with a dark face like everyone owes him money is the opponent of the big guy, and here I am with the guy with blue hair in the back. It would be good to form a team quickly. After a brief thought, the expressionless black name Lanchi nodded to God. Then I will join your team. That one over there feels a bit uncomfortable. Suitable for me. Okay, Rin. I got there before you, and you can't do it either. Kamiichi cheered. louder and shouted at Itoji-rin, who responded with a murderous look, "Shut up! Don't call me by my name, and I will definitely kill you soon. Aira, it's scary. Come on, what's your name? Let's introduce you." Shinai pretended to be scared, then enthusiastically hugged Kurano Ranshi's shoulders and walked aside. At this point, half of the room was filled with introductions to each other happily, and the other half was filled with Itoji-rin with a murderous look on his face, Shige Kingzi who was hiding in the corner and shivering, and two losers who were silent and sulking. It was really a lot of fun. Shinjin Tanaka, who was wearing an afro, walked in with a puzzled look on his face. "Team up with me." As soon as he entered the door, Itoji-rin rushed over and ordered with a cold face. Oh, it's okay to form a team. What's going on?" Tanaka Shinjin, who was frightened and took half a step back with his hands in front of his chest, subconsciously asked, but Itoji-rin obviously had no intention of explaining. "Walk directly to the door of the next level, open the door." The door opened, Itoji-rin looked back at Shijun Kingzi and Tanaka Shinjin, "Follow me. Then let's go too." Shinai also stood up and patted Tanaka Shinjin on the shoulder sympathetically when he passed by. Tanaka Shinjin, who was confused, looked at Shi Kingzi, who was biting his fingers and shivering, with black lines on his face. "So, can anyone explain to me what happened?" "Hey, we meet again, all you talented rough stones." Walking into the next stage of the room, a familiar figure appeared on the big screen on time. As you may have guessed, the third level is a battle between 3 teams. "Awesome, you guessed it right." Black Name Lanshi gave a thumbs up expressionlessly to God, and Exon Shiba continued to explain, "At this stage, the football field will be smaller, and the goalkeeper will have a blue prison. The team with the first 5 goals wins. In addition, there are special rules at this stage. The winning team can choose one person from the opponent's team and steal him to form a new team of 4. Then, each time you advance to a level, one more teammate will be added, and there will be 5 people. The team that passes the 5th level will also pass the second round of selection. As for the losing team, they will return to the previous level with the remaining lineup. Then, if they lose even the 2-on-2 game, the last person who was not selected will be eliminated. This is the whole picture of the second round of selection. You have to compete for your competitors, that is, the decisive battle. In addition, you can choose your opponents, but both teams must agree before they can compete." "Have you said enough?" Itoji-rin stepped forward to interrupt Ishin Shipaka's eloquent explanation. "I've had enough. There are 2 teams here that have agreed to compete. Don't waste time and start quickly. After Itoji Sae, this is the first time I want to crush someone so much." Chapter 39 The game begins. "Don't be anxious, wait until I finish." Exon Jihachi ignored Itoji-rin's murderous look and continued to explain unhurriedly, "Next, I will announce the new Blue Prison rankings. Of course, this time is real." The logo on Shinai's arm changed for a while, and finally settled on a big one. Ishirin looked at the 2 on his arm, and his murderous intent became more and more solemn. "This ranking is based on the time you spent passing the first level. Special note, Ice Weaver Sheep, your clearance speed is 2 minutes slower than Shijuan Kingzi, but it is also an advantage to make up your mind to pass the level earlier. Don't hesitate. Determined guys will miss opportunities." "Yes, I'm sorry, that's just the way I am, haha, ask a guy like me who has no self-confidence." "Okay, now that everything is said and done, you can go over and authenticate." Huixin Shiba simply ignored Shi Kingzi who was thinking about it, and the screen went off. The 2 sides looked at each other and stood in front of the door together. The 6 people pressed their fingers on the wall one after another. After a brief loading and identification, the fingerprint authentication was completed, the match was successful, and the door opened. In the second round of selection, a special small court suitable for the number of matches will be used. The goal will be similarly reduced, and the two teams will use blue jailers with the same performance. In addition, the offside rule will be invalid in the second stage. The winner can steal one of the opponent's players and go to the next level. The loser will lose one player and return to the previous level. In 3 versus 3, the first 5 goals will win. The third round of the second round of selection, the decisive battle to capture the enemy, begins. Beep. As the whistle sounded, Shania, who kicked off the kick, kicked the ball across the ball and ran forward. Almost instantly, Shania crossed the entire court. At the same time, the ice weaver who received the pass kicked the ball without any pause. Out of the gate, the football flying in midair and the speeding Shania advance simultaneously, and finally meet in front of the goal. Bang! With a loud bang, football came to the door. The blue prisoner who had collected the top goalkeeper data was like a wooden stake, standing there blankly. The fastest speed, and the precise passing that can catch up with this speed, when combined, it is the blue prison version of the weirdo fast break. Oh! So fast, so fast! Black name Lanchi, who had no intervention at all, opened his eyes wide and couldn't help but praise, but the expression on the other side was not so relaxed. Hey! Weird, monster! Shijuan Kingzi trembled even more, and murmured in a trembling voice. Tanaka Shinjin was not much better, cold sweat kept falling from the top of his head, looking at the people in disbelief. Shinichi appeared behind them in an instant. Is this speed really a high school level guy? So fast! A speed player? How come I haven't heard of this level before? Even Rin was shocked by Shaniai's speed, but he quickly regained his composure. Very good, I didn't expect to destroy Master Ito. I've never had a guy like this stand in front of me before. You will be my whetstone before I defeat that guy. It seems that the genius brother did not inherit the same good mind. Hearing Itoji Rin's muttering to himself, Shaniai, who was walking towards his own half, suddenly turned around, his eyes burning with black flames without a trace of smile, and looked at staring at Itoji Rin like a dead man. Understand the situation, you are the challenger, a mediocre person. Don't get arrogant just because of such a small achievement. Itoji Rin glared back fiercely, you guys who smile and treat football as a game and have fun, let me send you to death once. When the whistle sounded, Itoji Rin, who was in the middle line, took off his foot and hit the goal with a powerful volley. The football spun violently towards the goalkeeper. After a brief judgment, the blue prisoner, hereinafter referred to as the blue lock goalkeeper, jumped towards the football. However, under the strong rotation, the football suddenly fell and broke away from the blue lock. Lock the goalkeeper's control. Just when the midfield shot was about to succeed, a foot suddenly inserted horizontally, accurately blocking the ball's downward path. Itoji Rin's inevitable goal was blocked by Hashizi Yang. I've said it before, you two protagonists are really self-centered. Lines gathered in the eyes, and Ice Weaver's eyes were like a radar chart that took in everything in the field. You ignore us too much. These supporting roles, be careful not to be replaced by someone else. The transformed Ice Weaver sheep, here we go. Counterattack, counterattack. Black name Ranchi, who controlled the ball that bounced out, sounded the clarion call for counterattack. It's hard for me to keep up with Shaniai's speed, and I don't have the tacit understanding that Hingzi has accumulated over a long period of time, so. While thinking, Black name Ranchi passed the ball back to Bingzi Sheep who was following him. Hingzi Bingzi, I will cooperate with you. When I saw Bingzi Sheep dribbling the ball forward, Haiming Lanchi relied on extremely high agility to keep wandering around Bingzi Sheep, always keeping an excellent distance from it, ensuring that there would always be a gap between himself and Bingzi Sheep. There is an unhindered passing lane. This guy is quite powerful. After just a moment, Bing Xiang felt the changes brought about by Black name Lanchi. Bing Xiang felt that his options suddenly broadened. The constantly wandering Haiming Lanchi made him the first choice for Bing Xiang to pass the ball. The threat of 1-2 not only distracted the opponent's attention, but also allowed him to pass the ball. The ice weaver can charge straight ahead to ensure that its vision is uninterrupted. To put it bluntly, Black Name Lanchi is like a satellite surrounding him. Okay, what a great cooperation, what should I do? There is a monster on the opposite side. I'm going to lose. Shijuan Kingzi bit his fingers and stood there blankly. Yang Yang frowned when he saw this. What's going on with this guy? His steps have stopped. Forget it, no matter what your plan is, I'm going to get over you. Without any hindrance at all, Ice Weaver Sheep crossed the path of Time Kingzi with a simple change of direction, but I don't want it. I have worked so hard until now, and finally found my confidence in football. I don't want this. The moment they passed each other, Shijuan Kingzi's thigh muscles tightened, and he kicked violently. The ground twisted like a strange walking species, turned around and stopped in front of the Ice Weaver Sheep in an instant. Hey? There's no ball. Shijuan Kingzi was about to snatch the football from Bing Xiang's feet, but found that the target had already left his sight. I don't know when the football had spread to Haiming Lanchi feet. And at the moment when Shijuan turned his attention to look for the football, Bing Gui Sheep suddenly ran back. Shijuan Kingzi wanted to repeat his same trick and catch up again, but found that his body seemed to be held down by something and it was difficult to exert force. You run really fast. Ice Weaver Sheep's eyes kept moving, processing the information in his field of vision. Unfortunately, my use of eyes has also improved to a higher level. In the first level, faced with footballs coming from all directions at an unknown time, Ice Weaver Sheep could only continue to force himself to evolve in order to speed up and catch up with Shinai. The final result was: originally I could only process the information in my field of vision, but now I can additionally process the data of sound. Ice Weaver Sheep caught the return pass from Black Name Lanchi. In order to break through the defense of the blue-locked goalkeeper, I also included the opponent's center of gravity into the data to be processed, and decided the direction of my movement based on the opponent's center of gravity. You are noisy and unable to maintain your center of gravity, so just stay in the back. Chapter 40 Mediocrity. Haihu Xiang and Black Name Rainyo played a beautiful 1-2 against the muscle monster Time Kingzi, but at the same time Tanaka Shinjin also used this gap to block their path forward. Sorry, we can't let you pass here. The defensive position is very good, and the distance is also controlled very well. There is no intention of stealing, and he also consciously wants to block the passing route for me. It seems that he is a relatively balanced offense and defense type. Scanning his eyes, he saw through Tanaka Shinjin's defensive strategy. The corners of Ha Shiziyang's mouth raised slightly. Well, we do look after each other like planets and satellites, but don't get the main premise wrong. Tanaka Shinjin suddenly realized something, and no longer took into account the threat of Kurane Rainyo and pressed forward directly, but the Ice Weaver had already made a move. This sudden long pass without looking at anyone was completely beyond his expectation. Football seemed like he ran straight towards Shinai as if he had eyes. Even if it is a planet, its route will eventually revolve around the Sunday. So, son, let those who dare to look at you see your glory. Okay. The high-speed rotating football stopped at his feet like a docile kitten the moment it touched. God looked at the obstacle in front of him. Rin, the audience said so, how about you finish this scene with me? Okay, but the ending of this drama is that the arrogant king died in a smelly ditch on the roadside. Idoshi Rin said unforgivingly, but his actions did not appear to be provoked at all, and he died. Death is 2 steps away from Shinai. For speedy players, there are 2 defensive strategies for them. One is to stay close to each other and use physical confrontation to hinder the opponent's strength and prevent the opponent from successfully completing the start. Naturally, it will be difficult to take advantage of one's own speed. The disadvantage is that if the opponent gets rid of the physical confrontation and rushes forward, it will be difficult for the defensive player to catch up. The other is to keep a distance from the opponent like Rin. When the opponent starts to try to break through, this distance will give the defensive player a certain amount of time to react and block it. But the disadvantage is that if the speed difference is too large, taking the initiative to open up the distance is equivalent to giving the opponent sprint distance to use your own speed. Shinai lowered his center of gravity. You want to give me space to show off, and then when I am most proud of where to defeat me. Rin, you say football is a battlefield, but isn't this the time when you are still angry like a child? As he spoke, Shinai suddenly took action. He pushed the football forward with his right foot and kicked the ground with his left leg. Shinai was like an arrow that left the string and instantly smoothed the distance between the two sides. But I'm sorry, I haven't used my full strength before. I don't know at which step the direction change was made, and the football suddenly flew to the left. Itoji Rin stared at the trajectory of the football and moved in sync. But at the moment when his center of gravity changed, Kamiichi stopped the football with the instep of his foot. Dial right. Who would have thought that Itoji Rin's change of center of gravity was actually a guise? His right leg suddenly exerted force and actually blocked Kamiichi's path before he could complete the change of direction. Just fall down. But you have a wide open door. During such a fierce game, Shinai still had time to tease Itoji Rin. Under the gaze of Itoji Rin's suddenly contracted pupils, Kamiichi suddenly stood still on his right leg. The football fell from the instep and continued to roll to the right. At the same time, his body twisted around his right leg, and his left leg went around the right leg from behind. Legs, knocking the football hard with the heel. Shinai suddenly changed his movements in the middle of the change of direction and kicked the football out of Itoji Rin's crotch with a kick. But even so, Itoji Rin reacted immediately and did not look at the position of the ball, but rushed directly to Shinai. When the ball passes, I just need to stop one of them. Now the ball is behind me. Even if the speed is similar, I will definitely not be able to catch up with Shinai because I have my back to the ball and need to turn around, not to mention that I am still at a disadvantage in terms of speed. So, I'll stop you directly. At least I won't give you a chance to strike alone. Itoji Rin opened his arms and expanded his defensive range as much as possible. In this case, even a foul is acceptable. I feel like I have seen this scene once. Shinai looked at Itoji Rin who was trying to grab him, with a calm expression, but my answer is still the same. I will always be grateful for a man's hug. Kami suddenly lowered his center of gravity, raised his hand and pressed it on Itoji Rin's waist and abdomen to restrain the opponent's strength, and then a short body rushed out from under Itoji Rin's raised arm. The speed was so amazing that he subconsciously grabbed it. Ishi Rin, who had taken away Shinai's jersey, only left a broken corner of the shirt in his hands. After the second round of selection, Itoji Rin was put off by his off-the-ball movement when he first met Otoya Keijita, not to mention that Kamiichi, who has stronger attributes, also used it with Karabukuto's hand. Combining the movements, the two sides could open several meters apart with just one collision, and the unguarded Shinai's next actions were also obvious. Lift your feet, burst. Bang. Goal. 2:0. As the net flew up and the blue-locked goalkeeper fell to the ground silently, the score on the screen was rewritten again. Kamiichi looked back at Itoji Rin, who was somewhat doubtful about life, and spoke calmly. I remember, you seemed to say that we were too casual and regarded football as just fun, right? A shadow suddenly enveloped him, and Itoji Rin raised his head in confusion, looking blankly at Shinai who was standing in front of him, looking down at him indifferently. It's normal that you can't understand, because being able to laugh during battle is the privilege of the strong. Only poor students will face a formidable enemy every time they take an exam. Only weak students will treat every battle as a life or death moment. Isn't this so-called sense of urgency the psychological pressure caused by difficulty in achieving your goals? Aren't you so anxious because you can't catch up with your brother if you don't work hard? Speaking of which, I really don't understand. You are so nervous all the time, treating football as a battle, and working so hard. Why are you so weak? What? Ishirin looked into Shen Yi's eyes in disbelief. Those dark pupils had no emotion at all, as if they were stating the facts matter-of-factly. I'm weak. Yet, coupled with your disregard for everything, it's so funny that it makes people laugh. The corner of Kamiyaki's mouth suddenly raised, and he stretched out his right hand towards Itoji-rin. Then, the clown on our stage, stand up, get up and finish this scene with me. The script is a traditional novel. The protagonist defeats someone who has no strength but dares to step forward and make a fuss. Mediocrity. Chapter 41 Suffocation. I'm very weak. Itoji-rin stood there in disbelief and kept repeating this sentence. What on earth have I been doing all these years? My life was ruined by that man, and now there will be a guy stronger than me even in a place like this. Then when can I drag that BD down? Damn. Defeat you. Only defeating you can prove the meaning of my survival. I must win, and then win the U20 spot to compete in world-class competitions. For this reason, I must crush you, Guangxian Shenai. Then, Lin sang? We are already 2 goals behind. Are we going to discuss some tactics, or something like that? During the kickoff, Shijun Kingzi asked carefully. Ito Master Rin glanced at him coldly. Give me the ball, then run forward and try your best to keep up with me, it's that simple. Hey! Yes. Shijun Kingzi responded loudly in fear, then turned his head and whispered to Tanaka Shinjin, Is he angry? More than that, I'm totally furious. Tanaka Shinjin raised his hand and wiped his sweat. Even as a bystander, he couldn't react immediately to the ball just now. The speed of the guy named Mitsuken Janiki, it was too fast, but Rin still made the most correct judgment at the first time. Rin failed just because the monster opposite was too supermodel. There is no way. Even for just a moment, I can see that Rin should be the strongest among us. If we want to win, we can only rely on him. Stretching his muscles, Tanaka Shinjin stood next to Itoji Rin, so, just follow our ace's instructions and prepare to fight hard. Beep. When the whistle sounded, Itoji Rin took the lead with the ball, but to his surprise, the one guarding him was not Kamichi. Get out of here, little guy. Let God Guangxian come up. Master Ito's lower eyelashes twitched angrily, and he roared at Ice Weaver Sheep in a low voice. However, the other party just shook his head calmly. No, after being easily killed by our Lord King, your evaluation has dropped, and you can only let a small character like me deal with you. Since you are looking for death, then I will kill you first. After being provoked again and again, Itoji Rin's tense nerves couldn't stand the provocation. He directly dribbled the ball forward from above, and the people beside him advanced in sync with him. Tanaka Shinjin, come on, ace. How could I have to rely on others for such a small role? Itoji Rin's pride has overcome his reason. He completely ignored Tanaka Shinjin and Shiji Kingzi, who had obtained a good receiving position with his physical advantage, and rode alone. Breakthrough. Boom. A somewhat dull collision echoed in the stadium, and Bing Xiang fell to the ground. However, Itoji Rin, who was standing, looked unhappy. On the contrary, Bing Xiang, who fell to the ground in embarrassment, had a smile on his face. Yet it's really awesome. Originally, I wanted to completely guard against you, but I didn't expect to be knocked down directly. I forgot to mention that the self-esteem of little people also needs to be respected. After all, we have always longed to be in the top position. Be careful that one day we will not even be a clown. Red Team Number 1, Ishi-Rin committed a foul. The radio sounded to announce the winner of the collision. Shenxia ran over and pulled up Bingzi Sheep. Awesome, Bingzi. No, the most powerful one should be Rin. He discovered my purpose on the way. It's just that his own self-esteem does not allow him to pass the ball when I am provoking him. Bing Xiang himself was relatively sober and helplessly said shake his head. And he also reacted accordingly. The ball just now was actually quite ambiguous. It could have been a foul or not. I just had better luck this time. With preparation, this move won't work next time. Rin is really strong. As he said this, Bing Xiang couldn't help but look at Shanai beside him. So, you who can easily crush Rin, how strong are you now? How far have I fallen behind by you? Bing Xiang suppressed all his thoughts in his heart, raised his foot and kicked the ball to Kuroming Ranchi. Go ahead and score another goal. Okay, okay. Haiming Lanchi came forward with the ball. I'm in good shape now. Stop, passerby. Rin unexpectedly stood in front of Kuroming Ranyo. Kuroming Ranyo was startled. He subconsciously stopped suddenly and distanced himself from Rin and then sent the message back to Hyuri. However, the explosive head Shinjin Tanaka intercepted the pass with a cross kick. Damn it, Haiming doesn't have a tacit understanding with Shen Yi, and his passing can't catch up with Shen Yi's speed. Therefore, our revolution theory is actually one way. As a satellite, Haiming can only interact with me. Only I, as a planet, can link up with the stellar god. Rin saw through this and did not look after me as the transfer point. Instead, he directly put pressure on Haiming and asked his teammates to block the path between Haiming and me, thereby completing the steal. Ice Weaver Sheep gritted his teeth and replied. Chase, but just before Tanaka Shinjin was about to be blocked, the football was suddenly passed crosswise. I want to make up for my mistake. Black Name Ranchi stopped in front of Rin who caught the football, but Rin didn't even look at him and kicked the ball out again without stopping. Shijuan on the right wing was busy preparing to catch the ball, but the person standing in front of him was Shanai. How could it be? Why should you take the initiative to pass the ball to Shanai's opponent? Even Bing Guiyang couldn't understand it now. He even didn't know how to act for a moment. Should he follow the defense? Or prepare to attack and run? Bit. And what Rin needed was this moment of hesitation. He suddenly accelerated around the Black Name Ranchi and rushed forward directly. His angry eyes stared at Shi Qingzi. Give me the ball, or I will kill you. Shijuan Qingzi clearly read the following information from those eyes. It turns out that this is the case. You really want me to fight to the death, with you. It turns out that people like me are going to be cannon fodder. The moment he saw Itojirin running away, Shijuan Qingzi completely understood Itojirin's intention. When the football was passed and Shanai stepped forward to press for it, Shijuan Qingzi turned around and pressed his back against Shanai, raised his foot and passed the ball back to Rin. I see, this guy has calculated it. The power of Shi Qingzi is unstoppable to me and Black Name. Therefore, as long as we get close to the door in the end, the only one who will defend the muscle monster is Shen Yi. Then, let time be used as cannon fodder. A single time could not stop Shanai without the ball, because excessive movements are fouls for players without the ball. At that time, the Ukrainian travelers used two talents to barely block Shanai. But if there is a physical collision with Shanai who takes the initiative when catching the ball, then Shitai can ignore it and try his best to use his own advantages. Although this method of exploiting loopholes cannot last long, Rin only needs this a few seconds. In just such a short time, he saw through the linkage between me and Black Name Ranchi, and then gave full play to the abilities of his teammates. This guy controlled the court. Green pine flames burned in Lin's eyes. At this moment, all he could see was the football flying towards him. I want to score. I want to crush you. Is that what you think? Itoji-rin. The indifferent voice mixed with a bit of joking made people shiver down the spine. The blazing flames were instantly extinguished as if they had lost their air. Kamichi jumped up in midair and intercepted the football. A thick shadow hit Itoji-rin from the air. His face completely enveloped him, and that strong figure seemed to be in a trance, pressing Itojirin's head to the ground, suffocating. You think this borrowed self from others can defeat me? You are so cute and innocent, my stupid little brother Kun. Chapter 42 Mad Dog and Rules. How is it possible? I did see time blocking him, why did he appear here? Itojirin's pupils shrank, but he still made the most correct reaction at the moment, blocking Kamiichi before he fell. Root forward. So haven't I already told you that our genius brother didn't inherit the brain as useful as his elder brother? Shen stepped on the football and took a step to the left, then immediately stopped and started to recoil. There was almost no pause in the super high-speed change of direction. Completely deceiving Itojirin's center of gravity and staying in place like a stake to prevent himself from becoming more embarrassed is already a reflection of Itojirin's superb skills. Look, we were defeated so easily. As he passed by Itojirin, whose face was filled with palpitations, Shinichi whispered, the kind of perfect football that observes the opponent's actions and then counterattacks one by one is exclusive to geniuses. Your talent is not enough to completely reproduce it, so you still treat this different style of play that you imitate from others as a treasure. It really fits the characteristics of a mediocre person. He is always attracted by the glory of the better, always follows the footsteps of geniuses, and is always one step behind them. Damn it! Itojirin's tight nerves suddenly reached their limit and broke under the stimulation of Shinai. He no longer cared about his own center of gravity and pounced on Shinai with his mouth open like a vicious dog. 1. But Shinai easily avoided it as if he had eyes on his back, and Itojirin fell to the ground in a panic. ITO Master, it's ITO Master again. I'm not that BDS vassal, damn it, damn it. I'm going to kill you. ITO Master. Mitsuken Shinichi, you too, this BD has ruined my life and shattered the meaning of my existence. Only you too, I will definitely kill you. Kamiichi is right. I always want to seek answers from other people, so I am bound by the figures of my predecessors. No matter revenge, Itoji Sae or Kamiichi, it shouldn't be my reason for playing football. Yes, I was too naive. Itoji Sae told me not to use him as an excuse to play football anymore. Now I finally understand what he said. The first thing I should defeat, is to crush myself. Then, Koken Jiniki, I'll start with you and kill you first. Itojirin got up from the ground, and unexpectedly rushed up when Jiniki was blocked by Tanaka's Shinjin for a moment, with murderous eyes in his eyes and an unconscious tongue. The ground drooped, heading straight for the football at God's feet. Oh! My tongue is sticking out. It's not hygienic. Kamiichi easily avoided Itojirin's constant pressing, and the football rolled back and forth under his feet. He looked in danger, as if he would be beaten by the aggressive Itoji in the next second. Rin steals the ball, but at every critical moment, the football slips away from Itojirin's feet. And you're very rude. You're a wild dog sticking out your tongue. Let me teach you the rules you need to abide by in my kingdom. Kamiichi suddenly turned his back to Itojirin and pushed the ball towards his crotch with the instep of his foot. In the destroyer state, Itojirin reacted very quickly. He quickly put his legs together, but the football actually deflected slightly during the flight. This unnoticed change caused the crotch penetration to be missed by Itojirin. His quick reaction cut him off and hit him on the knee instead. The football spun and flew back to Kamiichi again, and Itojirin, who had his legs together, was naturally unable to catch up and could only watch helplessly as Kamiichi took the ball away again. The first one is, you can't take what I won't give you. The second one is next. To everyone's surprise, Shinai had already passed half a step past Itojirin, and Itojirin's posture was completely incapable of exerting force. Even if Shinai was not a monster with excessive speed attributes, he would have been replaced by the Ice Weaver sheep. They all felt that they had completely defeated their opponents, but Shinai actually took a step back. That's really bad. This was the first thought of everyone present. Shinai's move this time was no longer extraordinary but just meant to humiliate his opponent. Bad, but so egoistic. Immediately, the Blue Prison group of guys with low sports ethics immediately expressed their praise. In the Blue Prison, the strong will humiliate the weak severely, but some people will humiliate them with their mouths after winning, while Shinai directly uses football to humiliate them. In some ways, Shinai's behavior has no impact on them. It seems a bit more classy. Kamichi, who was half a step ahead of Itoji-rin, kicked the football back from his crotch when Itoji-rin adjusted his pace. He also took half a step back and returned to Itoji-rin again, changing his center of gravity and sinking his shoulders slightly. Lift your foot to the right. In fact, at this moment, Itoji-rin felt bad about the football awareness he had developed over a long time, but the subconscious movements of his body were even one step ahead of his thoughts, so he could only watch the ground getting closer to him little by little. Pretending to break through to the right, Kamichi used his foot to hook the football away in the opposite direction. Itoji-rin, who was already in a state of posture change, changed his center of gravity, but Kamichi caught the ball with his left foot and raised it diagonally upwards, sending the football in a beautiful arc. It passed over Itoji-rin's head, and the rainbow-like lob, which was completed with one foot and continued to change directions, destroyed Itoji-rin's last stubbornness. The second rule is, I don't like mad dogs who bare their teeth at me. Kami, who completely knocked Itoji-rin down, charged forward with the ball without expression. This is my judgment on you, accept it with gratitude. While running, he lifted his foot and passed it to Bing Xiang to avoid Tanaka Shinjin's sliding shovel. Shen Yi rushed to the door. Shi Qingzi, who was screaming strangely, hurriedly blocked Shen Yi in front of him. However, Bing Zhi looked at Shen Yi with his eyes. A quick pass passed the ball to Kurane Rainyo. Oh, thank you. Even the blue-locked goalkeeper's attention was attracted by Shinai. Haiming Lanchi was almost facing an empty goal, so there was no reason not to score. Whoosh! 2:03:0. With the wonderful sound of surfing the internet, the score was rewritten again. Even the black man Lanchi was visibly excited. He ran all the way towards Shinai and high-fived him. Awesome, the other side was completely diverted by you, I owe you a goal. It doesn't matter. As the ace, I am also the biggest bait. Shinai shook his head. I don't really agree with some of Exen Shiba's theories. At least I think the midfielder has a great influence on the game. It is not the so-called it's said that if you don't score, you're a waste. Goals are just a byproduct of my good performance. The only medal that can truly represent a player's ability is victory. No matter how many goals you score, it is meaningless, because the number one in the world only belongs to those who keep winning. I'm glad that you are always so calm in your judgment of the court, but at the same time, if you don't pass the ball to me next time, you will be dead. Hey, you obviously just said something high-sounding about only focusing on victory. Bing Xiang smirked and poked Shen Yi on the shoulder, and it's obviously you who learned how to control the court from the eyelash wizard on the opposite side and guide the whole audience. Towards the ending just now. That only shows that our tacit understanding is not enough. Shen Yi shook his head secretly. I'm just a fake bait, and the black name is the real bait. This is the result of further thinking above you, and pretending to shoot is actually a pass to the left side of the goal. It is a further step of thinking. You are 2 steps behind, Hyuri. Shen Yi secretly sighed and looked at Itoji-rin, who was roaring crazily. After greatly improving his strength and now taking away Itoji-rin's control ability, Ice Weaver's strength was gradually unable to keep up with his pace. Would you like to go find Master Ito and give it a try? Did you say something just now, Shinai? Hey? No, it's just a hallucination. Chapter 43. The first battle ends. It's not good, the overwhelming strength gap. Tanaka Shinjin put his hands on his waist and gasped for air. The rapid transmission of the ball between the two little men was enough trouble, let alone a ghost-like guy. running as fast as flying. Ugh, I'm going to lose. They will definitely not choose me, and then if they lose another round. Oh. No, I said I shouldn't compete with the number 1 player. Shi Qingzi also fell into a low pressure and kept mumbling to himself. Shut up. If you want to give up, get out of here. Don't block my way. Ito Jiren shouted angrily at the 2 people who had no fighting spirit. The murderous aura in his eyes continued to condense, and there seemed to be ugly monsters in his eyes. A roar emerged from the depths of Ito Jiren's heart. Damn it! I won't let it end like this. Beep. When the whistle blew, Ito Jiren dribbled the ball diagonally, not caring about the offensive route at all, but took a long way to find Kurane Reino on the outside. I will destroy them all one by one, and then I will kill that BD. Ito Jiren growled vaguely, but his movements were not affected at all, with the football on his toes. Move left and right flexibly. This guy's weapon is agility and fast movement, so use it at a speed that you can't keep up with. Ito Jiren suddenly started and kicked the football to the right side of Kurane Reino. Mistake? Can it be reached? Kurane Reino judged the distance and subconsciously raised his foot to the right to catch the football. However, Ito Jiren was one step ahead and pointed the ball out again before he touched the football. Afraid of kicking Ito Jiren and causing a foul, Kurane Ranchi could only temporarily close his legs and kneel on the ground unsteadily. It's awesome, you tempted me to turn sideways and lift my feet and then touch the ball one step ahead of me. Next is you, Lan Mao. Ito Master Rin, who had passed the black name Lanchi, turned around to look for the next target, and then fixed his sights on the Ice Weaver sheep. Guangxian Shanai's lackey, your advantage is your vision and way of thinking, and then you will make the best choice through calm thinking. Ito Jiren's mind quickly flashed through the previous scene of the Ice Weaver sheep operation, then I will confuse your judgment. It's not good, the real monster has regarded me as a prey target. A drop of cold sweat fell from the forehead of the Ice Weaver sheep, and its heart kept beating under the gaze of a stronger opponent. But, I have no intention of admitting defeat. Ice Weaver sheep gritted his teeth, his radar-like eyes faithfully taking in the data in front of him, and his brain kept running. Come on, let me see where my limits are now. The distance is still getting closer, Ito Jiren still doesn't make any move. 5 meters, 4 meters, it's coming. Ice Weaver sheep took a deep breath, but at this moment, Ito Jiren, who was rushing forward with the ball, suddenly made a move passing the ball. The one on his right was Xiang Qingzi who had been following him. Ah! Do you want to pass it on to me at this time? Passing the ball? Impossible, at this time? Bing Xiang's eyes widened, and all his thoughts were disrupted by Ishirin's action. All of Bing Xiang's thoughts and predictions were useless, because Ito Jiren only gave him 2 options, whether to pass the ball or to play by himself. Ice Weaver has a limited time to choose from one of these 2 options. Life or death, 50% of the options, which one should I choose? Ha Shizi Yang kept thinking. If it were the beginning of the game, he would definitely think that Ito Jiren would pass the ball out, but now Ito Jiren is in obvious condition no, can Rin really pass the ball in this state? He can't pass the ball. Bing Xiang gritted his teeth and woke up from the dilemma Ito Jiren put him in. Ito Jiren is definitely not the kind of character who leaves the choice to others. If the probability of passing the ball to Shiji Qingzi and passing me is 100%, then Ito Jiren will definitely pass the ball even in the current state, because in his opinion, it is an opportunity completely created by him, and now, in this kind of situation 50% of the time, he will never pass the ball. The option of passing it on to Shijuan Qingzi is only possible, but if Ito Jiren comes by himself, even if I bet correctly, Ito Jiren can kill me with stronger personal strength. This is not a 50-50 choice. Question, but a false proposition that the winning rate of passing the ball is 10% and the winning rate of doing it yourself is 90%. Haihu Xiang strengthened his belief. He was unmoved by Itoji Rin's movement of raising his foot to pass the ball, and still stayed in his defensive position. The next step is to think about Itoji Rin's next step, which I guessed. How to do it: defeat me with speed. Or, wait. What? While thinking, Bing Xiang's eyes widened suddenly, and he saw that Itoji Rin had indeed ignored Shi Qingzi beside him, but at the same time, he had no intention of changing his actions and continuing to move forward. Itoji Rin's right leg was raised high, and his body's center of gravity was slightly tilted to the left. His eyes were fixed on the back of the Ice Weaver sheep. Itoji Rin chose neither option. This guy didn't answer the question completely. Whether it's guessing the pass to chase Shijuan Qingzi or guessing that he can't pass the ball and waiting for the attack, these are wrong options. Itoji Rin, this what egoists want is the certainty of 100% victory. He's going to shoot directly from this position. You're a step too late, Hyuri. A reassuring voice sounded from behind, and Shinai calmly looked at Itoji Rin, who looked crazy and provocative. It seems that you haven't exercised enough recently. Gotta work harder. I saw Kamiichi put his hands in his pockets, raised his foot and took a step to the right. This small step caused Itoji Rin's expression to change drastically, and the hitting point of his right foot that was already raised slightly changed. The football shot out, bypassing the ice sheep in an extremely exaggerated arc, and went straight to Shen Yi in front of the goal. However, Shen Yi just looked at the football indifferently, with no intention of blocking it, and allowed the football to pass by. His cheek passed. Snap! A crisp sound indicated the final result. The blue-locked goalkeeper pounced forward to block the football. Kamiichi put his hands in his pockets and looked down at Itoji Rin, who fell down by twisting his body to kick the ball out in order to temporarily increase the rotation of the football. He saw through all my thoughts in an instant, and blocked my final scoring route with just one step. He had calculated everything about me. Itoji Rin said feebly, looking up. The countless ferocious monster shadows behind him shattered and dissipated one by one. In the end, only a little black energy remained and slowly retracted into Itoji Rin's body. Why do you think I can't see the scenery you see, you mediocre person? Also, why don't you come face to face with me? Can this kind of trickery really satisfy you? Shinai shook his head with some regret. It's a pity. If we talk about the semi-finished products you stole from Ito Shigen before, if football still has some value, your ugly playing style now. It's not even worth plundering. The blue-locked goalkeeper threw the football to Shinai, who was trotting forward. Shinai caught the football, with a flash of flame in his eyes, like a bolt of lightning that instantly crossed the entire field, and then raised his foot to score. 3:04:0. On northeast arrow, southeast arrow? Didn't that monster use all its strength before? It's finished. It's really going to be killed. Ha, ha, that's too exaggerated, this guy. Shiji Aoji and Tanaka Shinjin stood aside, slumped and kept panting. Only Itoji Rin stood up stubbornly and walked slowly towards the midfield with the football in his arms. Damn it! Damn it! I didn't escape. Itoji Rin gritted his teeth and wanted to continue struggling, but the nightmare figure appeared again, and the powerful force left him completely defenseless. Shinai simply and roughly relied on his body. The confrontation forced Itoji Rin away and the football was snatched from his feet. Okay, I'm tired of watching this farce. Let's end it quickly. After Itoji Rin heard only these words, the figure could no longer be traced. In the end, he could only fall down in a daze, stunned, staring blankly at the white woven lights on the dome. The whistle representing the goal sounded again. Shen Yi took a breath and looked at Itoji Rin, who was lying on the ground. Hey, how long are you going to stay on the ground? Come here, this is your reward for your interesting struggle. Chapter 44 Contract established. Come here, this is your reward for an interesting struggle. Don't think about refuting. The loser just shut up and accept the winner's arrangement. You have no right to refuse. Damn it! Recalling the condescending way Shen Yi said this, Master Ito angrily punched the wall with his backhand. The shadows in the passage covered his expression, but a pair of angry eyes could be vaguely seen, staring at the back of the person walking in front. It won't end like this, sooner or later I will return all of this to you. Ito Jiren was like a beast that was injured and defeated in the battle for territory. He was hiding alone in the darkness and licking his wounds, but his eyes were fixed on the target, waiting for the next chance to kill him with one blow. That's what I said, but the waiting time is too long. After the first game, Shania complained unhappily after waiting for a full day and not seeing any team advance to the four-man team. There's nothing you can do about it. After all, you said you were too lazy to deal with the Football Association, so I returned several official funds. Huizhen Shiva on the screen ate instant noodles one bite after another, completely ignoring his biggest concern. The financier's angry rebuke. How much do you think it will cost to build a venue that can support the projection of a blue-locked goalkeeper? In addition to the venue for your games, a total of 5 separate training rooms have been built. And isn't it normal that those who don't act early will fall behind? I'm still very busy, don't bother me with this little thing from now on. The screen was turned off, and Shen Yi fell down on the table helplessly. No wonder it took a day after the original Ji Shi Yi lost the first game to have a match between horses and wolves, and then in the extras, the 3 of them should have spent another night before they competed with each other. Kyunki and the others waited for so long before finding Rin's team for the second round of competition. In the end, after wasting so much time, Rin and Kaisaki were still the first team to pass the level. When Shania watched it, he was very puzzled. It was obvious that he only needed to win 2 games and it would be over. Why didn't any team finish it quickly? It turns out that this is the problem. There are 125 people who passed the test and entered the second stage. The first level has a time limit of 90 minutes per person. Even if the time consumed by each person is halved to 45 minutes, it will continue throughout the night. It will take more than 10 hours for everyone to complete the level, let alone the reality that it is not so fast. In other words, when Ji Shii and the others lose one round and play the second game, there will probably still be people in the first level. Well, that's why it's slow. Moreover, forming a team is also time-consuming. Many people have developed some tacit understanding with their teammates in the first stage. Under the pressure of getting out if they lose, more people will choose to wait for more familiar teammates. Asa the lone wolf who survives as the scoring champion is even more cautious. After all, he is not familiar with anyone and can only keep investigating. Therefore, until now, there are only a few teams in the field that form a 3-person team, and picking opponents is a troublesome task. The strong ones dare not challenge. And picking the weak ones will be a hindrance in the 4-player battle. Coupled with the fact that they are not familiar with their opponents, many people estimate that they will not rashly start a war before the 24-hour limit. Boring. Shania lay weakly on the ground. He didn't know if the first round of settlement rewards had exhausted his luck. He had also been in the training camp recently at night. Since he has never produced any good stuff, Hizaki Shogo has been beaten by him and has no value. As a result, he is about to vomit looking at the guy who takes pleasure in torturing him every day. It seemed that God heard Shania's call. The door opened at this moment, and Bai Mao with a lazy expression walked out of the passage. "Ah, Prince Ling, there is already someone here. I thought we were already very fast, but again, why can't I find the guy at the top everywhere?" The purple-haired boy with pigtails followed closely. "Then let's look at the opponent in the next game. Come and find it." The figures walking out of the passage were clearly Prince Mikage Rei and Najise Shiro. Seeing the two of them chatting as if no one was watching, Shen Yi's Lezaman radar instantly detected the top Leza target, and a wicked smile quietly appeared at the corner of his mouth. "That's the number 1 team. You should discuss it with us no matter what." "Well, yes, we should pay attention to our right to self-explosion, am I right?" Then an unusually tall guy walked in, the tallest player among high school students. Nobuo Ishikari complained calmly, while Kenjo Zantetsu adjusted his well-fixed sports glasses with his hands and nodded with a profound expression. The head agrees. You have the right to speak, idiot Zantetsu. King Mikage Rei shook his head helplessly, and then looked at Nobuo Ishikari. Aren't we here to become the #1 striker in the world? If we want to fight, of course we must find the strongest guy. Nobuo Ishikari nodded calmly without comment. Kenjo Zantetsu, who was on the side, didn't know what to say when he saw this, so he could only nod his head silently. What about Nagi? Do you have any other ideas? King Mikage Rei turned to look at Nagi Hiro again. Nagi Hiro yawned and shook his head indifferently. It's so troublesome. I originally wanted to be with G-It's for the World Championships, but since they haven't come yet, that's okay. Okay, then it's decided. King Mikage Rei nodded, and then looked at Shinai, who was supporting his head with his hands and looking at them with interest. To sum up, let's have a competition. I refuse. Okay, what? King Mikage Rei nodded immediately, but then he reacted and looked at Shinai in disbelief. What did you say? I said, I refuse. Why? Are you afraid? Aren't you no one? Faced with this sudden situation, King Mikage Rei didn't know how to respond, so he could only use lame provocations to try to anger the god. 1. But Shen Yi shook his head calmly. Why? Because you are weak and have no value at all. Why do you want to compete with you? Kamiichi raised his hand and pointed at Prince Mikage Rei, Kenjo Zantetsu, and Nobuo Ishikari respectively. None of these guys are impressive. Bright spot. Except for that Bai Mao, the rest of the guys are all worthless fish. They have no interest in fighting. As for that white-haired guy, well, let me think about it. If he keeps practicing for another 100 years without sleep every day, I might be a little interested. What are you talking about? The belittling of Nagisa Shiro made Prince Mikage immediately become angry. He raised his fist and rushed towards the lazy Kamichi, but Kamichi avoided his direct attack with a slight tilt of his head. He punched him, then raised his hand like lightning and pinched King Mikage Rei's neck. The palms like iron pincers strangled him tightly. Shinai's huge strength actually grabbed the neck of King Mikage Rei with one hand and lifted him up. In just a moment, King Mikage's blood surged up, and he was suffocated and died. Fear eroded his brain bit by bit. Kamichi suddenly let go of his hand, raised his foot and kicked Shimao backwards. Prince Mikage Rei, who returned from the original route, was embarrassed and was caught by Nagi Shiro, who rushed to the rescue. Ishikari Nobuo and Kenjo Zantetsuya, he stood in front of the two of them with a vigilant look on his face. So that's what ABD is like. He has no patience at all. He dares to bark at the strong man without even understanding the strength gap between the two sides. Kamiichi stood up, and his emotionless black eyes glanced at Nagi, who was glaring at him. Hiro and Mikage Reio, who kept coughing while holding their throats. It was clearly 1 against 4, but Shen Yi's momentum was completely overwhelming and enveloped all the 4 people in front. The terrifying pressure caused the 4 people on Mikage Rei's side to continuously overflow with cold sweat and wet their backs, and they could not even breathe. Slowing down unconsciously. By the way, I thought of a good idea. Suddenly, Shinai pretended to be surprised and clapped his hands in a pretentious manner. The oppressive atmosphere was instantly broken. The 4 of them had a moment to breathe, and then heard Shinai's words. The voice sounded. I just recently acquired a guard dog. If you want to compete, then score a point under the guard of my puppy. In that case, I can reluctantly come off the field and personally judge your disrespect. What do you think, Rin-chan? Kamiichi turned to look at Itoji Rin, who had just finished training and came in with a towel on his head, but the other party just gave him a cold look. Go to hell, you bad BD. Then it's settled. Kamiichi ignored Itoji Rin's counterattack and looked at the 4 people who were still waiting. Then the contract is established, 4 versus 3. As long as you can score 1 point, I will leave. Come on, let me see what pleasure your struggles can bring me. Chapter 45 Puppet. Ahem, that BD. King Mikage Rei kept rubbing the red mark on his neck. We must kill them. Well, just score 5 goals. Right, King Rei. Nagisa Shiro rarely complained about the trouble. He picked up the football and looked at the lazy guy opposite, his eyes more serious than ever before. Then I will work a little harder. Bar. Ah, yes, we are going to be defeated, am I right? It's all in one go, idiot Jean Tai, don't say such unlucky words. Is that our opponent? Bing Xiang and Haiming Lanci arrived belatedly, I always feel. Is the atmosphere wrong? Black Name Lanci added briefly, and Ice Weaver Sheep immediately nodded in agreement, that's right, it feels like there is some deep hatred. What did you do, Shinai? Epsilon equals Omicron asterisk, Psi why did you default to me? It's obvious that Rin's Sima face is more like the type that can make others angry. I just don't think Rin is that boring, provoking others just for fun. Bing Xiang did not say what was in his heart, but silence was enough to express his attitude. Shinai shrugged helplessly, Your Majesty, I just told the truth, but the guy opposite couldn't help but attack me. It was just self-defense. Apply for a not guilty plea. Well, the application is valid, no guilt. Shen Yi and Kurane Ranchi, who were singing in harmony, high-fived each other tacitly. Ice Weaver could only look at Ishirin helplessly, but the other party completely ignored him. These are not important, anyway, there is only one thing to do. Destroy them. Beep. When the whistle sounded, Kamiichi sat down directly next to the goal, watching the situation on the field with great interest. Let's provoke them first, and then kill them and then show off. Then I will appreciate the 3-dimensional Ling. Wang's expression twisted. And if Xiao Bai Mao does his best and really scores 1, I can also taunt Rin together. I'm really a genius if I can have fun in 2 ways at the same time. While Shinai was still intoxicated with his genius idea, Itoji Rin had already kicked off the ball and charged forward. First kill you, and then beat up that stinking BD. King Mikage Rei stood in front of Itoji Rin full of resentment and stared at the football at his feet. Come on, little follower. Are you calling me a follower, mediocre person? Itoji Rin's dull expression was instantly shattered, and veins popped up on his forehead. That BD is right sometimes, for someone like you a self-respecting piece of trash. It needs to be crushed to make you understand your position. The football was slightly stirred up by Itoji Rin's deliberate actions, and the landing point was exactly in the middle of the 2 sides. King Mikage Rei subconsciously stepped forward, but the football suddenly changed direction after landing and rebounded in the direction of Itoji Rin. Rashly the attacking King Mikage Rei realized that he had been fooled, but he had already lost his defensive position and was easily passed by Itoji Rin with a speed. You guys should just recognize the reality and get out of the stadium. Itoji Rin went straight in with no expression on his face, but suddenly, the corner of his eye twitched, he raised his foot and jumped up with the ball, and slid and tackled Najise to save the field. Shiro couldn't help but shrink his pupils. Ah, have you been discovered? It's okay. It's enough to delay his attack. King Mikage Rei, who had been chasing behind Itoji Rin, took advantage of this gap to catch up, but when he passed Itoji Rin, he realized that the football was no longer there. His feet were down. Although Itoji Rin did not expect the move of Nagi Sishiro's opponent who suddenly gave up guarding and ran to defend King Mikage Rei, but when Nagi Sishiro arrived, he had already thought of the follow-up countermeasures. Itoji Rin's leap was not simply to avoid Nagi Sishiro's tackle. He deliberately made such an action to let the chasing King Mikage Rei focus all his attention on him, and when Nagi Sishiro slipped and tackled him, on the ground, When King Mikage-Ari's eyes are focused on him, the football blocked by his body can escape their sight and pass to the liberated guy on the field. Haihu Ziyang caught the pass with great admiration and completely manipulated the opponent. Kenjo Zantetsu, who had the advantage of speed, gave up his opponent Kurane Reino and ran over. Ishikari was stationed at the last line of defense. Nobuo also focused on himself. It's amazing, Itoshi-rin. He instantly took into account the changes on the field and made a follow-up plan. I didn't understand your thinking until I received this pass. I am really one step behind you monsters. Ziyang gritted his teeth and passed the ball. He said, damn it, I'm so unwilling. Black Name Lanchi received the kick from the wing and raised his right foot high. Sorry, this is my field. Kenjo Zantetsu, who had already rushed towards the Ice Weaver, actually relied on his stronger explosive power to start a second time. Although it was not enough to block Black Name Ranchi, it was enough to block half of the shooting route. And Nobuo Ishikari relied on his tall figure to guard one side, which was enough to block most of the shooting angles. The only gap was firmly controlled by the blue-locked goalkeeper. The escape route has been locked. If it were 3 versus 3, your attack would probably have succeeded, but it won't work this time. If you're to blame, blame your trump card for being so arrogant that he insists on letting you go 3 versus 4. Are you all coming to see me? It's just what I want. However, in the deadlock, there was no trace of panic in Kuroming Ranchi's eyes. His eyes were slightly condensed, and suddenly his reflection turned into a legend, and Itoshi-rin rushed out from nowhere. Receiving the pass without pausing, the football fell into the goal along a beautiful parabola. Beep. 0:01:0. No wonder that BD is unwilling to take action. It seems to be the same as what Shinai said. Your level is so sparse that you are a bunch of fish not worth wasting your time. Itoshi-rin turned around and glanced at Nagase Shiro, who noticed his movement but had no time to act, and Mikage-Ri, who was completely deceived by him. What a waste of time, please end this meaningless farce quickly. This guy completely penetrated the characteristics and possible actions of each of us, and then completely fooled me and Nagi by relying on off-the-ball movement. In contrast to Kenjo Zantetsu, who just lamented his opponent's ability to conduct the ball well, the more talented Mikage Ryu was able to understand a little bit of the thoughts of Itoshi-rin's actions just now, but it was precisely because he could understand that he became even more desperate. We are completely controlled by him like puppets. That's awesome. Nagi Seishiro's voice woke up Mikage-Ri from his shock. His eyes, which had always been lazy, now exuded a light of excitement that Mikage had never seen before. Football looks better than I thought. Very interesting, Prince Ling. Let's return it to them quickly. Chapter 46 Fear, Break Up? Let's go to Prince Ling. For the first time, Prince Mikage felt that Nagi's hero next to him was so strange. His eyes shining with excitement and his strong desire to win were expressions he had never seen before. At the same time, Nagi Seishiro's fighting spirit gradually infected his emotions. Oh, of course, how can we let them look down on us like this? The smile reappeared on King Mikage-Ri's face, and he took the football handed over by Nagi Seishiro. I lost unexpectedly once before, but I don't want to add another defeat to this blue prison. Beep. When the whistle sounded, Mikage-Ri quickly glanced around the court and handed the ball to Zantetsu. Jantai, let's rely on your speed to open up the situation here. Kenjo Zantetsu caught the ball on the wing, leaned forward, and penetrated the court like an exploding bullet. Kurome Ranchi was unexpectedly passed by the opponent in one step. Although I found that you ran very fast through the previous defense, the impact is really amazing. Unexpectedly, Ice Weaver actually kept up with Zantetsu's speed, and he gave up on Nagisa, who was guarding him. Shiro rushed out of the blind spot and blocked Kenjo Zantetsu's sprint with his body. It's a pity that it's still within my tolerance. What kind of monster do you think I have been sparring with during this time? Return, Zantetsu. Prince Mikage Arii's voice came from the other side. Sword City Zantetsu followed the sound before being intercepted, barely resolving the crisis. But what should we do next? Zantetsu's advance is more difficult than expected. The little shark-mouthed man took this opportunity to switch defense to Nagi's side. Now I am the only one left open on the field. I'm really being looked down upon. In this case, it's up to me. King Yu Yingling was suddenly worried, and he actually rushed forward with the ball, 1 meter, 2 meters. Black Name Lanchi couldn't sit still. He took 2 steps closer to King Mikage Rii so that he could defend himself at the critical moment, but this little gap was what King Mikage Rii needed. I just want you to think like this, go ahead, Nagi. King Mikage Rii passed the ball synchronously the moment Kurane Ranchi moved. He firmly controlled this fleeting opportunity, and the football roared like a cannonball. He rushed towards Nagi's hero, but Prince Mikage Rii still had a determined look on his face. He believed that Nagi would definitely be able to catch the ball with his talent. Sure enough, without that white hair you are nothing. The carefully imagined bright future was crushed by Itoji Rin, who stepped in. Itoji Rin suddenly rushed out, got in between the two and intercepted the pass. You act so emotionally on the battlefield. You are so disgusting that it makes me want to vomit. Get out of here. Itoji Rin coldly said these words and rushed forward with the ball. The pass was intercepted by Mikage Rii. With a look of horror on his face, he shouted at Jian Cheng Zhantai, the only one capable of returning to defense, "Stop him, Zhantai!" Looking at Zantetsu running towards him from the side and the people chasing behind him, Itoji Rin remained expressionless, but there was a hint of boredom in his eyes. If it were on the battlefield, as the commander, you just gave the order, just let the soldiers turn their backs to the enemy and wait for the kill. Itoji Rin raised his foot and passed the ball, and the football flew out of Kenjo Zantetsu's body. Haihu Xiang, who was ignored in order to stop Itoji Rin, caught the football and raised his foot to shoot. Bing Xiang raised his right foot high and then threw it out violently. However, when the blue-locked goalkeeper made a save, Bing Xiang suddenly moved his foot horizontally. The hitting point was changed from the toe to the instep, and the football was blocked. Pushed out, he passed the blue-locked goalkeeper, whose center of gravity was shifted by the fake move, and scored easily. Beep. 1:02:0. What a waste of time. Kill them quickly and move on to the next level. The score on the screen changed again. King Mikage Rii stood there blankly. No, I can't win at all. All my thoughts were seen through by those lower eyelashes. Nagi and I will lose? Hey, Reio, serve. Reio. Nagisa Shiro trotted and kicked the ball to Mikage Reio, but the opponent just stood there blankly, letting the football hit his calf and roll away. Go to the side and ask, Prince Ling, what's wrong with you? Nagai, we may be losing. Well, probably, the opponent is really strong, but as long as we score 5 goals first, it will be fine. Nagi's hero didn't hear what Mikage Reio meant, and trotted back to pick up the ball, kick off King Ling. It's meaningless, Nagi. That guy is much better than me. He has seen through all my thoughts. And they are only 3 versus 4 now. Even if they barely score a goal, there is another one who may be more. The strong guy didn't play. We are just used as entertainment by them, Nagi. We are not as strong as we thought. King Mikage Rii recalled his parents' words in his mind, maybe, I really have no choice. Become the best player in the world. Different from the Z team that lost to Kaiseki in the original work, although they had more people and fewer people at that time, it would not make any difference even if Kuonwatara joins. After all, most of their teammates are just make-up numbers and cannot participate at all. Into their offense. In terms of absolute strength, they are still the stronger side. Losing the game will not make them doubt their own strength. They just think that they are not good enough in some aspects. Just like Kenjo Zantetsu is much faster than him, but Mikage Reio will not feel inferior because he has more things that are stronger than Kenjo Zantetsu, and his shortcomings can be made up for with other strengths. Even if he loses to Shido Ryusei in the original work, it will only make King Mikage Rei realize his weakness, but he will not despair because the two are not the same type of players. But Itoshi Rin is different. Regardless of vision, dribbling, shooting, speed, etc., all attributes of this guy are superior to him. This guy is the most nightmare opponent for an all-round player like him, because it is completely unpredictable. There is no possibility of defeating the opponent. Nagi, I'm weaker than that guy. I may not be able to defeat him. King Mikage Rei gritted his teeth and looked at Nagi's hero, but there was only an incomparable picture in response to him. An impassive face. So, what do you want me to do? Comfort you? Or lie to you that you can do it? Nagisa Shiro looked at Mikage Rei with an expressionless face. Isn't it the dream you gave me to become the world's #1 striker? Now you want to be the first to give up again? Are you scared, Prince Ling? No, Nagi. King Mikage Rei felt that the current Nagi's hero was extremely strange, and his sharp words pierced his heart. Only then did he realize how unbearable his behavior was, and he hurriedly explained but was directly interrupted by Nagisa Shiro. That's enough. Prince Ling, you should have understood this since we lost to Team Z. We are not the strongest. It is this regret that drives me to keep moving forward. Of course I know that I will lose, but I still have to keep moving forward. In order to become stronger, no matter how many times I lose, as long as I can still get stronger, I will continue to move closer to the dream of the world's #1 striker. I always thought that the dream to become #1 in the world together is absolute. Nagi's hero did not pass the football to King Rei anymore, but walked to the center line himself, with a faint flame igniting in his eyes. But if you want to stop here, that's up to you, I don't care about you. The dream of being the world's #1 striker can be realized by myself. Chapter 47 The Third Ball. Nagi. King Mikage Rei stared at Nagi Shiro's figure gradually walking away. He never knew that Nagi also had that unwilling expression. In the end, what are you doing? Did they quarrel? Black Name Ranchi pointed at the two people opposite and asked Bing Ziyang. Bing Zi shrugged. It was too smooth sailing and suddenly encountered a setback and couldn't adjust his mentality. Stop chatting, kill them quickly and go to the next level. Itoshi Rin coldly interrupted the two chatting. They are kicking off. Nagi's hero slowly stepped forward with the ball. For the first time since he came into contact with football, he controlled the ball at his feet and organized the offense entirely by himself. This novel experience left him fresh and confused, organizing the offense. What are you going to do? Anyway, let's try to lead forward first. With this thought, Nagisa Shiro faced the first opponent in front of him. Well, the first level. Let's kill you first. Nagi's hero pinched his feet, used his heels to lift the ball from behind and swung it forward. The football just passed over Kurane Reino's head, and he turned around and rushed forward. The action is too obvious. Seeing that this rainbow pass was about to succeed, Kurane Reino tapped his toes and suddenly retreated. He saw through Nagi Shiro's action, and the football failed to pass him. As the kinetic energy of the football gradually depleted, it fell straight towards Kurane Rance, but Nagi Shiro was stuck behind Kurane Rance. This time the pass seemed to be self-defeating. Well, I knew you could see it. Nagi Shiro remained expressionless. He put his hands on the ground and forced himself sideways. He stretched out his right foot under the obstruction of Kurane Reino, and used a street dance-like ground movement to make himself take the lead. Meta football. Nagi Shiro's toes seemed to have been enchanted. Even with such an awkward posture, he still accurately controlled the football. As his toes lifted, the football flew high into the sky again. The second time he picked the ball up, but this time the offense and defense changed. Nagise's hero, who was originally stuck behind Kurane Rance, now blocked Kurane Rance's pursuit. Nagise's hero caught the falling football. Move forward again. First round, cleared. Next is. Nagisa Shiro observed the situation on the field again, but then his pupils shrank sharply, and a figure that shouldn't be here broke into his sight. I suggest you learn how humans use their eyes, idiot Bai Mao. Why did this guy show up here? I've never heard of a boss that broke in. Nagisa Shiro raised his eyebrows slightly, his mind in confusion. What should I do? If it's Lord Rei, in this situation, what would you do in this situation? No, don't think about it so much. Now you should think about what to do next. As expected, whatever you think about it should be spread out first. Nagise Shiro raised his right leg and kicked violently, and Itoji Rin stepped sideways without warning, blocking Nagise Shiro's passing route. However, Nagise Shiro's right foot, which seemed to be about to make a long pass, was blocked. The moment before it touched the football, he suddenly stopped his force and gently rubbed the bottom of the football laterally. The football jumped straight up. Nagise Shiro actually faked a pass, but actually passed the ball past Itoji Rin. At this moment, there was no obstacle in front of him. Nagise Shiro's pupils shrank to the limit, and there seemed to be an unobstructed route. Highlighting special effects are attached, and it comes into mind clearly. After everyone reached a consensus, we did the opposite. My intuition told me so. Nagisa Shiro twisted his body greatly, exerted force on his hips, and used all his strength to face the football was kicked out fiercely. I want to surpass you. I have to admit I was wrong. It was as if an electric current instantly passed through Nagise Shiro's body, and an inexplicable palpitating feeling emerged from his heart following Itoji Rin's words. However, at this time, the arrow was already on the string and had to be fired. Nagise's hero could only try his best to fight with all his strength. Make your shot faster if possible. Faster. Faster. Faster than he can catch up. Nagisa Shiro kept shouting in his heart. However, Murphy's Law tells the world that often the things you least want to happen are more likely to come true. I have to say that Nagise Shiro is indeed a top genius. Even if success is just around the corner, he can rely on his intuition to keenly smell the smell of danger. Unfortunately, this also means that the bad things he foresaw did happen in reality. Itoji Rin, who had been thrown a little distance in order to block Nagise Shiro's passing route, lifted his feet from behind and blocked Nagise's hero in a twisted posture with a scorpion tail. As the football exploded shooting out, the infinitely bright road in Nagisa Shiro's eyes dimmed instantly. Bang bang. The sound of two collisions that were so rapid that they almost connected together echoed in the stadium. After all, Itoji Rin was only defending with one foot, and he still used that twisted posture. The football still broke through the obstacle, knocked away the heel blocked by Itoji Rin, and continued to rush forward towards the backfield, but at the same time, the trajectory of football is completely changed. I think too highly of you. I didn't expect that without that mediocre person, you wouldn't even have the most basic thinking ability. Itoji Rin half crouched and landed. After a slight pause, he rushed directly to the front court without looking at the people behind him. Nagise Shiro glanced at him. What you think is an ingenious move, in my opinion, is nothing more than kindergarten-level imagination. You'd better learn to get away from your parents first and then think about how to play football. The ball's landing point was accurately predicted by Bing Xiang, who was constantly observing the court. He intercepted the ball on the sideline, which had no power and accuracy at all. It was spinning and falling, and then it was a long pass of extremely high quality. Kong hang hang. Beautiful pass. Kurane Reino relied on his better foot strength to catch the ball. Itoji Rin was about to arrive behind him. With this quick transition between offense and defense, the only person standing in front of them was not involved in the attack. King Mikage attacked for the first time. Damn it, damn it. Why are you trying to be strong, Nagi, you idiot? Prince Mikage kept chanting as he stood in front of Kuroming Ranchi, come on, kill me if you can. 2 for 1, 2 for 1. Black Name Ranchi looked at the menacing King Mikage and immediately turned his head to find Itoji Rin. The moment he raised his feet, King Mikage suddenly stepped forward and blocked him. Sighed, you really want to find this guy, right? Succeeded, what? Kurane Rainyo, who was half leaning to pass the ball, looked proud that his trick had succeeded. He pulled the ball back with his feet, turned around and easily broke free from Mikage-Ryo's shackles, and then shot out with a kick. I'm sorry, after all, I am also an egoist. 2:03:0 Chapter 48 Cooperation Again. This guy actually used Itoji Rin as bait. King Mikage looked at Kurane Rainyo, who was expressionlessly facing Kan Ichihira in disbelief, and his confident figure was deeply reflected in his eyes. In his eyes, maybe, their way of coexisting is the right way. This is going to be difficult. Nobuo Ishikari walked up to Nagi Seishiro and said. Compared with Itoji Rin, his only role is to rely on his height to compete higher, but Itoji Rin's running position and insight all crush them. If everyone on the side cannot divert Itoji Rin away, it is impossible to pass the ball. Yes, I know. Nagi Seishiro wiped his face randomly with his collar. If there is a member of Team Z at this time, what is his name? Kyoshi Ichi? If there is that running position, if you have the ability, it will probably be much easier. But, as expected. Nagi Seishiro murmured in a low voice for a moment and then walked towards Prince Mikage. Prince Rei, I need you. Hey? Aren't you the one who said you don't care about me? Why are you here now? King Mikage turned his head away with a look of displeasure, but Nagi Seishiro remained unyielding, because you went to defend in the end, Rei. Wang, you still want to win, right? I also know that I may not win, but I still want to try again. Then try it yourself. If you don't get frustrated, just come to me. After a moment of silence, King Mikage forced himself to resolutely refuse again. Damn it, don't come here. Don't come here, Nagi, I've already found someone. Something in the right direction, don't let me go back. But I can't do it. Although I try to rely on myself, King Ling is still better at organizing attacks and thinking about what to do next. I'm more accustomed to the feeling of having Prince Ling always by my side. Without you, I would never be able to achieve my dream of being number one in the world by myself. My weapon is to stop the ball. Without Ling Wang's pass, there is no way to fully utilize it. Come and help me, Prince Ling. After a long silence, King Mikage finally let out a long sigh, just this once. Maybe I was wrong. Winning the first place in the world was my own dream and selfishness. It was me who brought Nagi into this world without permission, and I was the one who despaired and gave up without permission. It is normal for Nagi to be angry. I never thought that Nagi, who once regarded everything as trouble and was too lazy to do anything, would take our dreams so seriously. Yes, we have been together since the day we started playing football. The two of us are the complete being. This time, you are working hard for your dream, right, Nagi? King Mikage still did not look at Nagi Seishiro, but his right arm was raised and he extended his fist towards Nagi Seishiro. Yeah. Nagi Seishiro responded with a fist bump. Reio, how many more goals are you going to score? Do your best and get as much as you can. Rin, something seems to be changing on the other side, don't capsize in the gutter. Beside the goal, Kamiichi shouted loudly to Itoji Rin in front of him. In response to him, there was only a vicious eye roll, and Kamiichi shrugged. He was looking for trouble again, but he held his chin and observed Nagi Seishiro and Mikage Rei with great interest. Because of the huge disparity, King Mikage Rei began to doubt his own strength and the feasibility of his dream, while Nagisa Shiro became disappointed after noticing King Mikage Rei's mentality. But now, in order to win, the two sides have cooperated again. It's really complicated, but if you are crushed again in this state, what will happen? When it comes to selecting people, Nagi Seishiro, a guy with a novel brain circuit, has what will happen. King Mikage Rei, who was discussing tactics with his teammates, shuddered for no reason, feeling that he was being stared at by some malicious eyes, but then the feeling suddenly dissipated. He just regarded it as an illusion and continued to warn his teammates. The opponent's Itoji Rin's single strength is something that no one of us here can handle alone. This is also the secret for the opponent to smooth out the numerical gap between us. I think we must try our best to take advantage of our numerical advantage. Prince Yu Yingling drew a diamond shape on the grass with his hand. We will move forward according to this formation. Everyone should not be too far apart to prevent being isolated and passively entering into a one-on-one battle for personal strength. I play as a defensive midfielder at the end. It's up to me to decide who to attack first. Ishikari, you have to keep running and don't let the opponent go around and block you. It will be very risky to pass the ball to you. After receiving the response, King Mikage Rei looked at Kenjo Zantetsu again. Zantetsu, what you have to do is still the same, keep running on the left side to look for opportunities, and I will pass the ball over. Nagi, just act at the front according to your own ideas. Everyone, don't stick to the ball, try your best to pass the ball, make the opponent tired, give full play to our advantages, and win this point. Oh. 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 Completely irregular responses with different tones came out sparsely, but King Mikage Rei was not worried at all, because everyone's eyes were burning with the flame of fighting spirit. Beep. The whistle sounded, and King Mikage Rei kicked the ball straight to Kenjo Zantetsu. Zantetsu, just use your speed to open a path for us first. Don't think about it, you can run very fast. Black Name Ranchi was pulled away by the sudden burst of Kenjo Zantetsu, but after a few meters, he gritted his teeth and caught up again. Let's compare our speeds. Kenjo Zantetsu glanced at Kurane Ranchi and did not respond. Instead, he raised his foot and passed the ball before he caught up. I'm sorry, but I have to fulfill my responsibilities now. I was right. You're absolutely right, Zanti. The forward-moving King Mikage Rei received this reply and continued to move forward. At the same time, his eyes were constantly observing the movements of everyone on the field. Why don't you come? Again. In this way, I will push directly to the door. Sure enough, here it comes. Finally, when King Mikage Rei still wanted to move forward, Itoji Rin gave up Nobuo Ishikari and rushed towards King Mikage Rei. It's amazing. When you rushed towards me, you also deliberately blocked the passing route for Ishikari behind you. After careful observation, King Mikage Rei finally understood part of the secret of Itoji Rin's actions, but this time, it's different. Ishikari. Mikage Rei ignored the menacing Itoji Rin and kicked it out. The football shot straight into the sky. An overhead pass passed Itoji Rin and flew straight to the front court. Nobuo Ishikari was observing the landing point of the football towards the front. Rush away. Is this the tactic you have wasted so long to come up with? King Mikage Rei subconsciously paused when he heard this plain and contemptuous voice. Itoji Rin watched the football fly past him and towards the front with a calm look on his face. Go, the naive idea of playing football based on your dream, your level is not even as good as that guy's followers. As if to confirm Itoji Rin's words, Ice Weaver unexpectedly stopped in front of Nobuo Ishikari at some point. He did not try to compete with Nobuo Ishikari, but simply blocked him so that neither party could contact him immediately. After the football hit the ground, Bing Xiang relaxed his physical confrontation. The two rushed towards the football together, but in the battle for the ball on the ground, Bing Xiang's footwork had the absolute upper hand. Your ordinary playing house football should stop here. Chapter 49 Progress, Admission. Why is he there? I obviously checked the surroundings before passing the ball, but my vision was completely deceived by him. King Mikage Rei struggled to understand the current situation, and then despaired. The emotions resurfaced bit by bit from the bottom of my heart. It's Itoji Rin. This guy's performance is too eye-catching, which caused us to focus too much on Itoji Rin, and ignored his role. King Mikage Rei chased the football in annoyance and powerlessness. It seems that this blue-haired man just appears in the position of the football every time and misses it, but if you think about it carefully, he will appear in the best position every time. Location. This guy is hiding himself consciously. In fact, Ice Weaver is the opponent's second brain besides Itoji Rin. Unfortunately, it's too late to understand this now. Sorry, Nagi, it turns out that our struggle is completely meaningless. At this moment, Prince Mikage, who had always thought he was at the center of the world, finally discovered the cruel fact. The stadium was like a stage, and Prince Mikage was not the protagonist. At this moment, a dramatic turn made the real protagonist stand in the center of the stage and spare no effort to express himself, while the spotlight on Mikage Rei, an insignificant supporting role, was extinguished one by one until he was completely submerged in darkness. Now, it's time to exit. Just when King Mikage Rei was about to stop and give up again, a figure suddenly broke into his field of vision. Suddenly, the grey world once again lit up with the light of hope. Sure enough, my feeling is correct. You are just like that Kyoshi. Although you are inconspicuous, you are very dangerous. Nagi's hero entered the battle from the side and rear, and his raised calf almost touched the football at the same time as the Ice Weaver. After a brief stalemate, the movement of the football was finally controlled by Nagisa Shiro and rose straight into the sky. Ishikari. Get the high ground. The fire of hope was rekindled, and King Mikage Rei could no longer suppress the excitement in his heart. He shouted loudly and rushed forward like crazy. Nagai, you are indeed the best. King Mikage Rei, who was rescued from the shadow of despair by Nagi's hero, stared at him while running. Nagi's pressing completely changed the situation. Ideas kept coming. Ishikari, who was not being marked, had a high point advantage. Zantetsu could now catch the ball close to the goal. His explosive power was not comparable to that of the short man. But sure enough, only Nagi can realize my dream. Only the two of us are the strongest together. King Mikage Rei steadily caught Nobuo Ishikari's headshot, but his eyes never looked at anyone else, and he looked at each other from a distance. The path that shines brighter than the others comes to mind clearly. Go, Nagi! The football flew out almost close to the ground. The quality of this extremely powerful ground pass was not high, and it could even be said to be extremely easy to cause a ball-stopping error. Not to mention that the Ice Weaver kept close to the ball after failing to grab the second point, while keeping an eye on Nagi's hero. But you can do it, Nagi, just stop and kill that blue-haired man. Prince Mikage Rei stood there nervously, veins popping out of his clenched hands. Go, Nagi. Well, I will, work hard. Nagisa Shiro nodded, his eyes staring at the football ignited a little spark, and the moment he raised his foot to touch the football, the flames in his eyes suddenly expansion and explosion. I want to surpass you. Nagi Shiro's feet seemed to have been enchanted, causing the high-speed football to stop obediently on his heels. Nagi's hero suddenly took a step back, briefly breaking away from the Ice Weaver's personal defense. While retreating, the football was lifted into the air by Nagi's hero. At the same time, his legs were raised high. Do you want to shoot here? There is indeed a route, but with this white-haired shooting ability, it should be difficult to ensure a hit, so... Hyuzi Sheep stared at Nagi Shiro's movements. It's a fake move. Step forward to block his shooting path, and then stop. Just as Haihu Xiang expected, Nagi Sishiro's right foot kicked hard and swerved a second before it touched the football, avoiding the football flying in the air. At this moment, the Ice Weaver sheep's pupils shrank sharply, and he jumped directly towards the football. Snap! With a soft sound, the football was bumped by Nagi Sishiro with his calf and flew high into the air, just in time to avoid the inevitable rush of Ice Weaver. At this moment, there was no obstacle between Nagi Sishiro and the goal. If you think so, you will probably be very desperate. The Ice Weaver sheep, who fell to the ground in a panic, murmured in a low voice. As his words fell, Nagi Sishiro volleyed hard at the falling football. The football went straight to the upper right corner of the goal. The blue-locked goalkeeper was obviously shaken away by Nagi Sishiro's fake move for a moment. The save at this time it was already too late. Boom! A slightly dull voice interrupted the football process and put the cheers that Prince Mikage was about to blurt out back into his throat. Itoshi Rin calmly appeared in front of the goal, jumped up and firmly blocked Nagi Sishiro's inevitable shot. I told you, your creativity is not even at the kindergarten level like mine. No. Not to mention that a somewhat creative mediocre person has all his thoughts written on his face, and can't even see his teammates who are running hard. This level of sparseness. Get out of here quickly, don't be an eyesore here. After saying that, Itoshi Rin directly kicked off a long pass to the front court. After foreseeing that his teammates would block the ball, Kurane Reino ran straight forward and received the ball. The people around him did not look at the situation on the field and only focused on it. Kenjo Zantetsu fulfills his duty. You can't beat me in terms of speed. Kenjo Zantetsu's body surpassed Kurane Ranchi's body a little bit. Maybe both sides were without the ball. This match would be a little suspenseful, but Kurane Ranchi who was holding the ball would definitely not. He is the opponent of Sword City Zanti. Well, I know, but that's about it. Black Name Ranchi nodded calmly. From the corner of his eye, he caught sight of Queen Mikage Rei rushing towards him with an anxious look on her face. She suddenly stopped and braked, using the reaction force of her heels to turn on her. The football was kicked violently. The powerful and heavy heel pass clearly found the target of Itoshi Rin, who had just arrived at the midline position. And the opponent suddenly made a shooting action under the shocked eyes of Mikage Rei and others. Damn it, is this guy going to shoot here? King Mikage Rei stumbled and fell to the ground. His shrinking purple pupils reflected Itoshi Rin's textbook shooting movements and the beautiful arc of the football. Swish! Beep! 3:04:0. Followed by the crisp sound of brushing the net, there was a whistle that represented the score change. King Mikage Rei gritted his teeth and stared at Itoshi Rin, who was walking back expressionlessly, and Hyuri, who was being helped up by Kurano Ranchi. Sheep. The blue-haired man seems to have been tricked by Nagi, but in fact the diving attack was to force Nagi to take a step. At the same time, he also lowered his body reasonably to clear the field of vision for the teammates behind him, and gave Itoshi Rin a reaction block. The time spent in traffic, this guy is more troublesome than I thought. Not to mention Itoshi Rin. King Mikage Rei clenched his fists. Even if Nagi and I join forces and break the limit, we still can't defeat them. However, we have indeed made progress. This time we got the opportunity to attack. If we can do better and rely on Nagi, we can still. Too slow, Rin. Just as the two sides were preparing to form their formations for another battle, a lazy voice sounded in the stadium. Shen Yi stood up from the ground, patted the dust on his butt and looked at everyone. This game is so boring that it makes the audience sleepy. Let me give this chapter a beautiful ending. Guangxian Chenai, join the battle. Chapter 50 Trial. It's almost over, what are you doing here now? Itoshi Rin complained angrily, but Chenai held out 3 fingers and said, 3 minutes. Ah. The time it took you to score 4 points from the beginning to now is 3 minutes longer than the time it took me to keep you clean. That means even if your opponent is of this level, it won't be as easy as for me to beat you. Itoshi-rin stopped talking and turned to stare at Nagisa Shiro and his party fiercely. Kamiichi shrugged and walked to the front to stand. Just stay by my side and take a good look at what I do, you loose guy. Is that guy going to play? Nagisa's hero gasped and looked at the figure who was doing chest expansion exercises. I don't know what type of player he is. Yet, we only have one chance to score. This guy suddenly joined in after seeing Nozomi just now. It's really... King Mikage casually wiped the sweat from his face with his shoulder, but, this it also shows that my alliance worked, right? Grab the feeling just now, Nagi, we have to go beyond the limit. Oh. Beep. When the whistle sounded, King Mikage advanced with the ball. Kamiichi was still looking carefree, and even Xiangxin yawned. Hurry up, I'll give you a chance to perform offensively. TCH, you're really arrogant. Didn't you feel anxious about the threat from me and Nagi, so you would rather break the rules you set and end up? King Mikage was unhappy with Shinai's arrogant attitude, and he choked back. It's really ridiculous to pretend that you don't care now. It was obvious that Shen Yi was stunned for a moment, and he didn't react in the true sense. His brain was obviously familiar with language, but he couldn't understand what the other party meant, and he was completely stunned. King Mikage would not let go of such an opportunity now. He quickly raised his foot to break through, but at the moment when Shinai passed through the secret passage and the opponent was nothing more than this, a fearful palpitation rose from the bottom of his heart without any warning. Turning back, Shinai beside him turned his head as if he had just reacted. Their eyes met, and a pair of eyes as calm as dead water came into view. The dead are talking. What happened? This strange premonition. But I did pass him. There is no reason for him to catch up when he needs to turn around. Just when he thought that the inexplicable heart palpitations were just an illusion, the warning in his brain started to sound like an early morning alarm. Suddenly, he noticed something disharmonious in his sight. The figure in his peripheral vision was unexpectedly disappeared in a blink of an eye. I saw Kamiichi suddenly lowering his center of gravity, avoiding the sight of King Mikage like a snake, moving in an S shape and flexibly bypassing King Mikage from behind and blocking him again. I am real. I didn't expect that your self-awareness is so good. Don't take yourself too seriously, you scumbag. In my opinion, the progress you are so proud of is nothing more than a baby learning to crawl. When did this guy come around behind me? And so fast. Too fast for this monster. He was obviously passed by me without turning around at all. In that case, it's actually faster than my full sprint. King Mikage-I's brain was completely filled with shock and fear. A primitive fear of being regarded as a target by an apex predator kept accumulating and erupting. He didn't even have time to listen to what Kamiichi said. He just subconsciously used his greatest strength to push the football kicked out. I just hope to get away from this monster that exudes a dangerous aura as soon as possible. It's a pity that things went counterproductive. Even Itoshi-rin could only avoid Shenichi's prediction ability and prevent steals through cross passes when facing Shenichi, who stood still and maintained a good defensive distance. King Mikage was so sick. The hurried pass that seemed like a hasty medical treatment obviously couldn't escape Shinai's capture. This is also true. Shen Yi kicked off the ground with his right leg, and the majestic force pushed Shen Yi's body to rush out, like a lightning-quick mamba attacking and biting, and pocketing the football. The strongly rotating football hit Shinai's calf, but it did not bounce away. Instead, it entered a swamp, and the harder it struggled, the deeper it sank. The power on the football was gradually eliminated, and Shen Yi's action of stopping the ball gradually overlapped with another figure in Mikage-I's mind. This is Nagi's absorption stop. The last straw fell, and intense fear finally swallowed up King Mikage-I's brain. He could only stare blankly at Kamiichi stopping him. Passed the ball, and then rushed towards him again. King Ling. A familiar voice exploded in Mikage Reio's ears like thunder. After realizing something was wrong, Nagi's hero rushed over. Reio, it's not over yet. Stop him, let's work together. Nagi, yes. The game is not over yet, as long as Nagi and I are together. Nagishiro's enthusiasm restored the ability of thinking in Wang Muron's brain, and he tried his best clenching his teeth, even his gums bleed, and the sweet smell stimulates his brain. Come on. Just in time, you two can watch my judgment on you from the special seats. Although he could easily break through the defense of the two with his speed, Shinai suddenly stopped and made a shooting gesture. Then, let me fall into the abyss of despair to repent. Shooting here. This is still a little far from the center line. Ridiculous thoughts appeared in the minds of Nagishiro and Mikage Rei at the same time, but they had to guard against it. After all, that lunatic Itoji Rin also shot from the midline. This shrinking court may really be too big for this monster. It's within his shooting range. Then come. King Mikage Rei observed Shinai's movements and the direction of his toes, then shoveled his body to seal the lower part, and then, Shinai shot out. The bet was right. As long as I make the move first and force the opponent to take action, then the opponent will definitely attack towards the gap that I can't defend. At that time, my teammates will be able to easily defend the football that has already been rooted behind me. Prince Mikage looked excitedly at Nagi's hero, who jumped up and blocked the path of the football with his right leg. This is a skill I learned from the blue hair in your team, Kamiichi. No matter what, in terms of stopping the ball, Nagi will not lose. Got it? Really? Shinai's voice sounded nearby, and King Mikage Rei was shocked. Only then did he realize that after shooting, Shinai did not stop but continued to sprint forward. Even if you don't need these little tricks, I will do the same, because from the very beginning, I was aiming to destroy Nagi's hero. Just watch from the ground. The next goal is the real story. What? What nonsense is this guy talking about? Nagi has obviously predicted the path of the ball. He can definitely block it. The ball belongs to us. What's the point of doing this? Or is he going to give the ball to Nagi and then steal it away? Is Shinai a stronger defensive type? Various thoughts were intertwined in King Mikage's mind, like messed up yarn, and he couldn't figure it out. But then, something even more frightening happened. I saw that after the football hit Nagishiro's leg, it did not magically remove the impact and let the football stop on his leg as expected. Instead, it separated at the first touch and bounced back at an extremely fast speed. The target was right on target. It was Shinai who was charging towards them. When Ryu and Nagi began to fall due to gravity, Shinai jumped up and met the rebounding football in the air. Without any intention of stopping the ball to adjust, he directly raised his foot in midair and kicked it. The volley hit the goal directly. The trajectory of the football is like a crescent moon, with an exaggerated arc that perfectly circumvents the save of the blue-locked goalkeeper. The moment he started playing football, Shen Yi also landed on the ground and looked down at the two people who fell to the ground. I said, "This is a trial.